Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Traction channel for the second Le Mans Ultimate Driver Swap event. Sorry for the slightly discombobulated start. I've been running around this morning trying to do a bunch of different things. I feel very underprepared for this race and this stream, but we've been doing a bit of team practice the last few days, and hopefully once we get on track, it's going to be fine. But in terms of everything else, it's all over the place. Hope you're having a nice week. I am once again joined for today's race by Ross McGregor of TraxionGG and Jernej Simoncic of Rafa Racing Esports. And you guys are actually in the server this time at the start without the panic, is that right?
Yeah.
Just joined, yes.
Yes, we're actually in the server. Can't believe it.
Well, not in the server, but, you know.
Well, hopefully going to be in the server, or it will actually work.
I am in the server.
Oh, Jerniej's actually in. Amazing.
Yes,
we're in split.
I practice.
Oh yeah, so as long as you can join, it's fine. We've got 10 minutes of practice to go until qualifying, so I've done one quali run, so I will try and get another one in before we go here. But yeah, let me know where you're watching from. Welcome along to the stream, everyone. We've already got plenty of people in here. We've got Pedro, we've got Lupins in. Welcome. Joe's in here as well. John. Hey Tobias, how's it going? It is the Ross McGregor, the famous the race of the season biggest victory margin, Ross McGregor.
Yep, that's me.
We've got Tobias Bloomshine in the chat.
Oh yeah, cool.
Right.
Our one-time teammate.
Absolutely. Hope you're doing well.
TC UK.
Let me just check something with my audio. There we go. I'm glad I checked that, because I just, if I was going to be playing music, I wouldn't have known if it was on, and that's never great. Sorted. Right, guys, it is 6 hours of COTA today, which is essentially the weekend warm-up for the World Endurance Championship event that's happening this weekend, which is great. We are going to be racing in GT3s instead of hypercars this time, so a bit different to the last time we did this driver swap event on Le Mans Ultimate. Of course, this is only the second ever time this has taken place. The first one we competed in was the Qatar 6 hours. It was quite a while ago now, good 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think, and we won. We won by about a second or something after 6 hours. It was absolutely mental. I'd recommend if you get the chance, go and watch at least the end of that stream back, because it was a very, very exciting last few laps with poor Jernej on ruined tyres trying to hang on to a lead that he'd managed to claw back from a minute behind. It was pretty epic stuff. But this time we're going to do things differently. We're going to jump into GT3s. There's more cars on track in class in the GT3 category. And obviously the cars are a little bit less complex to actually manage as you go. You're doing a little bit less energy management. We're probably not going to have to lift and coast in this race too much at all. But the actual cars themselves, I've never been as strong in GT3s. I've never quite enjoyed them as much as the hypercars. I just haven't got to grips with them on Le Mans Ultimate, and especially with the new tyre model as well. We're very low on preparation here. So it's going to be interesting, but we have a good team. We're going to have some fun. It's just a test race at the end of the day. We're just going to treat it like, what it's meant to be, which is testing the driver swaps once again and having a great fun endurance race. And it's probably some of the best things you can do in sim racing. So that's how we're going to look at this. I'm actually going to get out and do just a quick quali run. Well, I've got 7 minutes because I've done no laps today yet. Make sure my wheel's actually working.
Always helps.
It does indeed. And I think tyre-wise, it's pretty much free in the practice. You can use whatever tyres you want, so that's fine. So let's just set a lap. Are we going to win? I think it's... who knows? We're in split one, so it's going to be tough. We don't know how competitive it's going to be. Obviously, it's always going to be somewhat competitive. And it's, we've got some recognisable names in the lobby, but we'll see what we can do. We're going to try. We're going to try, I think. But I don't think I've raced at COTA, done a proper online sim race at COTA in, well, maybe ever. I'm not entirely sure. And I think Ross is in a similar boat. The two of us have not done much of COTA.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually driven a race at COTA.
I'm learning to love it, though. Learning to love it.
Well, learning.
out on cold tyres as well. I need to remember what I'm doing. So that, yeah, I need to actually focus in here and actually get up to speed because I've got 2 laps to remind myself how to drive. And this time as well, guys, being in GT3 instead of Hypercar, we're going to get the opposite end of the traffic. So I'm going to show you what it's like to do one of these driver swap endurance races as the slower cars. So now we've got a bit of sympathy for what it's like to be a Hypercar and how difficult it can be sometimes, but also we're going to be showing you how annoying it is when Hypercars do certain things. So it's going to be a balance, at least. We'll be able to kind of show you both perspectives across the 2 races that we've done so far. I think we might have the Studio 397 team in this one as well. Just been, you can win on lap 1 with a good dive. Great, great advice.
That is very good advice.
Cheers, Joe. Oh, it's going to be a long day, I think, but hopefully it's going to be great. I mean, I'm actually really excited for this race. We're going to be doing a similar stint order to the last one, where I'm going to be starting the race, but instead of doing a triple like I did last time, which was not part of the plan, because that was an issue with getting everyone else into the race, I'm going to probably do a double stint to start with, and then Ross is going to take over. There's going to be an extra little stint in the middle, which I might jump back in again, so I'll be getting behind the wheel more than once in this race, and then our Stig Jernej is going to take the wheel towards the end. That's the current plan anyway. We'll see if things change, but hey Dave, welcome. Welcome. So obviously while I'm driving I'll probably miss a few comments here and there, but once I'm watching the other guys we'll be able to get all the chat.
Yep, let's hope for no technical issues.
Absolutely.
Because I've already had to change my wheelbase last night. After doing a couple hours practice and feeling quite confident, my steering wheel, my SimMagic steering wheel, decided to die. And I couldn't fix it, so I had to swap to the Moza R12 I had in the garage. So I managed to get a little bit of practice on that last night, but it still doesn't feel as good.
It's been a good start to my first lap of the day. This is why you need to warm up, because this car is... The thing is, the Lexus around here is, when you're pushing at least and trying to get on the pace, there's a very small line between being okay and not being okay. And once you get into the flow, or once I got into the flow during practice, I was absolutely fine. But that there did happen a few times when I wasn't yet in the flow. So you really need to focus in the first lap. The tyres aren't quite there. You just need to remember that. And obviously being the first lap of the day, thinking about a number of different things at once, there we go, we hit the wall. So that is going to be crucial in this race to basically concentrate as much as possible through all these bits. And yeah, I can't really take anything for granted with this, because one little mistake, one slight imbalance, and it is very easy to, destabilize the car, I should say. Then that could happen. So yeah, a little bit of a visual demonstration straight away.
Yeah, we've kind of found that it takes a couple of laps to get the tyres properly sticky, shall we say.
Yes. Let's get a new set of tyres on in preparation for qualifying. I've only got 2 minutes left, so there's no point doing another out lap because the tyres are so cold. So we'll just treat that as a warning. That's just this is what you shouldn't do. Good luck. Oh yeah, so we have some people watching Jernej stream last night. He was also trying a few tricky things, like a few little clicks here and there on the setup to make it a little bit better, but obviously resulted in a couple of spins. So we've made a click or two from that as well, so we'll have to wait and see.
Fills us with lots of confidence that Jernej spun. Because yeah,
you've seen my first lap, so this is how we are for today. This is where we're at. Ross has got a broken wheelbase or a steering wheel. Jernej managed to spin, and I've literally just binned it into a wall my first lap of the day. So we're ready to go. We are ready to go.
We're primed and ready.
Hey Per, welcome to the stream. Hope you're good. Watching from Denmark. We also have Hillian was in my practice session yesterday. Oh, amazing. Thanks very much. And are you doing this race as well then? If you were in the practice session, I assume you're going to do one of the splits at some point. So best of luck for your own attempt. Wait, someone's in a van wall.
Oh boy.
Not in this server. Apparently someone's doing the 6 hour in a van wall.
Best of luck.
Oh, wow.
Thoughts
Oh,
and
no,
prayers.
it is in this server. It's Tyler Hammer. Okay, so we have... we have a van wall. I'm going to be rooting for the van wall. Hello from Le Mans. Oh, amazing. Welcome to the stream, Black Fight. And congrats, Joe, on the affiliation. Or the Twitch affiliate, I should say. That's great news. I'm so... my head is not ready for this. We're going into qualifying in 30 seconds, and I need to just tune in. It's going to be focusing on the driving. Tyre wear is going to be very important throughout this race. We can't really afford many spins because the tyres we're going to have to spread them out over multiple stints. We're going to be double stinting tyres almost every time. And that includes qualifying. Qualifying does count towards your tyre allocation. So I'm really going to have to be careful in qualifying. If I have a spin like that, like I just did in practice in qualifying, that's literally going to put us on the back foot instantly because we are going to have to, at some point, use those tyres later in the race. Whether we do 1 stint in them, 2 stints in them, etc. You know, we'll see to our strategy for that. But they are going to be used. So I just cannot afford to do what I've just done. So let's dive in. Qualifying is underway.
No pressure.
Oh, no pressure, yeah. We'll go
Also noticed it's Team Mouse and Dennis Schoeniger are currently P1 and GTC. So
Moritz Lerner's here as well.
Excellent.
So yes, it's not going to be how would
win.
you say it? yeah, it's not going to be a win. Sorry, Jernej.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think Jernej is going to have minutes to claw back at the end of this race.
The 6 hours of Jernej, we might have a chance.
Okay, I'm going to shoot off for a bit and leave you to it.
Sweet, I'm going to focus because if I don't focus right now, I'm probably going to spin again. So we'll go
Good
into
luck.
full qualifying concentration mode. See you in a bit, Ross. Good luck with your testing with the new wheelbase.
Cheers.
Right, I'm just going to basically drive around naturally, try and bring the heat into the tyre without scrubbing them or doing anything too aggressive because I don't really want to damage the tyre and, you know, accelerate a heat cycle that doesn't match the core temperature. I just want to keep it all balanced. So I'm just going to drive around, do a couple of, basically an out lap, one sort of cold warm-up lap where I'm going to be off the pace, and then hopefully the car comes in, I can get a couple of decent laps in, and then see where we're at. Hopefully, there you go, Targa. I showed the, that's the traction control settings. So I'm running 4, 6, 7, 49, 51 brake bias, and 6 ABS. So that's what we're doing. Got 2 stop and go penalties already for the BMWs, but I don't know if that will carry over to the race or that they just have to do that during the qualifying session. Probably for leaving the pits too early.
It will not carry to race.
Yeah, so they just have to serve that in the qualifying. Or they can just ignore it, maybe. Hey, Terj, welcome. It is not fixed setup. No, it's open setup race. Unfortunately, I can't share with you the setup because we've started off our setup based on a paid-for setup, so it wouldn't be right of me to share that, unfortunately. But as you know, we've got links to Go setups, and you can find out on the Traction website how to get a good setup for Le Mans Ultimate for your chosen car via Go setups. I think we might have a link in the description below. Haven't actually checked. And we have made plenty of tweaks from there as well to suit the 3 of us, basically, as a team. Right, first lap, it's kind of an out lap, so I just need to survive. It's not going to be my fastest anyway, so just going to get through it. and try and find a little bit of rhythm again, which I haven't had yet today. Oh, nice. That makes sense, Turge. When are you doing this race later on the weekend? Yeah, Dave, it's going to be more like 7-hour stream as well because it's a 6-hour race, so we've got probably an hour or so of total extra before and after, so that should definitely be your workday sorted. Right, just cruising around this first lap. And then we'll have a go on the next one, because the tyres now should be up to temperature. Didn't spin, well done. That is already a step up from the practice session.
Lap 2, 10.10.
Missed the apex for the first hairpin. Gonna move the mic away as well and just focus. I'm going to do one more push lap here. Okay, so I've just realized my previous lap, I think it was all right. It was a 208, I think. But it it didn't register. So I must have, I don't know if I went too wide out the last corner, but I didn't realize it hadn't actually clocked it. So that was unfortunate. I'm going to have to basically redo it on the next one because I've also pushed the limit a little bit too much on this one. So I still haven't actually done a representative time yet, but that's fine. I know I can do a 207 on a reasonable one, like a mid 207, so that's obviously the target, but really I just want to get a somewhat representative time in because qualifying is not going to be the important thing here. So yeah, still no real good banker. I'm just going to once again focus in, mute up, and then we'll see what we do in the next one.
Time 2:12.63. That time was a 2:09.02.
Right, unfortunately, still wasn't a good lap, guys. I actually had two instances where I overran track limits. One I've never had before. The other one was totally just a mistake. So there's a lot of positions with 4/10, and I've easily got 4/10. So I am going to go back out, I think, take some more fuel, and just take the hit on the tires. We'll go the same tire set. It's not perfect, but it's okay. Don't want to be right in the middle. So yeah. It's my fault though. This is the thing. Like I'm trying to push the limits of it and just misjudging it slightly. I've never had one through that sector 3 slow corner though. The kind of or the right hand kink before the left hairpin. So I just pushed that too far. That was totally avoidable. I didn't really lose much time from that though. It was the first one where I had to properly lift. So we've easily got 4/10. Obviously the tires might have lost their best now. We'll just see. And I will have to warm them up again. So I just need that, just that little bit will get me like 4 or 5 places. And I know I've got a 207, I mean I've done a 207.4 before in qualifying, so I've got 1.6 seconds in me technically, but I don't think I'm going to just pull that out in this situation, so let's just see. Got 7 minutes to go.
I was going to say, quite happy for you to use like new tires.
Yeah.
I'd rather manage like a set of worn tires later on in the race, and start, you know, towards the front.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think that 95% will lose me the performance?
I don't know.
I'll do it quickly. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just jump in.
It won't harm you in any way.
No.
It's like plus minus a tenth anyway. Like it's it's not a big worry.
Okay, we've done it. Yeah, if we're doing slightly shorter than doubles at some point, we can probably manage that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, it is tricky, RA. We're gonna have to manage the tires for sure. That's part of the plan. But we have a strategy in place, so it's just a case of as long as we can not burn any and waste them, hopefully we're okay. Obviously, it's difficult because when you're practicing a quali run for this, you can push a bit harder, knowing that, you know, if you mess up, it doesn't matter. For this, it's different. You know, every little bit of a mistake will have a consequence, and that's where we've got to be a little bit more careful. So it's not as easy to just jump in and fire in a good lap, but there's definitely a lot more in it than we've shown. So at the moment we're P11. Don't really want to be in that mire.
Mouse Esports are doing a back to front challenge, looks like.
Oh, nice. I thought they might do that. Okay, I'm probably only going to get one shot at this realistically, because I'm going to get one out lap and then only one slow first flyer because the tires won't be hot, and then a second one. So it's going to be one shot really at this. This was the corner where I cut, so just to be careful. Cheers, Pran. Nice to see you. John, I ran out of fuel in that first run, so I couldn't keep going. And then we were just making a decision on tires, so we're not. Don't worry, don't worry. We are trying to set a lap. It's just it takes a bit of time to warm up the tires. So this first lap will not be good, but the next one will be our chance. I don't mind, guys, as well, starting the race on this set that I'm doing a few laps on, just to get used to one of them, because I reckon I can comfortably get through that. Dennis has finally pulled out a good lap, so maybe they're not doing a last to first challenge. Okay, gonna meet up again, and we're gonna go for this.
Time 2:11.60. That time was a 2:07.95.
Okay, so I pulled out a reasonable lap at the end, 2:07.9. Could have been faster, but it's what we needed at that moment, really. So we will escape back to the pits without putting any extra strain on the tyres. Whew. That was more stressful than I intended. But we made it.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Tiny margins as well ahead.
Yeah.
And Moose indeed in the end decided to go for one shot with a 6.8.
There you go. I mean, that's class right there. When you can, you can save your tires, get one lap in when it counts, and
Actually,
put on pole by 6/10.
They just improved, right?
Oh yeah, 6:06.6. Oh,
That's quick.
fair play. Round of applause to Mouse. Right, we're going in like 2 minutes. Instantly, right. So, let me just load up a race setup. I think guys, if you agree with me, I'm happy to start on those tires that I just finished on.
Yeah.
So we lose a few percent, but we can, and then we've still got the other set for later. Okie dokie.
Well done.
How's it done?
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it could have been better, but could have been worse. I think, given the situation I was in before that last lap, I was just happy to get a banker in. And I think we're in a nice group now, with the cars in front of us being around about the quali pace that I feel like I could be at, or I've done, on my run last night. So maybe I can, that's a group I can aim to just stick with, if that makes sense.
Infiltrate. And take down one by one.
Oh yeah, and I think racing's going to be interesting because I don't know what it's like to follow cars around here. I've done a race stint, but I haven't actually done it in racing circumstances with other GT3s around. So it's going to be interesting to see, what happens when braking markers get knocked away. All these things that I should have prepared, and then didn't. I had too much on my list for this morning. That was the issue. Okay, so guys, P7 on the grid, and it is top split. Yes, I'll turn the game volume up a little bit.
If brake markers get crashed off, there is this convenient painting going on, like the white, like under every brake marker, I think there is like a white line in the red painting, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Okay. Fingers crossed. Just gonna do some quick volume tweaks. There we go. Right, hopefully the car audio is a little bit better for you, but obviously when I'm driving, I will not be able to change it, so we're just gonna guess and hope. I'm gonna start driving.
You just have to make the car noises yourself.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Mirko. You're absolutely right. Right. Here we go.
Good luck.
I'm going to take out the fuel for the first pit stop already. Get that done now. 77% Jernej, is that right?
Yeah. And I believe that engineering is not enabled,
Correct.
so like you will click your clicks. Also, if we ever feel very uncomfortable or unsafe with driving, we can just put ABS to 9 for extra stability, but yeah, it will make entries way more understeery.
Just going to very carefully follow the instructions of the game here on the formation lap, because I do not want a stop go for what's it, erratic driving. Right. I will see you all on the other side. It's going to be a double stint here. Wish me luck. Hopefully you guys enjoy. And hopefully we survive the opening few laps. I'm going to do my best to be careful. Again, we're looking after the car. It's a long race. There's hypercars. There's going to be incidents. There's going to be spins. It's about playing the long game and looking after our tyres. So it's not going to be an all-out attack.
Green flag, green flag.
Didn't expect the race to get underway before the apex of the last corner, but that's GT3s for you. Cold tyres as well. Okay, we had hypercars off already on the first lap. Oh. Yeah, yellow damage on both sides. Nothing we could do there. But hopefully yellow is alright. We'll manage with that. Could have been worse. Had a yellow track limits warning there as well, so I had to back out of that one as well. So it's all happening at the same time here. Trying to defend a position while lifting and avoiding a penalty whilst working out who's around you, and there's a hypercar in the mix. Right, need to settle down into rhythm here. Oh, hypercar spinning again. Okay, so end of lap 1, bit of damage, P8. One of the faster cars that qualified ahead of us has spun out, the Aston Martin. They're going to be carrying those tyres for the rest of the stint, maybe even 2, so that's a nightmare for them. And we're just going to now begin to settle in. Tyres almost up to temperature, but not quite. So the in-game clock is 1 PM right now. Okay, BMW passed. It's getting very cloudy, dark out on circuit.
That time was a 2:10.29.
I don't think there's a time multiplier, not that I'm aware of. Ah, interesting. Well, I didn't even, to be fair, I didn't actually know that about Qatar, so I'm not actually sure, Carl. So yeah, well, I guess we'll see if it gets dark. Very early stages, but we seem to be gapping the BMWs behind and keeping this Merc honest, so hopefully that's a sign of things to come for now. Obviously traffic's going to get involved soon.
Lap 2:09.48.
Nope. Bit of a jump there, I don't know if you saw that on the stream. There it is again. Oh no. Hopefully just a small blip. This Merc using all of the curbs and the braking zones, using every single last inch of the road. It makes sense in some bits. Other bits I think it's 50-50 whether you use the curb or not, but I'm choosing to avoid them just to try and keep the car more stable basically. So it might gain you a tenth or so over a lap if you use all of the curbs and brake over all of them, but it does give you, for me, a little bit less consistency. So I'm going to leave it to the others to run all the way out and I'll just be a little bit more cautious. We do have another Lexus in the split, 000 up in 4th place, so that's a good target for us. Saw an opportunity, didn't work. I think, to be honest, the Merc was kind of letting me go there, and then I've gone in obviously just to make sure I get the move fully done, but didn't quite get it slowed down well enough, so didn't want to also turn in too early and risk a spin or damaging the tyres more, so we'll just let him go back by at that point, but I think the Merc was maybe trying to let us go there. I might be wrong. But now we've got 2 cars to chase with the Aston just in front, so that's good. Five hours 50 remaining, yeah. Almost there. Crazy, isn't it? You do a 6-hour race and lap 1 there's spins, there's contact for position, there's damage for multiple cars, and you just can't do anything about it unless we did just deliberately, you know, start in the pit lane or something. And it's, yeah, it's frustrating because I know it happens in real life as well, you know, even with the professionals, but you think, well, the first lap is the best opportunity to make multiple places up if you're more aggressive and brave and, you know, let other people jump out the way. The problem is you get 2 of those people with the same mindset or a mistake, and obviously if people are on the limit with cold tires, cold brakes, accidents happen, and then this happens. So yeah, it's a frustrating thing, but it's not uncommon to have lap 1 damage for a 6-hour race when you were trying to be safe. But it's yellow damage, and on LMU we can absolutely cope with yellow damage. It doesn't really do much at all in terms of performance. It just obviously means that you're potentially more vulnerable to more damage. That was a bit sketchy. That's where I've really got to be concentrated with this Lexus. The S's, there's the penultimate corner is also pretty tricky. This one, the braking can be tricky as I go in a bit deep and scrub the tyres. That is the, those are the danger points I'd say around here in this car. Very, very easy to snap once you lose it. Not like it used to be on LMU with the old tyre model. It's a lot more treacherous now, I would say. Yeah, exactly, John. The 77% thing is a strategy thing, so we'll explain that when we get to the pit stops, but we're going to try a different strategy than the norm, I think, for this race. Right, come on, I want to get stuck into this battle now. I want to try and make some moves. Merck's very early on the brakes into the penultimate corner, which makes it tricky because I can't run into him. Kind of parking it slightly on the apex and then getting a good run off, so I just need to really try and get a good run out the last corner. Maybe from a little bit further back going in might help. Try that one again. There we go. Don't think he was letting me through, I think he just has a slightly different line in. But we've got the move done. P6. Whew. That's what we don't want. Alright, come on, head down. Focus to try and break this Merc. Hypercars are coming as well, guys. 7 seconds to the hypercars. So they're actually lapped up to P8 now. Perfect timing for the first one. Okay, that's been alright.
Time was a 2:10.8.
Couldn't attack the last corner properly, but we've managed to keep that gap of now a second over the Merc. So if we can break the slipstream, that's good. So I need a good few laps here of concentration. It's so dark. The sky's incredibly overcast. All through testing, it was lovely blue skies. Changes a little bit the way you view the track, the reference points and stuff like that. It's all makes a difference to the brain. Ooh, couldn't quite turn in there because of the hypercar, but that was okay. Not really anything to blame them for. There's a few of them coming through now, so this is going to be a bit scary. It's worked out fine. The tricky thing is there are some corners, because they don't have ABS as well, and they can be a bit clumsy at low speed, these hypercars. There are certain corners where actually the GT3 can brake a bit later or can just carry that little bit more right at the last moment, especially some of the slower corners. Another one going to come through here. Maybe another two. Generally speaking, I feel more in danger as a GT3 with the traffic than when I'm in a hypercar. I cause the danger in a hypercar. You are the danger in the GT3, or you become the danger. But I also think you lose less time in GT3 because the hypercar's job is to make their way around you without, they might lose time doing it safely, but you can keep your line. So generally, you do lose more time as a hypercar in traffic than you do when you're being lapped as a GT3. But obviously, not every single time, That lap was 1.2 seconds off because of the traffic.
Lap 2:10.85.
This one's going to be awkward, I think, when it catches me. It's going to catch me into the S's, so let's see what happens. Outside move. That's fine. Just leaving enough room for them to squeeze through in that corner, because I don't want them to go for it and then me not leave the room and then nothing anyone can do, So I'm just deciding to always leave a car's width on the inside of the kink. can hear an Aston. Ooh. Had to lift a tiny bit just to be safe. Aston's off. Quite like the livery on that. It's the green, yellow, and blue is quite funky. Bit different. I'm so used to seeing the Aston fully green as well. Off to miss the apex for the first corner. I'm not fully in the flow. I've had a few little snaps but no big moments, but I'm just not quite in the flow state that I found during practice around this place, which I've never had before in my life, but I finally had. I would say yesterday was probably the first time. Not a million miles off, but I'm just not there in terms of the pace that I know I can do on a consistent basis, but early days still, so I can still try and find it. Main thing is staying alive as well. Oh yeah, good point, Jernej, yeah. I suddenly started worrying there, looking at that, thinking, oh wow, are we running too hot? But I realised you were answering a question that I hadn't spotted. Oh, dive. There you go. Nice one. Glad I saw that one. Just locked up or missed the braking point, and then I saw them coming. Not taking any risks with this. Come on. Move that curb. Got to be really careful for that under braking. Okay, big gap back to P8. Smaller gaps to 5 and 7, but I think, I don't want to speak too soon, but car in front seems to have decent pace. Car behind we're slightly quicker than, so it might be that we're going to just stretch both gaps. But obviously my job now is to get better, because I know I can do high 8s, low 9s on race on a good run, so if I can just try and settle down and find a rhythm, we'll see if we can do anything about the cars in front, even if it's just sticking with them for now, until there's mistakes or pit stops. I push too hard, I've one spin in the wrong spot, and it undoes all the work, because you lose, 15 seconds in tyre wear. You're far better just driving around, half a second slower almost, so you don't want to be in that situation. You can make mistakes no matter how hard you're pushing though. Sometimes it's actually safer to find a bit more pace and get in a better flow, so it's one of those. Yeah, hopefully though, that last hypercar, I'm hoping it was just a mistake though. Like, it could have just locked up and then it was safer to go inside than, go send it down the outside, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Early in the race, hopefully it was just a lock-up. They tried to send one, got it wrong, and went straight on, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll have plenty of altercations with all the hypercars, so we'll get to know each car, but obviously the drivers change as well, and that can obviously have a different impact on how they behave in traffic. But there was nothing terrible there, like, there was a couple of slightly scary moments, but no one did anything stupid, I would say. If you count that last one as a lock-up and a mistake rather than a stupid dive bomb. Missed the apex there, but slightly better lap this one. Still a mid 209. I want to be doing low 209s if I can.
Lap 2:09.74.
But we're quicker than both cars in front on that lap. the screen freeze when I was turning the corner, not ideal. Right, we are actually, in these last few laps, tiny bit of closing on 4th and 5th, so keep the head down. Maybe it was a mistake from Lobmayer, who seems faster overall in the Aston, but we'll have to wait and see. We're still on for chasing down this P4 battle here in this stint. Horrible through there. Nope, nope, nope. All wrong, but it's fine. Make sure we don't get track limits. There we go. That's a half-second mistake, so that'll just went. I tried to be a bit too greedy with the curb on the right into the penultimate corner, and then as soon as I got on the brakes it was unsettled, so I just had to kind of bail slightly on the apex and take a half-second hit there. There's the van wall, so that was the van wall still going strong, but they're a fair bit off the rest of the hypercar pack, unfortunately. I think, yeah, the Lexus does have a high centre of gravity. I don't know how much higher it is, or if it's by far and away the highest, but I think it does. It definitely feels... It's a actually surprisingly unique car to drive, the Lexus, I find. It's quite
last night, it's very Bentley-ish.
Yeah. It's quite a standard shape, really. It's a very standard shape. It's front-engined, you know, classic GT3 front-engine layout. Same as the Mustang, the Aston, there's, you know, the Mercedes, there's the BMW. There's quite a few that are that layout. And but the Lexus somehow feels a bit more boxy, and maybe it is the higher centre of gravity. Up the van wall, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, the temperature definitely does affect performance creeper. I don't know to what degree, in terms of, like, you know, if every single degree affects it by 0.001, I'm not sure, but there's also lots of different elements to temperature, because there's surface temperature, there's core temperature. There's multiple facets to the tyre model. I know the LMU tyre model is deep and advanced, so yeah, you've got to be kind of manage everything quite realistically, which is I love. Don't love it when I have a spin and it ruins me, but I love it the fact that you have to, you know, treat it seriously, if that makes sense. Obviously, that's a high level. You've got to think about all these things when you're just having fun and jumping in a race. Those sorts of details won't make a major difference to anything. Especially in a short sprint race when you don't really have to worry about tyre wear. Just send it, go as fast as you can, try and win the race, and your tyres will be fine.
That time was a 2:09.93.
Right, come on, I can do better lap times than this. Better through the S's, for sure. One thing I've always found difficult about COTA, and I'm sure lots of other single screen users can attest to this, but I don't use a widescreen or triples, and I find that into the slow corners, the track is so wide, and the angles are quite steep with these slow corners that I can't actually see the apex of the corner until very, very late. I can't see the curb until I essentially get there. So I'm just always hoping that when the car pops out the other end, the curb is in the right spot in front of me. Sometimes I go over the sausage too much, like I did on turn 1 that lap. Sometimes I miss the curb completely, but it's really, really hard to sort of have a reference point because you can't see the curb at all until you turn in. So you've just got to absolutely learn the turn-in point, the speed, the braking technique, everything. And then obviously, once you're in a rhythm, you tend that it just kind of magically happens. Like there, for example, perfect on the curb, because I'm in a rhythm with that corner. But other corners, if you get out of that rhythm, it can be very, very difficult sometimes to get back into it. So you're either missing the apex or taking too much of it, essentially. It's one of those tracks that I think benefits having a VR or triples or a bit more visibility out the sides. Okay, we're kind of closing in on this BMW still, so I think we're okay pace-wise. I think we've kind of got the measure of the Beamer.
209.91.
I actually don't know. I think my FOV is set to default, Willow, to be honest. I don't actually know what I've got it set to on LMU at the moment. Bonnet cam, yeah. Go for bonnet cam. That's probably going to help, actually. Let's just get rid of the repair body. Yeah, you can put the seat up front as well, yeah. I sometimes like to do that. I like to move things around. I kind of tweak the FOV until it... Obviously, you can do the calculations and stuff, and I've done them in the past, but I quite like, especially because I'm streaming and doing videos, I quite like to see a little bit more sometimes than the FOV allows me to with how I've got the rig set up, so I don't always match it perfectly. It's better to, but if you get comfortable how it is, it's fine as well, you know? It just depends on how you're treating your sim racing, how seriously you're taking every last bit of it, really. And also, I fly around between lots of different games all the time with Traction, so it's a bit tricky to have a perfect FOV, you know, setting that up every single time you update the game or reinstall it or switch between different games, having to do that calculation can be a little bit of a time sink, and sometimes you just go, ah well, I'll just get used to it how it is.
Lap 209.96.
This is split 1, Fly Sky, and I don't know if it's going to rain. I don't think there's rain on the schedule, but I'm not 100% sure. I didn't really do much prep for this one in terms of looking into details. We just kind of entered and sent it. Alright, here come the hypercars again. I think it's the race leaders battling for the lead, coming into the S's, so this is going to be fun. Thank you, guys. That's how it should be done. I know they're battling for the lead, but both of them are just going to have to take the hit here, because they could not have safely passed me through the S's, and then they go around the outside. Second one's going to dive, but fair enough, it was okay. That's how it should be done. Well done. So the race leaders still maintaining their battle through the traffic, but not ruining anyone else's race. Yeah, those S's are so difficult. Well, I had a couple of cars try and pass me there in the practice session, and it was an absolute nightmare, just trying to send it down the inside or outside through the S's, because the GT3 is so loaded into those corners that you can't just move out the way and without unbalancing the car and losing it. It's very, very difficult. Try and follow this hypercar through. The reason I pulled out there early for the hairpin was just because I want the hypercar to know that there was two GT3s in case they couldn't see the other one, just so they knew that you know, I might be diving to the inside to avoid another car, basically. Oof, that was interesting. It's all fun. I love traffic, honestly. It's so enjoyable.
That time was a 2:11.83.
Couldn't get past the beamer and all of that with all the traffic around me. I almost had a run, but it didn't quite materialize. But we do have the pace advantage, so we'll try and get past. I'm assuming that's lap traffic in front. Yes, it is. Right, come on. This could be the move. With the slipstream, I'm just closing in. There we go. Oh, did not. I actually didn't know the Ferrari was there. I was so focused on the Porsche in front, not hitting them, and the BMW behind me, I didn't even notice the Ferrari. So, bit of a light touch, but we got away with it. Hopefully they're not too bothered by that. Bit of a risk maybe sticking a nose down the inside there when I was going to turn in, but maybe it looked like I was leaving them space. Hard to know when you didn't even see them in the first place. Anyway, we survived. We got past the BMW and all of that, so
That time was a
we've gone from P8 to P5 now.
2:11.18.
Let's just consolidate this with a hypercar sending it down the inside. Yeah, you do begin to get to know which cars are safer and which are not, and obviously that doesn't always stay that way because obviously driver changes, right? But teams in general tend to have if one driver is clean, another driver is more likely to be clean than if a whole team is overly aggressive, if that makes sense. But it's not always a given, so you do get to know them slightly. But obviously in your stint, you will get to know the people around you. So like now I know the leaders are actually respectful. Like they will run it close, but they won't make the move until they can, which is great to see. And both of them were the same. Because some people definitely would have sent it into the S's, for sure. I do have yellow damage as well from the touch with the Ferrari, unfortunately, but it's just yellow all round, so it is what it is.
Can you check if it's repairable?
It is repairable.
Copy.
So we can if you want, but I think because it's yellow, I don't know if it'll make much difference.
No, don't repair.
Oh, come on. Go Toyota. Couldn't commit to the exit there because the hypercar had gone off, just a mistake, but I think we're okay still from BMW, thankfully. We had a bit of a gap. Right.
Time
Focus in again. Try and stretch that 6/10 gap out a little bit. We've got 8 laps to go this stint. Bit too greedy on the yellow curb there. I was too composed through the corner before it, so I had a perfect chance to nail the apex, and I just went for it and went a tiny bit too far, so had to back off. Affected the lap time, but not. Still haven't picked up a single track limit, so that's fine. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, good point, Dan. I think tyres, I'll look at them now, but 69 front left with 7 laps to go. It's not perfect. It's worse than it was for me during practice, I'd say. But I think it's okay. Seen that Aston behind us. They were patient, that's good. Sorry, Ross, what were you going to say?
Just practicing offline here.
Oh, nice. Is that Aston spun again? I think they might have done. No, they haven't. Saved it. Yes, I really want to have, you know, it's not going to matter too much because we started on slightly worn tyres and we're not doing a full second stint. We're going to do a slightly shortened second stint. But I ideally would want more than 60% tyres on the front left coming into the pits, and I think I'm going to have around about 60, so it should be fine. It will be fine. Yeah, well, we're going to be testing our first driver swap a little bit later on, so we'll see if it's all working properly. But to be fair, for us it worked properly last time. The only issue we had last time was getting Ross and Yuri into the server, and they've had no problems this time so far, so... I don't know what glitch specifically you're talking about, Benjamin, if it's some of the splits not working, but the driver swaps did work for us last time, so we'll see if they work for us again. Definitely drive better. Oh, it's going to be a hypercar diving to the inside here, I think. Nope, they're going to back out. Nice one. I was expecting it though. I was kind of half prepared for it. So I've run a bit wide, but it's fine.
That time was a 2:09.92.
So Lobmeyer is only 6 seconds up the road, so it's not far, and I have more in the tank. So we're still in touching distance, I would say, with P4. P3 is 12 seconds up the road, so podium, 12 seconds up the road. And then it's the Lexus in second. So I'd say, given that Mouse Esports are in this race, and obviously those 3 guys are all phenomenally fast. I've seen 2 names. I don't know if there's a third name, but that's going to be incredibly challenging unless something goes wrong for them. With Dennis and Moritz. So I think I would love to try and aim for a podium, and I'd love to look at the other Lexus, and both of those things are obviously achievable but still huge challenges, because right now that's second place is the Lexus and third place would be the last spot on the podium. So P5 at the moment, P2 or 3 or P3 or beating the Lexus, that's good, I think, objectives to aim towards in this race and make something really enjoyable out of it. The Lexus is very quick, they're 21 seconds up the road, but obviously still closer to us than they are to the leader, which is crazy. Not really seen any mid-engined choices yet. I've not seen any Ferraris, McLarens, Corvettes. It's all been like Astons, Mustangs, Lexus, Mercedes, and BMW, which is really interesting. So maybe it's just cars that are suited to this track. Guys, I'm only on 5% energy when I come through the last corner, so I should do basically a pit a lap before that, right? Like before I hit. I don't want to risk getting zero. But I don't know why it's so close. I don't know if I've saved a lap of fuel or I've lost a lap of fuel, if that makes sense. I think I've saved a lap of fuel, to be honest. No, we're doing... There's 3 of us, Steve. So I'm going to do 2 stints. Ross is going to do 2 stints. We might have a little... I might have an extra stint later on as well, and then Jernej is going to do 2 stints. So we're each taking 2. I'm very excited to have the race engineer thing enabled. That's going to be great. 64 front left. Keep missing that apex for the last corner now, but that's first reasonable lap in a while. 6/10 quicker than the Aston in front. I'm going to be pitting in 3 laps. So we'll check my settings again. That's the big sausage curve I was talking about, if you can't see the apex. I think I've actually lost a lap of fuel, so I might need to just add 1 lap of fuel in at the pit stop to compensate. Or given that this is a big stint on the same set of tyres, maybe we save that lap for later. Difficult to tell. It's been a scrappy lap. Bit of a snap there. Cost us a bit of time, but nothing else. So the team is myself, Ross McGregor of TraxionGG, of course, and Jernej Simoncic as well. Rafa Racing esports driver and just legend. So the 3 of us are teaming up. We teamed up for the first one as well. So we've got myself and Ross as like your TraxionGG representatives, and then Jernej as the stick, essentially. But I'm quite happy with how this is going so far. I could be faster, I know that, and P2's 19 seconds up the road. If I was just... I feel like I don't know if it's the damage or if it's me or what it is, but I'm just not finding the pace that I know I can. If I do consistent clean running, I know I can do low 209. So for whatever reason, I'm not doing it. But 19 seconds behind P2, that's, you know, maybe that's where on a perfect day we could be pushing towards. My qualifying wasn't the best. My race start, obviously a bit of damage and just not quite being in 100% flow. So it's kind of somewhere in the middle. But I haven't binned it. I've not got bad damage. I'm going to let them overtake down the inside. So it could be so much worse. I just think I'm not quite at 100% maximizing of this stint so far. This is the penultimate lap of this stint. Oh yeah, 20% for the Lexus and P3. That's crazy, absolutely crazy. My front left tyre wear is higher than anticipated. It's down to 60% already, and we've still got a lap and a half to go with the stint. So it's a bit more wear than my test run, and the test run had a spin in it and a couple of moments, whereas this one's only had a couple of small snaps. So whether that's damage orientated or what it is, I'm not driving faster, that's for sure. So I don't know what's causing the slightly increased tyre degrading, but
The track conditions?
could be track conditions. Yeah. Probably is, in fact. It just seems more cloudy and overcast, so you'd think it would be a bit cooler. But it is hotter, I think. 37.3. I think it was 35 during practice.
Ah.
Hard to tell. Anyway,
So,
hitting this lap.
I guess like a cold track could create more graining of the tyre. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if that's simulated properly.
You would also think it would make the track faster.
Yeah.
I am 1 lap short on this stint for fuel. It's burning more fuel, so what I might do is add in 1 lap for my next one, or I can just save it for later. I think we maybe add in 1 more just to be safe, because if I lose another one the next stint for whatever reason, then that's 2 laps gone.
Yeah, the overcut is like more powerful than undercut, so I think overfueling is better than underfueling. Because of cold tyres. The pain of cold tyres.
Well, I think you can do another one after this, right? Or is it too
I
marginal?
can't. Yeah, it's too marginal. That's why I was surprised. Ooh, nice one, Hypercar. Got squeezed and made contact onto the curb under braking.
Yeah, he moved into you. Nothing you can do.
I think I'm going to go from 77 up to 80 for the virtual energy, just to give us that extra one. Because yeah, just try and make up for that. Because I do have, it's too marginal. I've got 1.3 laps.
Yeah,
left at the
that's
moment.
fine.
Okay, so tyre wear coming in this lap. Tyres at 59% front left, so a bit more than I'd planned, but it's okay. So into the pits, we're going to be nice and cautious just to be safe. Stay within the lines. Sensible time to have a drink, and then this next stint should be a bit shorter.
Greta Thunberg will be really disappointed with you.
She will be.
How dare you?
I'm surprised though, because yesterday I had so much margin, and I'm driving slower than I did yesterday, so I don't understand. Anyway.
Maybe it's the outlap, like the fast rolling, burning some extra, but it should be fine.
Yeah, true.
From
Anyway,
now
it
on.
doesn't matter. Exactly. We've compensated, so we'll see how we do in this stint. But I'm gonna have to be careful here. Slightly colder tires, but not fully cold, of course. Same tire set, so I'm gonna be now on a full tank of fuel, but with worn cold tires. So this is where it's gonna be a slower run, but everyone's gonna be in the same boat in a minute, you would think, unless people take new tires, and that's gonna cost them later on. was too close, Ferrari. Why did you run me so close? Ferrari's just seen me come out the pits on new tyres and stuff, and then on the fast right-hander where they can run all the way out wide, they squeezed me to the inside third as I was fully loaded on cold tyres.
Saw that. That was marginal.
Thank you, this one, for waiting there. That's that Ferrari has been, that's twice now that one's been patient and good, so appreciate number 14, or not number 14, they're in 14th place, whatever car that was.
We salute you.
Esposti.
Esposti.
Hey Fishbot, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, COTA's a really interesting track. It's a track that in the past I've been known to express my displeasure with how to drive this place. It's just because I'm rubbish at it, to be honest. And I've always struggled with those really slow corners, and it's not really my style of track in terms of my driving, but I've actually really enjoyed getting to know it a bit more for this race. And as I said earlier, this is my first online race on this track ever. Somehow I've missed it in LMU so far. I've not been a single race around here. So it's been really good to actually try and do a competitive race around here and learn from people like Jernej to try and get more pace out of the track. Obviously I'm still not there yet, but I'm better than I was, and it's actually, I'm really beginning to find that this track does have a flow that I didn't quite know existed or hadn't found, so it's good.
Lap 3:04.67.
Okay, other cars in the pits now, so we'll see how this all shakes out. Lap times should now drop down to the high 9s, low 10s, but to be fair, that's kind of, the first stint wasn't far away from that anyway, so we'll see where we end up. Triple Zero's pitted. There was actually 2 Lexus ahead of us, which I didn't realise. So we were third of the Lexi. So that's a good challenge for us. The one car we couldn't see was also a Lexus. And Moritz Lerner's getting ready to jump into the mouse car. Yeah, it is there somewhere, but I'm still searching for like the final stage of flow. So like I found that there is a flow. After years of not knowing it, I could get it, and now I'm like, okay, I've got a bit of a flow, but there's still, you know, a second of pace to find against the top guys, you know. So, and to be fair, I'm not driving it like it's qualifying every lap. I'm driving it like it's a 6-hour endurance, and we're looking after the tires and all these kind of things. But the flow doesn't always have to. You can still find flow whilst driving within your limits. You know, it's 2 different things really. So yes, strategy-wise, I should talk about that because we've now pitted. We are doing a slightly different strategy. So because the tyre wear is pretty high, especially at the start of the race, instead of doing a full double stint on a set of tyres, we're doing 1 3/4 stints basically, and then it stretches out a little bit more evenly, so that we're never really hitting that cliff, and we're not running the tyres right down to the point where they're snapping on us and becoming really unstable like we found in a hypercar at Qatar right towards the end. We're trying to manage that. So it does mean that we won't have like a short splash and dash at the end, and others might do because they might be doing 2 like full doubles, but it just means that we're more balanced across the race. So yeah, it might come back to bite us later, but it'll be, we'll gain stuff from it after each of the double stints essentially by not having to run all the way. And it also means that we've got a little bit less fuel for the second stint as well, so we can run a bit lighter. There's quite a few small benefits as well as a few drawbacks, as always with these things. Ferrari stuck behind me through this bit. Nothing, nowhere you can go, but again, really safe driving from the hypercar. Okay, back in P5. I think we've got one still to pit. Two still to pit.
The leading Lexus is in big trouble. He coasted very slowly into the pits.
Oh dear. So they tried to stretch it so many laps. I think that was the one that had like 20% and we had 10.
He still had 6% while he was rolling very slowly, so must have been something else.
Oh dear.
Maybe too low fuel ratio, so they had energy but no fuel, maybe.
I think we're going to jump up to P3 here, guys.
Nice job.
And obviously we're going to be going off kilter with everyone else in terms of strategy. You can see that other people have gone full tank, so that will give us a benefit at the moment. Shorter pit stop, lighter car, so we should be ahead, but it's nice to see it anyway. It means we can kind of run our laps under the radar a little bit. Yeah, I thought that car was going to dive there, so we kind of left the room, and it is kind of an overtaking spot. That's why I left the room. I'm not going to... That's the kind of move that I would do and then be like, ooh, I'm a bit unsure about that one. It's kind of a 50-50 where you do it and you're guaranteed to hold up the GT3, but there was room, and you know, I avoided the crash. So those are the kind of moves that I would do and then regret a little bit or be a bit borderline. It's kind of 50-50, but if you're... yeah, I can't blame it too badly. We didn't make contact. He had the space. The advantage, Niels, is basically just spreading out our tyres more. So we've got very limited tyre sets for this race. You've only got 18 tyres in total. We've got to make them last 6 hours. Tyre wear is pretty heavy. And we have to also use our qualifying tyres as well. That counts towards your race allocation. So tyre wear is critical. The reason we're shortening the second stint is so that every single set of tyres has, instead of having one set that doesn't do many laps and then every other set doing 2 doubles, we're trying to spread it out so that every set of tyres does 1 3/4 stints. And it just means that what we don't get is that running on like a 25% tyre that's really going to cost us performance and maybe risk a spin. So there's a number of reasons to do with safety, but also it means that the second stint we're slightly lighter on fuel, so that should be a bit faster. Our pit stop's shorter, so we've gained track time now, and obviously we will lose that at the end. We will have a longer stop than others, so it's not that simple. But for now anyway, there are benefits, so that's our thinking.
That time was a 2:11.44.
16 seconds out of P4, 9 seconds behind P2. Obviously the Lexus did have some issues, so not the one that's leading right now, but the other one, so I think we've genuinely got that position. Van wall's coming in 5 seconds, everyone. Get the van wall horns out. Now, I don't think, as well, and Jernej, you can maybe correct me on this if I'm wrong, I don't think you can mix and match tyres, can you? You can't take one off the front left and put it on the rear right.
Now, once it's set on a corner, it has to be used there.
Yeah, I think you get a drop-down menu of tyres for each corner, and it's the ones that you've had already.
Yeah.
Just selecting Ross as the next pit stop driver. There goes the van wall. Sounds amazing when it goes past. Big Gibson V8.
Time 2:10.64.
Just going to get Ross's tyre sets ready. So we're saving... I've used the second quali set, so we'll save the first quali set for the kind of extra stint in the middle, right? And then we'll just use a new set for Ross.
Yeah, new set for us.
Don't want to get a car sliding through the S's, but we did a little bit there. Going well so far though. Don't want to curse it, but no track limits, no spins or big mistakes, a couple of small bits of contact, some not my fault at all, some could be my fault. So it's fine. Oh, cheers, Benjamin. Glad to hear it. Hopefully you have a nice final work day of the week, assuming that you're working weekdays. Good way to spend a Friday, this though. Oofed. A little bit of a snap at the rear. Let the Ferrari go by. Loses a bit of time, but it is what it is. Love seeing the Aston on track in a race. Can't quite work out at the moment if I'm slightly underdriving, slightly overdriving. I'm just not 100% sure. We've got 8 seconds to the Lexus in front, so we've actually closed that gap slightly, so that's a good target for this stint. The leading Lexus, 8 seconds ahead. They've done a driver change, so that's probably why we're closing. The first driver was very quick. Second driver, maybe... I'll just keep an eye on that gap, because maybe I'm wrong, but I think it was a bigger gap before, so maybe they'd traffic too, who knows. Keep an eye on it for the next few laps. That's the portion of the yellow curb you want to hit if you're in this race. Cut enough of it to get a green warning, not a yellow warning. It's kind of the way it is around this whole track, really. Track limits very, I would say overall very lenient. Like, they're a mixed bag. Some corners, they are a bit harsher than other corners. But you can really use a lot of the curbs, especially in the inside of corners that you wouldn't expect. That was rubbish, though. Yeah, no warnings, Mad Day Man, but we do have a lot of... I have lifted a couple of times, so I have had a yellow warning where I've lifted and avoided it causing a cut. I've had plenty of green ones, as you've seen. 2 on this lap alone, 3 on this lap alone. And that's fine. Green ones are absolutely fine. As long as you're confident they're going to stay green, then you know you can use them to your advantage. Slide we didn't want, but it's under control. Just lost a bit of time again, so right. Need to nail in again, try and find a rhythm. I want to be in the 10s at least. That's an 11. I've done a high 9 on a 2, end of a second stint before, so it's possible. Maybe the track conditions are different, maybe the damage, I don't know, but it should at least be possible to do 2 low 2 10s on a good lap. So that's what I want to just aim for, even if I'm not achieving it. 7.7 to the Lexus in front. So there you go. Just got to keep the mistakes away as well, because it's those slides that hurt things tire-wise, and also obviously risk a spin. And once it goes, it really does go. It's very difficult. So it's a balance, really. Leader's coming up again soon. 7.5 to Lexus. Flores, I'm going to drive for another 12, 13 laps, and then Ross is going to jump in. And I will be back in the seat later in the race, though. So we're coming towards the end of my double, and we'll do our first driver swap. So we'll show you how that all works if you're new to this. Give the Hypercar the option of inside or outside. We'll take outside. It's interesting there, like, I don't want to spend too long analysing things too deeply, but in theory, maybe I did the wrong thing there. Maybe to be predictable, I should be just taking my line as normal, but I noticed that Hypercars do like to go around the outside of that long right sweeper. But because he'd caught me just before it, I was kind of giving him the chance to go outside or inside. Made the outside. I was giving him the opportunity to send it. But I could have. It wasn't really my natural racing line, and that's why I'm questioning it. Because really, what you should do is stick to your line. And the Hypercars maybe expect you to go all the way to the outside and then go to the inside, and then they'll go around. So it doesn't always benefit everyone by doing what I did there and kind of sitting in the middle. Because I'm going to lose a bit of time, but the Hypercar might also rightly be a bit cautious around me because they don't know what's going to happen. So anyway. Don't analyse during the S's, as I'm finding out, because it makes you scrappy.
I think in esports splits you always stick to your racing line because the hypercars know exactly what they are doing, but normally in races with more diverse skills, you just go with it, see what feels best.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's a matter of judging at the moment as well. You go into it with a plan, and then you have to be able to adapt a little bit and learn what's going on around you. Sometimes body language of the cars is really crucial too. Like, you can tell when someone's flashing the lights or being aggressive that they're going to send it, especially when you get to know the liveries and stuff. But other times you can kind of just relax a little bit and remind yourself that it's fine. It's a tricky one. So it's this corner here. Like, when there's a car right behind me, do I go all the way out to the curb like I normally would, then turn in, blocking them essentially from the outside, but potentially showing them an inside where they might take a risky move? Or do you just sit in the middle and basically tell them, hey, go around the outside and it'll be fine, but you're obviously compromising yourself in the process, so it's tricky. I don't think you can blame I don't think you can put too much blame on the Hypercar for doing whichever there.
Sometimes you just have to help the Hypercar survive the overtake.
Yes, exactly that. That's a great way of putting it. I've seen someone ask, I think it's Flores, asking for any tips, first ever endurance race. Oh, where do you start? I'm going to recheck the comment in a minute when I'm not going through the S's. But, I mean, I'll wait. Actually, yeah, I'll analyse it after the S's. Let's not do that again.
Make sure you're in a comfy chair.
Yes, look after your butt.
And your butt will look after you.
If you're me, put plasters around your thumbs so you don't get blisters, because I've already had blisters just from practicing for this race. Have water next to you, so when you make a pit stop, you can grab a drink. That's a big one as well, if you're doing a double stint, that is. And this is all like more kind of personal tips. Obviously, if you're looking for driving and race tips, I mean, being prepared is hugely important. Oh, nice, Hypercar's crashed in front of me. Be prepared for anything, like you've just seen. That's a big one. But no, be prepared for the race. Do your homework into how long it's going to be. How, you know, for example, if you weren't really prepared for this race, you might jump in and think, oh great, I'll just take new tyres at each stop because it's faster, not knowing there's a tyre limit or not knowing how harsh the tyre limit is. And then you get to the end of the race and suddenly you're sticking on used tyres for the whole second half, or you know, maybe you've burnt through them all in qualifying because you didn't realise it's those sort of things it's good to know. So know the rules, know the race length, know how the tyres are going to work. Do a couple of practice stints is always good if you have the time. I know it's not always easy, but don't just hot lap and get fast. Try and get consistent and learn what the car does over the course of a stint, because it'll feel very different at the end to how it feels at the start. And then when you're actually in the race, just play the long game. Like, yes, there will be moments where you go for moves and you have to overtake and you're going to miss out on positions if you don't, but just remember, like lap 1 for example, if it's a case of lose a position or take a bold move that's maybe got a 30% chance of causing contact, lose the position. And things will happen to other cars and they will come back to you.
Time 2:11.67.
Good advice.
Anyone got anything else? Don't break your wheelbase and wheel the day before the race.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's a good one.
Watch Jernej's track guides. Which,
Yes.
Oh yes.
spoiler alert.
Oh. Oh yeah. TBC.
There's a lot of work still to be done there, but at some point. We've got requests coming in. You can't see this in the stream, but you've got people requesting that other people let them pass because they're faster. So you've got one team saying, "Oh, Giusti, please let the car behind you go through. He's faster." Like, it's a race. No worries, Flores. Anytime. If you want any more specific things, let us know, because I'm sure we could think of a million things, but just not in that exact moment. That's another one. Do your pit menu. So when you come to pit stop, obviously in Le Mans Ultimate there will be an engineering feature coming soon where the person driving the car doesn't have to do the pit settings. The other drivers can do it if they're in the server, but that's not there yet. So what I would say is try and get some of if you're making a pit stop, do some of the menu settings as early as you can in the stint, whether that's, you know, before you actually start the race, or, you know, it's coming out the pit lane, or it's on a straight, because you don't want to be rushing right at the last minute making all these changes to your pit stop menu. So maybe do those things early. That's another one. I feel like I might actually start using a bit more curbs on the way into the corners, just to see if it helps me find that little bit of flow and pace that I'm struggling for whatever reason. I might just try slightly wider lines in, because I did it there with a Hypercar in the inside into the last corner, and it did actually open up the corner quite nicely, just with the tyres the way they are, having that little bit more space. Thank you, Aston. Very kind. Okay, it's kind of stabilized with that Lexus. 8.6 ahead. Oh, that Ferrari's smoking. Oh no! One of the Hypercars is on fire. The oil's overheated. Or the water, I don't know, something. Oh dear. Ferrari's definitely going to go pop. There's another tip for you. Don't change menu settings when you're going into the corner because you miss the apex like I've just done. Perfectly demonstrated.
How many laps you got left?
7 or 8.
Right.
Are you been running offline?
Yeah, well, I'm on an online server at the moment practicing, so...
Oh, nice. So maybe I jump in like maybe another 10 minutes or something. I'll keep you in the loop though.
Yeah. Pace is not good, so there's that.
Hey, don't worry. I've set the tone for the car. It's fine. The car's ready for whatever pace.
Is it ready for no pace?
We've actually matched. No, we haven't. No, I'm talking nonsense. We're 38 seconds off of Moritz, but of course they gained. They lost a lot more in the pit stop, so
Yeah.
we're pretty much level with Lexus in front, but we've gapped everyone behind. So we're 26 seconds clear of fourth. At the moment.
What sort of pace are you doing?
Like 11's actually at the moment. Really?
Alright, I can do that. I could even drop in at the 10s. That's how quick I am. The question is, like, can I keep it on the track?
Well, that's the thing. Like, if we're running a second or half a second off of where, you know, a second off where we want to be, half a second off where we could be, it's if we don't spin or anything, then it's better than going a bit quicker and having a spin. I know it's easy to say.
Yeah. The SEs are particularly difficult with this Moza wheelbase. It's just not quite as smooth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably something I could get used to over time, but it's like...
not over the course of one morning.
Switching between the two is difficult.
Missed the apex again. I'm just driving not very well. Don't know what it is. Might have to just try another wee focus. Oh, your teammates will do the stretch, Flores. Stretch? Strat. I'm getting to the end of a double stint. This is what starts happening. Come on. Pull some good laps out now. We're going to change 4 tyres in the next stop. Jer, we've done a double stint on these tyres, all 4 of them, so they're all going to change. No need to hang on to them. We'll check the status of the tyres though. We've got 39% in the front left right now, 52, 52, 54, so it's just front left that's struggling more than the rest, which is what we expected, but the difference is higher than I expected. It's higher than it was in testing, for whatever reason. Maybe snatching the inside tyre under braking, I'm not sure. Let's just make sure my pit stop's ready, so no repairs, 100%. New medium tyres, nothing else has changed, perfect. So pit stop's ready to go.
Right. Good practice pit entry.
I'm once again right on the verge for fuel. Like, as I'm crossing the line, I've got 0.0 of a lap left for whatever reason, so it might be that I once again have to go a lap earlier than we kind of planned. But obviously, because we overfueled by a lap, it's going to help.
Just do a bit of lifting on the back straight.
Yeah, that's true. Just a little bit lift and coast. I just don't want
That's
to
probably
risk.
the best place.
I mean, we could easily stop a lap earlier, but I just don't know if it's. I'll see I'll see how close it is, and I'll make a decision.
Yep.
Yeah, 7.0 as we come around the penultimate corner. So yeah, a little tiny bit of lift and coast might be the way to go.
That time was a 2:10.83.
You'll not really lose much by just like 30 meters of lift and coast into every zone.
Yeah. I'm not really driving that fast anyway, so it'll probably just help me make the apex. Back in the 210s at least. A bit of both, Bearded. I'm just pushing on at the moment, but I am going to now start doing a bit of fuel saving. There's 3 of us. There's me, Jernej, and Ross McGregor as well. Ross is going to jump in next. Ooh.
So the pace isn't that bad. I just did a 209.6 and then did a pit entry, but I was like 3/10 up, so
Nice.
like it's not terrible, but
So just quickly for those watching, that yellow Ferrari there as they went past, there I didn't stay in the middle and I let them run outside. The difference there was they were further back, so they weren't right on my tail heading into the apex. So with them I could afford to just take my line properly and not worry about, you know, them committing to the outside or anything early. So that's why that was a bit different, just to let you know.
Time 2:10.4.
We're into the, back into the 2:10.4 on that lap with traffic, so that was a little bit better. I wanted to be doing more of that on a regular basis, unfortunately. Oh, big screen freeze. That was not nice. Survive right in the S's as well, just when you want a screen freeze.
Perfect.
Closing in on the Lexus slightly again, 6.8. 28 seconds clear of P4. Callum, go back and watch lap 1 of the race. That's all I'll say. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, go back and watch the first lap, and then I'll see you after. You can let me know how you found it. About an hour and a half ago, exactly. Are you doing this as well this weekend? Well, I shouldn't ask you questions when I've just asked you to go back and watch the start. Okay, left the room there. I sense that Toyota doing that.
Lap 2:10.9.
Putting the inside into the hairpin. So hard when you can't see the apex, where turning in and then you're suddenly finding yourself accelerating and turning out again as soon as you see it.
I am on the server.
Excellent. That's good news. So that's better than last time already.
Yep.
First driver swap coming up in about 3 or 4 laps time, guys.
Okay.
Depending on how well I can lift and coast here.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Sweet. Hey Mark, how's it going? Welcome. And John's here as well. Awesome. Hey, how are you getting on? We're back on LMU, John. You'll be happy to see. It's going well though. It's going alright at least. I'm 6.8 off of P2. We've got a big gap to P4. We have gone a slightly alternative fuel strategy, so we should be... We're further ahead than we should be, if that makes sense. But I think 28 seconds is definitely... We should still be in P3, just the gaps are different. Pace has been not great, but I haven't made any big mistakes. I've kept on the black stuff. No real major damage. I've looked after this car, looked after the tyres, just bits of yellow damage from contact that was unavoidable at the start. So it's going well. It's going well. I'm not 100% happy with my pace, but hey, it's a long race. Hopefully I can redeem the pace a little bit later on when I jump back in. I'm just not for some reason finding it at the moment. Not helping that I'm missing those apexes. Now I am on 2 stint old tyres at this point, so I'm not expecting to be doing 209s, put it that way, but low 210s would be more, I would be happier, let's say. We've got a 34% in the front left tyre. So this offset that we're going to do does mean that we'll have new tyres on the car and a full tank of fuel when our competitors are still on the end of their second stints, and that's where we'll get our advantage. Obviously Ross is by far and away the least experienced of the 3 of us on LMU. He's done, I think, 4 races in total now. So, and he'll have to warm up the tyres and stuff, which does take a few laps. So hopefully it'll kind of balance itself out, but give Ross a little bit of a platform to get comfortable. And yeah, we're right in the mix. So yeah. Oh, you've gone Aston, Mark. Nice. Yeah, the Lexus is tricky. It destabilizes very easily in the S's, doesn't it? Don't know what you found or what setups you were running, but it's it takes a lot of concentration to keep this thing from spinning, actually, when you're pushing for a good lap time. I think I'm on average about half a second a lap off where I want to be, so 43 laps in, that's 21 seconds away from where I feel like I could be on a good day when I'm with the pace that I should have. So we should be really P2 right now is the way I would look at it, but I'll take P3 with no big mistakes. And if you'd have offered me after qualifying 7th, if you'd have offered me ending the stint in P3, 6 seconds off of P2 and 30 seconds ahead of P4, I would have taken it. So. Oh, nice, Mark. Yeah, the driver swaps are very, very simple. You'll see how it works, but assuming everything goes to plan, it should be fairly simple. It's a 2:10.4. That's more closer to what we want to be doing. It's so, through here, Mark, it's so sketchy. And you have to be on the throttle, basically, most of the corner. If you lift off fully, it just risks the rear coming around on you. I thought it would be track limits, but we got away with it. Another lift and coast on the back straight should be good for fuel. Could really use these tyres now as well, because they're about to go off the car for the final time. That's the worn set. I was trying to use the rear a little bit more to get me some lap time and use the rears that I have left, but as you see there, if you're just doing that once, I got in the power and had a big tank slapper and lost like 3/10, so that's how on the knife edge the car is. If I just try and use those rear tyres, it's just going to snap around on you. Someone in the chat saying they already have no new tyres, which is really interesting. Okay, the lifting and coasting has worked. I think we're going to be fine. 2 laps to go, Ross, if you're back.
I'm back.
Nice. 2 laps to go, less than 2 laps to go now. I'm trying to use the rear tyres that I've got left, so I just accelerated a little bit early out of the slow corner just to use the rotation of the rear tyres that I'm not going to use anymore. And like, had a big snap, almost lost the car. So it just shows you like how on a knife edge it is all the time. As soon as you start going, I'll just use a tiny bit more, boom. No, you won't. That could have been another low 210. So finally, that's the pace I've been looking for at the end of the stint. I wanted to be doing low 10s, high 9s, and without that little snap of the rear, I think it would have been a 210-1. So finally, at the very end of a double stint, feeling like I'm somewhere near where I should be. Follow the Ferrari, missing the apex. What I might do, Ross, is deselect you and reselect you just to make sure, because I've not done it since you joined the server.
Yep.
So for everyone watching, driver swaps, very simple. I've got a lap to go in my stint, so I'll be putting Ross in the car. Right near the top here, below the damage meter, which you can choose to repair or not repair, you can see there I can select a driver. So I'll do it on the pit straight. But there you go, Ross McGregor selected as a driver, which is what I want. But I'm going to just go off it and back on it, just to be safe, because Ross left the server and rejoined. So John Munro, Jernej Simoncic, Ross McGregor, that's selected. And that's it done. Basically I just need to make sure the pit stop's requested, which it is. New tyres going on, I've selected that, and then we're good to go. Just change your fuel.
I've had a message come up on the screen saying John Munro is pitting this lap.
Excellent. So there you go.
The system works.
And then hopefully, don't speak too soon, but hopefully when I pull into the pits, it just automatically switches over and then Ross is in the driver's seat without really doing anything. And there's a manual thing you can do to override it if he doesn't end up in the seat, where you can click drive, I think.
Yeah, you've got to be on standby with your keyboard, just in case.
These tyres will be grateful for a breather, I think. Whole time was crazy. Mouse C Sports did a 6.6. I thought a 7.0 would be up there. But no, 6.6. It is split one though, guys. And that is GT3, not Hypercar. Yeah, race engineer not activated yet. Hopefully soon. Right, in this lap, Ross, you ready?
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Sweet.
Absolutely brimming with confidence.
Be fine.
Yeah, I'm going to take it really easy the first couple of laps, just to... Yeah, the SEs is really sketchy.
Oh, cold tires. Yeah, horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Don't do what I did in quali, basically. Or in practice, even.
Probably be in traffic, won't I, when they come out?
Yeah, not far away. I think you'll be behind the big group, which is quite nice, because we're being on a full tank, so I think you'll be just behind the kind of 15 seconds covering 5 cars, so in we come. 0.4% left on energy, so that's perfect. 0.1 laps.
Good stints.
Cheers. Not perfect, but could be a lot worse. Right. So,
Yeah, well done.
52-second pit stop, 12 seconds for a tyre change, and then 40 for the fuel. That should be me. Now, Exton car, there you go. I haven't done anything, as you can see. And now Ross should be behind the wheel. I'm going to click watch.
Okay, engine on.
Sweet, you didn't have to do that yourself, did you? It did it for you?
I think I did it myself.
Oh, fair. I think it does it for you anyway if you don't do it yourself.
Yeah, it does it automatically.
Cool.
There we go. Your pit limiter is on.
Sweet.
Just remember, cold tyres. Yep.
Yeah,
Have fun.
I can't forget that.
Yeah. Yeah, too much trauma in the past.
All the trauma.
You're clear on track. Alright, I'll mute up Discord. Good luck, Ross.
Cheers.
Right, I'll let Ross concentrate so he can't hear me now. I hope. Yeah, we're good. Just want to check. That was, it was decent. It was decent. I can nitpick about things I wasn't completely happy with. Of course I can. But, no, hard to complain too much when you survive, you don't make any major mistakes, and we're, you know, in a fight for the podium positions, let's say. Cheers, Ken. Yeah, super simple. So, yeah, second driver swap race ever on the Mon Ultimate. The first one, we found it once we got everyone in the server. That was the issue. Getting Ross and Jernej in the server, there was an issue, but they solved that before my pit stop, so it was fine. I did a triple stint to start with. Once that point had happened, we had no issues with anything. It was absolutely perfect. So, yeah. I'm going to turn the car audio down a little bit now. I know it sounds great, but I can't hear myself think. Okay, Ross in the traffic. Ooh. Classic.
Yeah. Keep it tidy, lads.
I maybe look like new. Maybe the camera's doing wonders for me, but no, it wasn't too bad, honestly. It wasn't too bad. I feel... Yeah, I do want to zoom out a bit anyway, just so you can see more, but I don't have any buttons assigned. Let me look into that. I probably do have buttons assigned. Sorry, just making sure I was muted. Don't want to be chatting in Ross's ear. Let's see. So, zoom in, zoom out. I've got nothing assigned on the wheel, which makes sense. Okay, I've got nothing assigned on the keyboard either. Let's just go with maybe plus and minus. I don't need triple screen configuration.
Jesus.
I'm missing the action. There we go. So now, hopefully... There you go. Now we can see a bit more of what's going on. LMU is unplayable. Ooh. On your PC, Mark. New PC coming. Amazing. I'm just going to read through some of these comments because I need to regather my composure. Let Ross kind of fire on here. He should be... there's a couple of laps to get the tyres warmed up. And then you'll get up to speed. But Ross has done, I think, 4 races total now in Le Mans Ultimate. Very a fantastic experienced sim racer, but not experienced on LMU. So I'm somewhere in the middle, and then Jernej obviously the Stig, as we keep calling him. So between the 3 of us, we just got to keep it on the road, keep the pace at a reasonable level, and then hopefully Jernej at the end will find us a bit more, you know, we'll be able to up the actual speed a little bit. But saying that, he will also have to manage potentially a stop deficit or pit stop deficit compared to the others. As you can see, we're off kilter with our strategy. We have a plan in place fully. I'm sorry to hear that, Mark. It sounds like the new PC you're getting is great. What kind of stuttering are you getting? Is it like other cars stuttering, or is it your own stutters? I mean, you could probably see by watching the stream there, I'm also getting a few stutters. My PC specs are in the description. The PC's getting a bit old now. I've had a few... you know, there's a little bit of a feeling that maybe my PC is getting to that point where I need to do something about it. Yeah, the graphic is bugged when you're viewing other people, it looks like. We can see that, so the damage is correct, but I don't know if that'll change if Ross gets more damage, or if we fixed it, I don't know if it would change. I think the tyre temperature is definitely bugged, because he should now have green tyres. He's on his 3rd lap. We can bring up the full standings bar. I can remember how to do it. There it is. Interesting. Yeah. Full screen stutters and then freezes. It's wild. Like, and some people find it's absolutely fine. Like, I mean, Luke's Motorsport Racing. Welcome to the chat, first of all, Luke. You have no issues with everything on 4K, but it's bizarre. Sometimes it's related to, which sounds ridiculous, your peripherals, like wheels and other things plugged in, can actually make a difference. Of course, it could just be the settings that you're running. It could be a certain update. Obviously, I had an LMU issue with stutters that you can still see in small areas. Like, you saw it during that stint. There was a couple of times where I think an Aston Valkyrie passed me, and then you saw it moving forwards and backwards, and it actually affects the speed of my game, the force feedback, the lap time, everything. Thankfully, not too bad. And the first lap of the race, absolutely fine, no real issues. And that was, if you watched our review, a major issue for me when this game first reached version 1.0. So they've solved that issue, but there's still a bit of an issue left. Put it that way. iRacing for me, I never get freezes on iRacing, Jernej. Like, for me, it's 100% fine on iRacing, and then I get freezes on other games. I got them in R Factor 2 back in the day. Not really on this PC, but clearing shaders, yeah, always good to try. For anyone who's having issues, you know, have a listen to all of this feedback, because clearing your cache and shaders and doing the integrity of your Steam files is also key as well, just to make sure there's nothing funky. But with LMU, I don't think there is much that can be too funky. 100% John. Ross done a 208 so far, 298 straight away, which is great. His pace, he's, you know, if he can run consistent 209s, I think he'd be delighted, because I was running consistent 209s in my stint. I would have liked to have done a high 208 or low 209s. I was doing mid to high, I think, and generally, and you know, lots of little mistakes here and there. So if Ross can just kind of run in around the 209s, I think we'll all be delighted. I think he'll be happy as well. Don't be surprised as well if he goes faster and just moves ahead of us all. Welcome, Stephen. I saw you in the hypercar earlier as well. I think we're in the same. Are we in the same split? I'm obviously focusing in on the GTs here, but I think we're in the same split. Who are you running with, though? What car number? Oh, you're practicing. Oh, cool. Please don't apologize, Mark. That's literally what this is all about. I want the chat. It's good. And if someone here can offer you advice, whether it's me or someone more knowledgeable and skilled than I am, then great. So honestly, never worry about that at all. Ross is just chilling out. You know, he's just about to do a 209.6. Nice one, Ross.
Cheers.
That sounds like a calm and happy Ross McGregor. And then you hear a Ferrari coming from behind. I'll maybe check VSync and NVIDIA control panel for me as well. That's a good shout. Yeah, so this is exactly what I was saying with our strategy before. There is method in our choice, because we're off strategy with everyone else. They've all got, you know, they're running now tires that are like at 20%, right? Properly worn tires. And with the way we're doing the strategy, we're not really going to have to do that. Maybe at some point we have to run them quite close. Everyone else might have a really short final stop to do, which we will not have. But our second stints are always going to be shorter, and it just means that we're never really using the worst part of the tyre, and it means that this situation happens where Ross is out there on new tyres and he's fastest man on track, comfortably fastest man on track. So we're going to gain that time, and obviously when then they do their pit stop, they take full fuel, you know, it's going to just help us edge further and further forward until the point where everyone else has a short stop. So we are taking gains early to lose them later, which is never the nicest feeling, but in the grand scheme of things, it honestly does make the most sense. Yeah, don't worry, Yerdy. This is a thing to try after, and I don't know if that would completely fix my issues now with the little stutters and stuff. Frame rate wise, I was fine in the practice session. I was getting pretty consistent 60 all the way through. In this race, you probably saw at some points it dropped a little below 60. There was a few stuttery moments, let's say. So it's not perfect, but it's definitely manageable. I mean, I can comfortably run a race. It's just not that every moment of that race is fully comfortable. I really hope, Mark, you find a solution with one of these things, but maybe honestly write them all down. I've tried full screen and borderless, made a big difference for me as well, but then since an update happened, it doesn't matter anymore which I'm in. But beforehand, like for my early streams, and you might remember this, Mark, I was finding that I was having to change it for the stream to full screen just because the borderless was causing issues. That battles for position, so let's go on board. Actually, no, I'll stay off board so we can give them some spottering. No engineering stuff this time, unfortunately. But for the next race, hopefully it'll be tested. So clearly they're not fully comfortable with it and happy with it yet to work. So they want to test everything else. I actually appreciate that method of just rolling stuff out when you're confident it works, making sure it does. Oh, that makes absolutely no sense, Yernej. Oh, I love it. Right. I don't think he's going to have the tyre to fight you too hard here.
Yeah. Don't know what to do here. Whether I go for a dive or not.
Yeah.
Probably too far back.
I don't think he's going to fight you if you do get through. You'll be able to get him on an exit. Just gonna watch Ross here. There we go.
Just conscious of loader behind as well. Try to stay ahead.
Beautifully done.
Never thought I'd see the day.
I know we're on new tyres, but you are fastest on track comfortably. Sorry, I might have been saying things to you when I thought I was muted, and then muting myself when I was unmuted. So I don't know if you heard me. But you were fastest, yeah, even though you're on new tyres and everyone else is in pitting and stuff. You were fastest on track for those good few laps by quite a long way.
Wow.
Okay, now I've muted.
Let's jinx it.
Yeah, so we can see fuel numbers because the percentage on the right here is your virtual energy tank. So in GT3, virtual energy and fuel can be viewed as one and the same, just because it's essentially the percentage you have remaining of the fuel tank. So even if you've got loads of fuel, if your virtual energy is down at 11, you're going to have to pit and take a lot more virtual energy. So that's your fuel numbers for our rivals. You can see we're on 76, but we're actually in 6th position. Everyone else in front of us is still to pit. So then hopefully we'll jump back up to 3rd. You can't see their other information, I think. I think it's just the tyres. Sorry, just the fuel. I don't think you can see anything else. If we go on board... I mean, it shows different damage, but I wouldn't trust that. I've not been able to trust that in the past. I mean, to be fair, it looks like it's working. It's changing for every driver. And, I mean, Moritz has got no damage. That seems realistic. Other cars all have damage. That seems realistic, because we're not Moritz. No, the number 8 BMW is okay. Merc's got front and back damage. And then we have 3 yellow panels, thanks to a combination of lap 1 shenanigans that I had nothing to do with, and then the side panel was me turning in on a Ferrari hypercar that I didn't know I was there because I had 2 other cars around me, so there you go. Can you see every MFD menu this time? So, do you mean... Let me think about this. Ah, yes. Yeah, I wouldn't trust the information based on last time because it was inconsistent, but it looks okay on this one. Ignore tires for sure, because everyone's tires are cold, so there's no tire temperatures. Damage looks like it could be working, but no guarantee. Ross is going to pick up some places soon because we'll have pit stops. The relative timer's definitely working. Clock's 3:01. That's pretty much spot on, I think, as well. No cuts. Can't see them anyway. Can we see that for other cars? No. So you can't see cut information. So you've got basic information, as Ross is dealing with a Toyota. Not yet, Martin. Not yet. Yeah, look, you can, there you go. There's our driver names. So you've got drivers and teams. I don't know if the rules are you have to have your main name. I think it might be, but I've definitely seen names that aren't just full names here. So, yeah, I think you do have to have a real name at least. Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't be able to see everything. So, we can just experiment. So, time-wise, we're seeing optimal, fastest, best times there. And that seems to be working for every team. So we can view best times. That's realistic, because in real life you would have that data made available to everyone, would be lap times and stuff. So you can see all the different best lap times there. Going between cars. Wow, Ross has got traffic galore. A bit of screen tearing there with virtual sync off. Or vertical sync, I should say. Is it virtual sync? Vertical sync? I think it's vertical. I call it V-Sync so often that I genuinely forget. Can't view tires. Oh, that's all you can view. Okay, so you can't view the full MFD. So no pit stop menu. That'll be the engineering role when that works, which is not yet. We've got no fuel information in terms of the proper analysis, and we've got no what's the other one? In-car electronic adjustments. It makes complete sense. You can view basic information, but not all the information for all the cars. So again, all sensible and stuff that, yeah, it does actually make sense. There's 000 out the pits ahead of us. That is essentially the battle for P2 at the moment, when everything shapes up. So that's fine. It is vertical sync, I'm pretty sure it was. Sorry, Creeper, you asked me a question earlier. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the Lexus? It's really hard for me to say at the moment, because I've not done a GT3. This is my first proper GT3 race since the tyre model update, other than a couple of races at Bahrain. So I've not been putting the time into testing them. And it's my first ever race in the Lexus. I think disadvantage is its stability through the fast stuff can be a bit questionable. Now that could be setup. Obviously you could go for a safer setup, not have that problem, but to make it fast also makes it pretty lethal, like surprisingly lethal. And that could just be an LMU thing, but I feel like the Lexus has, and Mark could attest to this, it's fine, you're on the curbs, you're in the flow, you're being smooth with it, it's grand, and then all of a sudden when it snaps, it can be very easy to lose the car. Now I didn't lose it at any point in my stint, but in practice I lost it quite a lot. I know Jernej did a race last night, and he was a lot faster, so he was closer to the limits everywhere, but he also made had a couple of spins in one particular corner where the rear just came around under braking. So it is a tricky car in that sense, but overall the kind of feeling of the car is quite neutral. It's a car that you don't force, it's a car that you let it do the work, which is not normally the kind of thing that I do. I'm normally someone who kind of drags a car to do it what I want it to do, and not always good on tyres. It's better in some cars than others, not always the fastest way, but I can get good laps out of certain cars by doing that. The Lexus is not really one for that. You're much better off letting the car do the work, letting it take the hits essentially, and trusting it, especially the way we've got it set up. It is a little bit higher. It's a bit of a, it's a kind of all-rounder in terms of its characteristics, I would say. But it's not the easiest car in the world. It sounds good though. Fun to drive. I really like the feeling of it. Someone asked about hypercar times. Full Send 33, welcome along. 154s. We're in split one as well, remember. So 54.4 is the best lap, that is, from the leader. 54.3, 54.8, 55.0, 55.2. 54.8 as they come in for the pit stops. I believe these two, the number 69 and the number 30, have been kind of battling for the lead throughout the whole race so far, which is great. No worries at all. Should we jump on board with Dennis? Oh, they're pitting again. Interesting. They're doing singles. So Dennis is actually getting back in the mouse car, guys. Interesting. So they're doing single stints.
Someone's going slowly here. Shit.
That was terrifying. I did not see the hypercar coming. I was just watching the slow car, and then suddenly through it came.
Same.
I'm going to see who that was. I think it's a back marker.
Maniac! The Jibbity. Shibby. I think that is.
I'm not seeing a Shibbity.
Oh.
What, the team name or the driver name?
Driver name. SJIBB.
Oh, is this the hypercar?
Yeah, that went past.
I was looking for the GT that was slowing down.
I think, was that Chen?
Yes, they're in the pits.
Right, I'm going to shut up because there's hypercars coming.
Right, mute up for Ross. Let him focus on this is where it's sketchy. I mean, look at this. Oh, what a move from the Ferrari. So the Cadillac was, you could see them desperate to get through, couldn't find the room, and the Ferrari totally took advantage of that. So, I mean, that's when traffic's really fun for the hypercars. You know, it's a chance to overtake, and the Ferraris nailed it there. Unfortunately, Ross was, I mean, there's nothing Ross did wrong at all. He was a cork in the bottle, essentially. And
That's
he was
right then.
There was actually an amazing move from the Ferrari because the Caddy couldn't get by you there. The Ferrari just swept around the outside and boxed it in. It was brilliant.
Chef's kiss.
Martin, you're doing the race today. Good luck. We will take a look at the liveries, yeah, for sure. The top speed's down in the Lexus. I'm just catching up with some of these older messages. There is track rubber progression in LMU RA. There is. The track gets grippier as it goes. There's different presets that you can change the starting grip. So you can either start with a lightly gripped surface, you can start with a heavily gripped surface, something in the middle. So it is a thing. It progresses at different speeds depending on your settings and stuff as well, but the track should be rubbering in as we go. That might also explain why the lap times weren't quite there, or it could also explain, compared to the practice session, and it could also explain the tyre wear. In fact, we can check the MFD. It should say saturated grip. So there you go. So it tells you the grip level. If you look at this page of the MFD when you're driving, tells you the grip level with a descriptor. So saturated, heavy, light, medium, things like that. So there you go. Shall we take a look at some liveries? I would like to assign some buttons as well so I can look left and right. So I'm going to do that first. Let's try these ones. We don't need to be able to steer. Not important. We'll have a look at some of the liveries. You've obviously seen them on track, some of them, especially the hypercars. So that's your current race leader.
So that's P2 ahead.
Oh, hang on. Ross. Sorry, guys. I'm going to pause this. Ross is asking a question. Don't want to totally abandon him. Yes, it is. 5 seconds or something, right? So it's basically where we were before. New driver in the car as well, so good luck.
Thanks.
Really interesting. I'm looking at the side view of the cars, and we're heating up all four when we're under brakes, where balance is quite good. The car in front of us is just heating the fronts a lot and not the rear, so we've got different. You can tell the brake bias based on the heat going into the brakes.
Interesting.
We'll see it going into the first corner. So this is P2 who Ross is chasing down at the moment in the 000. Let's see under braking. So you should have a glow at the front. Okay, no, it's maybe later in the lap when you get the. Oh, there's Ross in amongst it. He's got rear glowing though. See, so we are using more rear tires even there, or rear brakes, I should say. More heat. Anyway, I'll leave Ross to concentrate. I just wanted to check if he was asking us something there, but he was just kind of announcing that we're back to that battle for P2. So, P1 in the pits right now. That's the Revolt livery on the Porsche. Very, very nice. Simple black scheme, but I quite like it. Looks very dark and scary. We've got the kind of, not custom livery there, the standard number 8 car on the 420 Toyota in P2, about to take the lead, but also need to pit in the next lap. Then you've got the number 30 Ferrari. Now this is a custom one. Looks a bit Team Red liney. You've got blue and red. Team of Trax. Or Team A-Trax? Team of Trax. So it is like almost like a Verstappen-y kind of livery. Almost like a red line livery. Spider-Man, maybe. A bit of yellow down the middle as well for Ferrari. I like it. It's different. Not my favourite colour scheme, I'll be honest, but good effort gone into creating it, which is what we want to see. 74 Alpine. You've got a nice kind of black and white Renault thing going on, but then you've got the rainbow in the middle, giving it a lot of colour, which is very nice. So, big fan of the 74 Alpine. With it, there is Ross behind. We're in the Rafa Racing liveried Lexus this time, not the traction car. Then you've got the 56 Ferrari. So that is, again, looked like it was the default Ferrari livery, but it's not, because you've got the splashes of pink and green. So they've kept the Ferrari red, or at least close to Ferrari red, but they've added their own personalization there with the green and pink. Big fan of that. I'm not a massive fan of the overall feel of the livery, personally, but I'm a big fan that they've kind of kept the Ferrari livery and then just added their own splashes. It's almost like a privateer situation that you'd see in endurance championship. So I appreciate that. And listen, I'm not going to sit here and start judging how pretty or ugly every single livery is if people have gone to a lot of work to create them. Alpine's in the pits, so that means who have we not seen? We've seen all of these drivers now. So yeah, the Alpine's in the pits, so it drops down. You've got the 313 Porsche just in the standard in-game livery. 24 is in a standard livery, 60 is in a standard livery, so is 16, making their way through the GTs. This is the one. So this, I love this car. This has been standing out to me as it's gone past. There's been a few close calls with it in the traffic, but half pink, half white. I mean, suits traction. You've got Red Bull sponsorship on there, Moses sponsorship. Very, very simple. It's just basically pure white on one side, pure pink on the other. So easy and quick to create. But then they've stuck on the relevant stickers and sponsorship. Simagic, Moza, Goodyear. So maybe the team, some of them are running Simagic, some of them are running Moza. That's exactly the same two brands that Ross was switched between for this race as well, going from the Simagic to the Moza. No Cadillacs. There is a Cadillac, but it's in the default livery. Yes, Crook the Rook. Yes, if you see that there's a bit of like a crumple on one side, so I think this car's got it on the pink side. No, this car is actually immaculate. But yeah, that kind of crumpled look is damage. So we'll find that with other cars. Here you go, the Toyota 11. Oh, they've gone for the flower kind of special livery, number 7, which is good to see. Can't remember what race that was for with the flowers. If it was for Fuji, or was that the Le Mans one? I think the 7 car was the bright red Le Mans special. So they've got damage at the back. You can't really see it with the rear as much with the damage, but they have orange damage at the back apparently. Not going to be helping things. This one's interesting, the 97. So another custom livery on the Porsche. They've got like a kind of French thing going on maybe with the blue, white and red, but it's on a black base, which I think looks great. I really like blue, white and red on black in that style with that tone of blue, light blue. I think it's quite a simple livery, but it's solid. They use the lines well. Clean, very nice, like it. Bit of damage on the front there, you can see the crumple, so you can see my mouse. You can just see as we go under the circuit. That'll be turn 1 then. That kind of sheen shows you that the car's damaged. So it's annoying when you're trying to take screenshots and you damage your car, but it doesn't affect anything. Just doesn't look as nice. So our Rafa car, unfortunately, for screenshots, is going to be damaged from lap 1 onwards. Here's the van wall. So they've gone for a purple and green. Oh no, okay, this is Onid. Okay. So I know this team. And David Gibbons is an employee at Studio 397, or Motorsport Games, I should say, in Le Mans Ultimate. So...
Okay, front left's worn by 21%.
The track is quite warm, but because you're not doing a full second, I think it's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so you can see there, I'm in this livery because I lost a bet to David Gibbons, so there you go. That's why he's in the van wall. Not last in class either. Can't say I'm a fan of the purple and green, but I appreciate the the text. And the sound of the van wall. Love it. Jin, don't worry.
Just have to ease off there for our track limits.
Black.
Still on 0, I think.
Fully black car is absolutely fine for practice. That's what happens. So you cannot see the livery during the practice sessions, only in the race. So for us, we also had a black car during all the practice sessions with this livery on. As soon as we join the actual race, it's the proper livery, so don't panic. Do not panic. It should be okay. Just make sure you've got the livery assigned to the lineup, but I think for you to select the car for practice in the first place, you must have it, so I think you're fine. We'll keep making our way through the liveries, and eventually we'll get back to Ross to see if he's okay. This is another interesting one. So this Aston, you've got kind of a green and white webbed thing going on one side. You've got white down the middle, and then you've got blue and yellow checkers on the other. It's wild. Absolutely wild livery. flags on the fin as well. I don't want to get this wrong, but is that Belarus? Yellow, green, and red. I'm gonna get it wrong. I said I don't want to get it wrong, and I've taken a stab. Oh, Porsche spins. Who's that? Okay, one of the cars behind us, so that's fine. They're not really a rival at this stage, but they've had a big spin there. German police. Ah, interesting. I didn't even clock that the yellow and blue is like a police. I mean, it actually looks like the UK police thing. I didn't even look at it like that because I'd only seen it from behind and in front. I'd not seen the checkered on the side. Ah, so it's police livery. Cool, okay. I didn't know that, but I have to say, from the rear, it looks awesome. Lots of nice colours in there. A bit of a mismatch, a bit of a mash. That's what I'm trying to say. Mismatch. And it looks great in the mirror. There's the caddy, and it is in the pits, and it's the standard. Oh no, it's not in the pits. It's still stuck on the pit limiter. Not sure where you are on track right now, Ross, but there's a hypercar going around on the pit limiter. With the engine not started, so just be careful. They're currently into turn 2.
I'm not far away then.
Okay, they're on the inside of turn 2. I'll just keep you updated.
And turn 1.
Okay, they're on the right-hand side of the track going into the S's, so you should be fine.
Sweet. Thank you.
Ah, they've run out of energy. They've got fuel, but no virtual energy, I think.
Ah.
Or maybe they do have fuel, but they don't have fuel. We can't see it. But yeah, they're out of puff. They're gonna have to cruise around at 37 on the electric. No, they can't even do. Yeah, does that technically make sense? Yeah.
Hopefully I've got enough battery.
Dan, you're spot on, because I saw them in the pits. They were literally coming out the pits, so yeah. We don't know, so we can't view the battery, I don't think, because I don't think we can view other cars' battery levels, right? I think they'll be full for all of them. Yeah, that's not accurate, so ignore the fact that the battery looks full. 37 mile an hour, so they're on the pit limiter all the way around. We don't know if they've got enough battery. Oh, tricky. But I'm not sure if they, like... I'm not sure how that works. Oh. They fired up again. They've got fuel. So they've got fuel, they don't have vet energy. So they just... they're out of virtual energy. It's complicated. There's battery power. There's virtual energy, which is not a real thing, so it doesn't physically affect the car. It's just a penalty if you run 0, and they've run 0.
How
so
many cuts are we allowed to get?
I think it's 5, Jernej.
Copy.
And then there's, oh yes, there's physical fuel load. So this car clearly has physical fuel, because it was able to start the engine. It was able to run on electronic all the way through the first sector, so it's got a little bit of battery. It's just got 0% virtual energy, so it needs to basically drive around very fuel efficiently to get to the pits. But it's then going to have, obviously it's lost a huge amount of time, and they're going to have to serve a big penalty for hitting 0. So, it's not looking good for them. And they're in the way. But obviously trying very hard to stay out of the way. Oof. Oh, they've lost it now. Oh no. Come on. 18 miles an hour. This is painful to watch. Go in the grass. They're still crawling back to the pits, by the way, at 17 miles an hour. We're committed now. We're going to watch this all the way. Yeah, that will be another stop-go, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, will they make it? I'm rooting for them to make it. I know they maybe should escape for the safety of the race, but I'm rooting for them to make it. I just don't want them to keep sitting on the racing line. I mean, they're on the braking zone. Ross, where on track are you?
Coming up to the fast right-handers.
Okay, he's on the outside. You're fine. He's in the penultimate corner on the outside of the road.
Yeah, I see him. I see him. He's being safe, at least.
Yeah, if he's got any power, though, he's got to cross the road at some point. It's going to be like a child trying to cross the road. Come on. 13 miles an hour. He's going to have to wait until he's got a massive gap and then roll across. So he's going to be looking at his relative. He's going to go now? He's going now. He's made it across the road. There's John. Oh no, he stopped. Why has he stopped? No, don't do this. He's literally just come to a stop on the pit lane entry line. He's so close. And it looked like he stopped. It looked like he hit the brakes to stop. No. He's rolling backwards.
Yeah,
That's
I need
it.
some advice on setting the pit strategy. What numbers are we aiming for?
So, if you set the fuel number to 77%.
Yep.
And then make sure you've got no tyre change selected, I think. I'm going to recheck our strategy, but I think that's where we're at. Yes, no tire, so no new tyres and 77%.
Cool, that's all set.
Guys, I think this Cadillac's not going to make it. They're stuck on the red. Oh, the van wall's giving him a push. Okay, the van wall's saving the Cadillac. He's pushed him into the pits. There you go. Race not over.
Well done, that van wall.
The van wall's good for something. Well done.
Well done, that van wall.
The chat go wild. See, it's not about winning. It's about sportsmanship. It's about taking part. Van wall is love. Van wall is life. And he actually took the place there as well. He's one position ahead, but he's 4 laps clear.
What a guy.
Love that from you, Hammer. Wow, what a story to get invested in there. That's it's great. No idea how Ross is getting on. I just want to see about the pits, but we'll come in and check. We'll check back in a sec. He's gonna have a big penalty. Car's up on the jacks though. It's a good sign. 100%. Hey, he's gonna have a big penalty, as I say, and he's 7 laps down. But if he wants to finish the race, he can do. We've got 2 hypercars already in the pits or DNF'd. Right, shall we check in on GT3? Shall we look at the other liveries? So this is the mouse livery. Looks fantastic, of course. Proper esports team, proper esports livery. I mean, what can you say about these guys? We know how fast they are as drivers anyway, but they're proving what can be done. Like if we, if it was Jernej, this is what could happen. These guys are absolutely flying. Averaging 209.2 rather than, so even they're not in the 208s at least, so that makes me feel a bit better. 208.8 on the last lap though. Average of 209.2 over the last 5 laps, and a best lap of 207.6, which is, in race pace, absolutely ludicrous. ludicrous. I've done a mid 208 best, so a second away. Lexus in second, really like that livery. Yellow, black and white, big fan. And again, fairly simple, but good colour combo. I do wish there wasn't... Oh no, there's a yellow small line separating the white and black, so that does actually make complete sense. But the Mustang does look a bit wide. Almost looks like a GTE car. There's Ross, P3, there we are. So 9 seconds off of the Lexus in front. So we finally get an update for how Ross is going on. He's averaging mid-10s, which is absolutely fine. Considering the traffic and everything like that. You've got the battle of the Lexus. We're less than 10 seconds behind P2 still, so we're in that battle. And then in our next pit stop, there's a chance we jump them. But again, we're going to be going more off strategy, so it will come back to bite us. You've got the Aston in fourth. Oh, Martini livery. So you haven't seen this livery. This is the thing, we haven't seen the GT liveries, because if we're close to them in the race, we're not getting lapped by them or lapping them, are we? So there's your Martini Aston, number 22. Obviously looks great. Classic livery. No comments. 348, that's the standard livery, I believe, isn't it? That's the one of the selectable default liveries. Racing Spirit Le Mans, there you go. This is definitely custom. We have seen a bit of this one, the number 8 BMW. We've been battling with this Beamer a few times. Flashes of light blue in there, bits of yellow, nice kind of bright colours, and then some artwork on it as well. So, yeah, something a bit different from Quantum Speed, but I like it. Not my livery, I'll be honest. But I appreciate the workmanship and the effort. Number 18. You've got a red and white stripe across, an off-centered red and white stripe across the top. You've got a centered stripe in the middle of the bumper. This is a little bit more all over the place. The white and red stripes down the side. So we've got another Lexus in the race and another different colour on the grid, which is what we want to see. And that's the main thing about these custom liveries as well. You're getting lots and lots of colour. So I'm just catching up with the chat as well while I've been rating these cars. I'm glad we caught that moment there with the van wall saving the Cadillac. Where are they now? I don't know. We'll check in. Tobias, race is going well. Ross is in P3. There you can see it, 9.5 seconds off the P2, 33 seconds out of P4. As it stands. You can hear different sounds of the Lexus depending on where you have the camera. Quiet at the front. Side exhausts. I love the way you can see the brake glow as well. So you can tell what the brake bias is based on the temperature of the brake discs and the colour. Ross using all the brakes. We've all been using all the brakes. Right, we're making our way through here. We've got, next up is 188, which is this. Oh, they've gone for the Bilstein BMW. So they've gone for the broad bent Super GT Misha Sharudin BMW style. Love that, looks great. Got default livery on the 7. You've got the a kind of custom monster livery on the 81, black and purple on the BMW with some Rossi yellow as well. World Rallycross Championship branding I'm spotting on there, so love to see that. Looks like actually, what team is that in Rallycross? I'm pretty sure that's that's kind of an inspired livery by one of the World Rallycross teams. It's not one of the Hansons. I can't remember. I think there's a purple livery in there. Sadly, Miko won't be able to hear me because I'm talking, but no, no engineering yet. I'll just leave a comment. There we go. 558 in the Porsche. They've got a kind of a special pink livery on there as well with some flowers, so floral number. I think that's the car that we saw spinning earlier. I like it. Very different, a kind of softer pink, but stands out for sure. I don't mind that at all. 72, that's the standard Rossi livery. Same with the 66. Standard Lexus livery on the 13. Standard Aston livery on the 11. Standard Heart of Racing on the 67. That's custom. Purple and black. Kuromi livery on this one. Standard Iron Links. Ooh, what's this? Pretty sure that's a custom livery, is it? Very detailed if it is. I think it is. Loving the little triangles. Don't know what TV show that is, if it's a show what these characters are from. Not familiar, unfortunately. But that's a great looking livery, the 118. Really like that. We're getting near the end of them now. Yeah, Mouse are insane, Tobias. They're insane. They're going to win this race by a long way, I think. So if we can just fight for the podium, fight with the Lexus, the Lexi.
Got our first cut warrant.
That's fine. Well over 1/5 into the race.
0.25 out of 5.
Oh, perfect. Final livery, 555, red BMW with some black on there as well. Can't quite read the text. So there you go. That is your look at the liveries. On board with Ross. Doing a really solid job. Oh, just tuned in to watch him have a snap of oversteer. That's the Lexus for you, though. It can just snap on you when you least expect it, basically. Oh.
Oh, lag.
Did you see that as well? Yeah, on your side.
Yep.
I just
came out.
Yeah, I just joined you on board for the first time in ages and saw the big slide, the big slapper through that right-hander, and then the Ferrari doing that. Tobias, we're not doing tomorrow's race too. We're just doing this one. I'm up to the Highlands early tomorrow. Jernej is racing tomorrow. So Jernej is doing this race tomorrow. I think he's doing it on his channel as well. So go and subscribe to Jernej Sim Racing. I think it's Jernej Sim Racing. Right, that is what your channel's called, Jernej. I'm looking in the chat. Anyway, whenever you see... Yeah, Jernej Sim. Sorry, not Sim Racing. Jernej Sim. So when Jernej Sim puts a comment in the chat, go to his channel, subscribe to his channel. I'll obviously be streaming this race, and we'll see Jernej's driving from there. But you can also watch Jernej's perspective, and his streams are amazing. Kind of great POV as well of what it's like for the driver on the screen, and it's just super. And he's absolutely rapid, so go and check him out. Taking part in this race with Jesper tomorrow, so that'll be great. Oh, hey, Miguel. Thanks very much. Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. It's the main thing is, I mean,
I've got 8% left. Is that enough for 2 laps?
Yes.
Yeah, if it says 2.1 when you cross the line, absolutely.
Yeah, it's 2.1 now, so.
Yeah, it's going well. It's going well, Miguel. I was going to say we're offsetting this with a longer final stop, so we're less close to P2 than it looks, but we're so far ahead of P4. We're 31 seconds ahead of P4 that actually we are probably still in legitimate third place. Not top Lexus, but podium. So let's see. Cars behind 35% virtual energy. We're on 7. So yeah, the offset's not 30 seconds worth at the moment. Hello. Sadly, the engineering function does not work yet. It's not been activated yet. It's not that it's broken, it's that they're not testing it yet. So we cannot test the engineering function, which is obviously a shame because we would have loved to have done that. That was one of the big things about this race, was going to be testing that. But sadly not. So as it stands, we can view Ross's MFD as normal. relative lap timer, you've got the session info, you've got the lap times, and then nothing else when you're riding on board with someone. So. Oh, hey, Alan. Vinning? I don't actually know the name of P2 Lexus. I don't know the name Vinning. I raced a lot of folk on ACC back in the day, but I don't recognise that one. Definitely no Dennis though, up in P1. I've had the pleasure of racing against his teammate Moritz a lot of times on Race Room way back in the day, like a long time ago when I used to do the official esports World Touring Car Championship. TC1 it was called, and it became the officially sanctioned World Touring Car Championship esports. And Moritz was in there racing a Lada, I'm pretty sure. And I was racing a Honda Civic. It was good fun. He was very good. I think he won the championship that year. Did Moritz, if I'm remembering correctly. And I won a race. Didn't win a championship. But I will take that race win and run with it. So Ross in the pits this lap. Then I will go and grab a quick bite to eat because I'm going to jump in the car again afterwards. So Ross is going to do the stint, then I'm going to jump in for one stint, and then Jernej is going to finish with a double. So I'm going to be driving again in a little bit.
Should virtual energy be at 100%?
Yes.
Right.
No, I thought it was. Oh, I
You
thought
don't
we
get
were
a
doing
time penalty for
77%. Oh,
max now.
I was meaning the fuel. I thought you were going to do fuel at 80%. Or 77%, sorry.
You just mustn't run out of it, but you're fine. So no driver swap, no tire change, 100% energy.
Are you doing 100?
77.
I thought you were doing 77.
Sorry, oh,
energy.
I'm sorry. You, I got messed up. Sorry, 77 energy. Yeah, 77% we said.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just clicking the strategy and I was just brain was in a different place.
So you should
Mine too.
yeah. So you shouldn't be taking 100%. You should be taking 77. Yeah, and you haven't changed the fuel
Yes.
ratio. It should be 0.92 or something.
Oh,
Yes.
fuel ratio is 0.77 here.
Ah, okay. So turn that up to 0.92.
92.
0.92.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine. So 0.92 and then 77% on the virtual energy. Limiter on? Yeah. Nice. So remember, guys, when we gave advice earlier in the race and said do your pits, make sure your pit menus are sorted early. That's why. So Ross obviously sorted it early, but didn't clarify
boy.
the settings, and he's new to Le Mans Ultimate.
That was
so
a
he's not done this
stressful end
before.
there.
So that's
It's
why you
showing
should
you
do that first.
on wets.
Oh no! How's that happened? Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
well, I know how it happened because I was rushing to change it at the end.
And it flicked over.
So you went 100% energy and 77 ratio instead of other way around, right?
Yeah, yeah. Bollocks.
Oh no. So I
Right,
think
so
take those tires that you just took off back on for the next stop, basically.
I don't think it's possible
No?
because it's only showing the, like, I think it's, well, scroll through. If you see like a tire set that's like 60%, take it, but maybe it's only showing the less worn quali set.
Yeah, that's what it's showing, yep. Oh god. Do I keep the fuel ratio and virtual energy the same for the stop? Is there a way to...
Yeah, because it'll just do a couple of seconds worth and top you up.
Tires are warm at least.
They're probably about as good as new slicks.
Yeah, I think to be honest now, well, we have one fresh set and we have one quali set and 2 tires. So I would,
Go 100%.
yeah, I would just take full energy, 0.9 to fuel ratio like we always had, and then go for a double. Like I don't know what else we can do from here because we cannot retrieve the set that we were supposed to double stint now.
Oh no.
And in that case, if John can quickly jump in, that would be probably best. Or maybe Ross can do another 1.5.
I'll keep going now. I'll box.
Is it worth putting on the quali set now? Because they're only
Yeah,
used by 5%.
that's the only thing I can do, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Extend this stint as much as we can, and then
Yeah, work out after.
Ugh.
Hard lines, Ross. Hard lines. It's just yeah, it's easy done with the menus when it's a last minute panic. Yes, the wets took the spot, so they took four of our tires. So that makes sense why. Well, yeah. So just does that mean then? I'm just going to clarify this because we took a set of wets. Does that then count as 4 of our tires?
I think it's separate.
Oh, okay.
Here's the weird thing. It says I'm on the 62% used mediums now.
Eh?
Okay.
No, it's showing that in the pit menu, right? If you scroll to the tires, it will show.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. So we've got them back.
So it only shows your best used tires.
That must be it. Yeah.
Interesting.
So you do have the quali tire now, right?
Yeah, and we have 6 new tires apparently.
Yes, makes sense.
Right. Ah, shit the bed.
We'll wrap our heads around what we can do and what's changed.
Yeah.
While we'll just let you focus on driving.
Yeah, I'll have to do some overtaking, I think.
That's what it's all about. Oh, right, I've muted. Oh, what a shame, guys. So you can, yeah, it would be good if you could pick from every tire. And I think if the race engineer function was there, it would be great to do that, because as a driver, it's pretty difficult. If you're scrolling through every single tire set, it gets a bit awkward, right? Like, when you're also managing driving the car to pick your tires and all that kind of stuff based on percentages. So I think what it's doing right now is it's only letting you pick for used tires the tire in each corner that's got the highest percentage level. So for us, that's the quali set. Now it's, because Ross has put the quali set on, it's actually the set that he's just done his first stint on. So you can't like select a more used tire to change over to. You can only select the best. Now that simplifies things and is actually, it does kind of make sense, because it just means that whenever you're taking used, you're using, you know, the best what you've got, but that's not necessarily what you want to do in the order you want to do it. Like, ideally in this stint, Ross would be on the 60%, get to the end, and then we'd keep our strategy. So, yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, they did, John, or they added it, but I think it's not ready to test. So I think they obviously launched the driver swap racing after, so they'd initially launched driver swaps and then felt it wasn't quite ready enough to do a test event publicly, so it's kind of taken a long time. Clearly it's just not finalized yet. The engineering thing is pretty innovative and great. It would be great to see it, but we know it's coming at some point, so frustrating, but we also don't know how it works. Like, we don't know if it's actually going to make those sorts of things easier. Obviously, in that pit stop, me and Jernej could have made sure that Ross was sorted with fuel and energy. I don't blame Ross at all. What he's done there is he's, instead of changing his virtual energy tank number, he's actually changed his fuel ratio, which makes sense if you're new to it and you're kind of getting used to it, but it's an easy mistake to make. But he's set the fuel ratio down to 77% and left the virtual energy at 100. you should have actually done it the other way around, where the virtual energy should be 77 and the fuel ratio should stay at what it was, which was 0.92. So yeah, very easy mistake to make. And then in his panic to fix it all, I think he must have accidentally changed it from no tyre change to new wets. So yeah, just really unfortunate. It happens. It's a test race. Obviously, it's set us back a long way in the actual battle for positions, but then hopefully we can try and fight our way back through. So now we're in P11, but we are again off kilter with the strategy a bit.
Oh!
Oh, watch the caddy. Yeah, well done. So yeah, it's the engineering thing. Obviously, John, they just feel it's not ready. That's it. Driver swaps so far working perfectly. So far. Once again, so that's good. Yeah, Danielle, I agree. Like, it would be good if they had like a numbered set. So like, yeah, set 1 or set 2 or tire 1, tire 2, yeah, 100%. And I think that's what I would like to see them strive towards, because then you can really, you know, scroll through the sets and in your head you can assign sets to numbers. Like that's what we've done with the strategy. We're like set, you know, tire 4, 5, 6 and 7, or, you know, whatever it might be. 10, 11, 12 and 13 is one set. And then that's how you manage the number of total tires you have available, because you only have 18 tires. It's really good to know which tire is which. So, and then maybe by doing that, by numbering each tire when you use them, so when you first put them on the car, it becomes tire 1, 2, 3 and 4. I'll take my gloves back off because I'm not getting in the car immediately. Then by doing that, you could also switch corners, which would be really beneficial. So you could put your front left on your rear right, for instance, if you're doing like a late change to used tires. So in real life, you can obviously mix and match. You don't have to keep the tires in the same positions. So yeah, it's a bit more basic than it could be at the moment on that front, but it's more aligned to what we're very used to with racing games. I just think there's more progress that can be made in that department. And yeah, no, you're right, John. It's so easy to do. We've all done it. I've missed my pits multiple times, run out of fuel. So many issues, so many mistakes. But unfortunately, that's an extra entire pit stop and outlap on wet tires that we didn't. So we've lost, you know, a minute anyway there. More than a minute. We're a minute 40 behind the Aston in P3, and we were 30 seconds ahead. So with a pit stop, we should have come out 20 seconds behind. So we've probably lost a minute 20 or something. Anyway, it is what it is. Just means now that Ross is getting instead of having a stint on new tyres and then on Warns, he's got a stint on new tyres, another stint on qualifying good Warns, and then I'll have probably an extra stint on Ross's Warns, which is not ideal. Oh yeah, true. Good point, Jernej. Sorry, I know we're chatting via the stream and not Discord because Ross is concentrating. Do you want to... So, Jernej, I'm thinking about this. So if Ross does a full stint, then our kind of additional stint on used tyres can be... Do we do it as a full stint and make the later ones shorter? Or do we do it as a shorter stint, essentially switch it? You've done a plan. Amazing. Ahead of me on the game. Let me have a look. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. So essentially, my next stint would be shorter, so 18 laps on the quali tyres. No, we won't have the quali tyres because we've now used the quali tyres, right? Ross is on the quali tyres right now. You know what's maybe a good idea? Shall we jump into the other Discord channel and leave Ross to it? So I'm going to jump into the one above, and then we'll have a chat while Ross is driving. Ross, I'm just going to jump into another channel so I can maybe chat to Jernej about strategy. So
Okay.
back in a mo. So the thing is, I think is Ross not on? Ross is now on the quali tires though, right?
Yes, so Ross is now on the quali tire, and we... Wait, let me mute the stream because I'm
Oh, you're hearing two.
hearing twice. Yeah, right, so he's on quali tire, and what we can do is either he doing 26:18 or you take the 18 lap second stint from him.
Yeah, on these tires rather than changing over to the other used
Yes,
ones.
we don't have... Yeah, what we can do is change the left side tires for new ones for you, but left side... So new left side, but right side will be still from quali. We can do that if you want that, or you prefer having same wear around.
But then you don't get the new ones for your last stint, right? If we did that.
Yeah, for me it's either a double or I change 2 on the left for the second. So, but I don't mind. So.
I think. It's tricky. It's tricky. The other option is, and this might be totally imbalancing things. Let me know. We take one new tire front left for me, and then you take one new tire for you. But is one tire going to imbalance it too much?
I mean, one tire takes same time as 2 tires.
Fair. So that yeah. So you're better doing that once.
I am afraid of front to rear imbalance. If you take new front left, then it's gonna be tricky.
Yeah. All right. I think I'll just stick on Ross's tires, make it to the end, and then hand it over to you, and then you've got the option for the 2 tires later.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
Cool. Okay. So just to confirm, Ross is doing a full stint now, and then I'm going to do the equivalent of the second stint with the shorter stint, 18 lapper, on the same tires, and then just hope that they'll make it to the end, because it's a full stint and a partial stint on a used set. So it's on a slightly used set, but that's fine because we're not doing 2 fulls. So yeah, I think we're good. It'll just be a slightly more managed. Basically, Ross is getting 2 fresh tire stints, and I'm taking his worn stint, and we're basically swap those 2 around. So that's fine.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, we can jump back in.
All right.
We're back.
Hello.
So when you get a chance on your pit menu, set the virtual energy to 77%.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. And make sure that fuel ratio is 0.92.
Done.
And then for when you do tires, it's going to be no tire change. So I'm just going to take your used set on to the next stint, basically.
Oof.
So look after them for me.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Hello guys, so I've muted again on Discord so I'm not disturbing Ross. The event, welcome to the stream, Tix Allen. The race was going very well. We were sitting P3, comfortable P3, big gap to P4, 10 seconds behind P2, looking good. Jernej, fastest driver, still to go in. But unfortunately, our last pit stop went horribly wrong. Not because of the driver swaps, but because we ended up on wet tyres. So we had to come straight back in the next lap, do a full out lap on wets, change to a set of tyres that wasn't the one we wanted. And it's messed up our strategy. It's obviously cost us a pit stop. So yeah, not ideal. And also
77% fuel ratio, 0.92.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you're just going to do a full stint here, and then obviously make sure that I am selected as driver as well.
Yep. All done.
Tiger Cat asks, what's the team for this one? Yeah, it's the same one as last, so it's Ross, myself, and Jernej Simoncic. So yeah, exactly the same team. But GT3s this time, so that's it. It says Ross is pitting this lap, but he's not, so that'll disappear. I am going to take a short break, guys. Go and have some food. I need to eat something before my stint, because obviously the chaos has unfolded a bit more than I expected. So, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'll leave you on board with Ross. Maybe we'll go for a funky view. Yeah, so I'll just leave the stuff on so you can see what's going on, and I will be back shortly.
So 2 lopped cars ahead, dive when you can.
Yeah.
Well, he surely took a weird choice of corner where to move over, but alright.
I think a brake marker's gone from that braking zone at the end of the long straight. Which confused me slightly.
Ah yeah, I look for the white lines then.
Oi.
Crazy. It really makes you wonder, like, what is the logic behind these blue flags? Like, when they see them, they block you in corners where they will lose the least time, but then they fully stop at a hairpin to lose 2 seconds themselves.
Yeah, it's very strange.
The AMG ahead, boxing next lap, probably keeping the tires.
Ah, right. Looks like he's struggling a little bit.
Actually, that could be his second stint now.
Oh, what?
Let it go, let it go.
Goodness
He's
sake.
boxing. He's boxing. Yeah, that.
What an idiot.
Yeah, that makes zero sense for him.
He's just ruining his own race.
Yep.
Sort that last corner out. Nice, thanks.
We are back. Hope we've been okay. Hope things have gone alright. I wasn't actually watching. I can't believe I wasn't watching during that. I was grabbing some food. Just need to get my camera back up and running. Done a quick battery swap, so let's see if this works. Will it be black or will it be my face? It's my face. We're good. We're good. So did I miss anything? You guys can tell me on my own stream. Yeah, so I think the engineering thing's a bug. So I think Ross doesn't have a pit stop requested. Just to check, Ross, you don't actually have a pit stop requested on, do you? Because it's just, I think it's just a bug on my end, but it's saying you've had a pit stop requested this whole time.
No.
Thought not.
No, that's gone.
It disappears itself after a lap if you don't do it anyway, so.
Alright.
There you go.
I don't know if you've seen, but I've had a couple of bumps from other cars.
I timed my lunch perfectly and missed them, so you didn't have to say anything. The stream will have seen them, I just wouldn't have. So, yeah, it was a bug. Yeah, Dan, fix it.
I don't think there's any extra damage.
There's not on my screen. Afternoon, Motorsport UK Esports. How's it going? Don't know if it's Paul or someone else, but welcome along. Yeah. It was going better. We were P3. We lost a good chunk of time because we accidentally stopped for wet tires. Hey Paul, hope you're doing well. Yeah, we took wets by accident on the last stop, so then Ross had to do a full lap on wets, come back into the pit, switch to dries, so it cost us somewhere around 40 seconds to a minute, we think. Not ideal. Changed our strategy somewhat. Now it means that Ross is he's doing two stints on new tyres, and then, so like he's had new tyres each one, or not new, but qualifying tyres for the second one. And then I'm going to have to use these worn tyres for my next one. So these were originally the tyres I qualified on. They were only expecting to do one stint later in the race, but actually they're now going to do qualifying, and this full stint, and another stint. So it's going to be tough. We're managing it. It's all because of that mess up with the pit stop and the tyres. Unfortunately, it's changed our tyre strategy. It's meant we've had to, do things a bit differently. Is there an additional braking board missing for that hairpin?
Yeah. That's the last one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's taking me by surprise a couple of times. You kind of second guess yourself. Because you only see two instead of three.
Yeah. So I'm going to watch you on board from the cockpit for a couple of laps and just get my head into it. So, yeah, I'll come back to these questions. So we've also got Mela. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I apologise. has asked, how are you doing with the tyres? Double stinting or just changing 2 at a time? We are double stinting tyres for now because we don't have many to use.
Someone
So-
just said in the in-game chat, why?
Why?
Why indeed? Why indeed?
Must have been referring to our wet tyre debacle.
Ah, yeah. It's the only thing I could be referring to.
Um,
It's all everyone's talking about.
yeah, so double stinting all until towards the end. We might take 2 tyres. Jernej might take 2 tyres for his last stint. But we're trying to, basically make them last for the whole race. And this has kind of changed things a bit.
Don't try and
the whole wet
overtake
tyre
you,
thing.
Cloud. Stay back.
Ross is barking at the hypercars.
He was listening. He was listening. Good.
It was a user error, we believe, with the tyres, Paul, not a game bug. So Ross was in a panic on the last lap because basically this is Ross's 4th ever race on Le Mans Ultimate, so he's very new to all the strategy stuff and the fueling and things like that. And he had put fuel in the car, or lowered the fuel number for the pit stop in the wrong fashion, in the wrong way. And we didn't discover this till right at the end. So he'd, instead of taking out virtual energy and lowering the tank and keeping the fuel ratio the same, which is a bit complicated if you've never played the game, so bear with me, he instead took out the fuel ratio and left the virtual energy the same. And it's the opposite what we should have done. So he was then very quickly trying to fumble that. We realised on the very last lap when he confirmed if it was right or not, and we went, oh, wait a minute, no, that's wrong. He then had to quickly change all the settings, and I think in doing that, coming into the pit lane, he's accidentally flicked from used dry tyres, or was he going to take? No, he was going to take no tyres. He's flicked from no tyre change to new wet tyres without realising. Is what we think has happened, anyway. I don't know if we'll ever be able to confirm it, because unless Ross is capturing his POV, we couldn't obviously see it. But we do believe, unless there was a bug that we weren't aware of, because Ross is good with pit stops and stuff like that, that mistakes happen, especially in a kind of panic rush at the end when you're hitting buttons quickly.
Just slowed down so much.
But yeah, we do believe it was user error, which is fine. It's better than the game doing it for you, right? Thank you very much, Simunation. Much appreciated. Are you doing this race at any point this weekend? Titan's going to do it later in the week. Welcome to the stream as well, Titan. Last session of the day or last session of the weekend? Welcome along anyway. We're back up to P4, so it's not all lost. Like, even with that issue, we're still kind of in and amongst the top 5, which is great. But the podium's going to be tough. Winning Lexus is going to be tough. We still have Jernej up our sleeve. Unfortunately, this stint is now on, because we're on new tyres for this stint, we're going to gain time, and everyone else is probably on used tyres, and then that's going to flip around for the next one, because I'm going to be on the used tyres when everyone else is on new tyres. So I think we're gonna lose out here on the next stint in terms of time. But then we have Jernej, so everything's going to be fine.
I've got a cut warning for that.
What are we at, like 0.75 or something?
No, we're at 2.5 now.
Oh, 2.5.
Yeah, I kind of messed that up.
Hey, at least you didn't cross the pit lane entry line.
Yeah. I got 0.5 for like moving offline to let the hypercar through. Like, didn't gain any time.
Yeah, just the Aston there, I saw that.
That's quite frustrating.
Nice one, Tyson. So you're racing later on today. I don't even know what time the last split is. Not sure. Which 2 tyres are going to change? Says Beaver Bob. So, probably left-hand sides. Sorry to cough. Yeah, probably left-hand sides. The left front takes all the strain in the Lexus. So when I finished my stint, I think I had, oh, I finished 2 stints, 30% front left or something, and then like 44%, 45% on the rest. So front left by far and away takes the most. It doesn't take any more time to do two tires than one tire. So there's no benefit to just changing one tire. It's also, you know, maybe better not to for balance anyway. So I think we'll be changing left sides. Don't know if we'll be changing fronts, because having the back completely out compared to the front is maybe not the best thing. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right, Bob. The fast corners are right-handers, and the slow corners are lefts. Even though it's an anti-clockwise circuit, it's weird. Oh, nice, Dave. Yeah, so we've shown him a few times. Hammer, I didn't realize he was doing the whole thing solo, but it doesn't surprise me. He's actually already helped another competitor who'd run out of virtual energy on the way into the pit lane. So he actually pulled over and then pushed him to his pit box and then continued on. So, yeah. Big shout out to your friend, or your teammate from the community. Amazing. Keeping someone else's race going, costing himself about a minute in the process. Yeah, you know about all that, yeah. I knew he'd lost the bet, and that's why he was taking the van wall. I didn't realize he was doing it solo. That is torturous. Bob, is it a bad idea to do front left and rear right for those traction zones? Have you tried it? I would maybe want to test it first. It might work, but it's an imbalance for sure. Maybe it's a better imbalance than having 2 new in the fronts and two new in the rears. I don't know. Front left and rear right. Interesting. Ooh, good save by Ross. Nice save.
That was close.
It's just when it goes here, it's like, it's very hellish for half a second.
I just see it like making inroads in P3. Like I think I've like closed in like 15 seconds or something. But the guy behind's like is giving me some pressure, so
yeah. Yeah, so strategy-wise, I'm jumping in next. So Ross has got 32%. I'm going to do my third stint, keeping the tyres as they are. And then we're going to get some fresh boots on, stick Jernej in the car, and Jernej's going to do the final 2 stints of the race. So saving our best till last in terms of pace. You can technically drive the race solo. Obviously, it's a driver swap event, so you're not testing the driver swaps very much by driving solo, but of course, yeah, you can do that. I think one of the drivers in the van vault is doing that, as we've just discussed in this race. Hammer, he's doing it solo. I didn't know if it would give you a penalty for not having multiple drivers or something, but there he is, Tyler Hammer. 6 hours of van wall. Weird watching COTA from a hypercar though. There's the lap times of the hypercars, for anyone who's wondering about pace for a race they're doing later. So 54s, this is split one, remember, as well. So 54s is the best lap. And then in GTs, 207.6. I mean, don't be disheartened by a 207.6. If you can do like a 209 or 208, high 208 in race, is solid. I mean, 287, that's where I would have liked to have been, high 208s, in terms of the fastest lap. We'll see that from Jernej later, hopefully. Some 208s for sure. And then we're kind of 209s, still decent pace. If you can consistently run 209s, you'll be in and around a good result, especially if you're not in split one, you'll be a great result. But if you're in split 1, you'll still get a decent result. If you can run 209s, you'll be doing well. Just mouse is like, you know, that is the best of the best in terms of what you can aspire towards if you're an esports pro, let's say, in this situation. Oh, he's doing it on a controller. Oh, didn't realize that. That's tough. Very tough indeed. What's everyone up to this weekend? I've just seen, when I went away for lunch, that the new Hollow Knight has released. It released yesterday, I believe. I didn't realise that was happening. So for anyone who played Hollow Knight, there'll be a busy weekend ahead, I'm sure. Obviously, WEX on this weekend. You've got the Italian Grand Prix on this weekend. Practice has been underway. In fact, I don't have my phone on me. Can I reach my phone? This is going to look very elegant on stream. We survived. See how Formula 1 is going. So yeah, WEX going as well. So Cadillac have been hit quite heavily with BOP, as of Porsche in the hypercar class. So obviously, Cadillac win a race at Brazil and immediately get bopped, which kind of makes sense. Ooh! I don't know if I'm okay to give spoilers, but I mean, it's only practice, right? I can give spoilers for F1 practice. I'll give you 10 seconds to mute if you don't want to hear spoilers about F1 practice. Right, if you're not muted, here they come. Ferrari 1-2 in practice. Hamilton, Leclerc, fastest. I know it's just practice. I know it doesn't matter. I know different fuel loads, tires, different, you know, programs, etc. But that's pretty positive. Pretty positive. They need it. 1 and 2 though. Obviously, Hamilton's got a 5-place penalty as well. A few incidents, it sounds like, as well. Alright. Interesting. Afternoon, Game Tech. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I didn't realise the 6 hours, the Indy 6 hours was this weekend as well, Dan. So so if you're into your sim racing and you're having a full sim racing weekend, you could do multiple 6-hour races on different platforms. That's really cool. Love that. 6 hours in iRacing as well will be similar. It'll be IMSA, right? So it'll be GT, essentially, yeah, GT3s and LMDHs as well. And probably LMDs in there too. You don't have to sign up, John, don't worry. Oh, that doesn't look like tire smoke, that looks like engine smoke.
Yeah.
Overheating. Overheating Porsches.
It doesn't look well. Well, I can see P3 5 seconds ahead now.
Ross's pace is good. 2:10.8 on average last 5 laps, so pretty decent. Yeah, I'm with you, Dan. I'm with you. So much good stuff. And most importantly of all, of course, tonight you've got Scotland versus Denmark in the World Cup qualifiers. I think that is tonight, right? By far and away the most important sporting activity for everyone in the world. Can't wait to fail to qualify for another World Cup. Should be exciting to watch the process. Let's see if I can...
5 laps.
Oh yeah, so we are playing 7:45 UK time. Yeah, exactly, Nigel. Exactly. I enjoy the process of hoping, seeing some good football, the odd good game that gives you a glimmer. I mean, to be fair, it's been different recently because of the success of the Euros. We've had a good squad. Steve Clark's been really solid. It's been really good recently, in terms of relatively, right? Like you've got to accept that we're not. For us, doing really good is getting to a tournament at this stage. So, for us to have reached the last 2 Euros is amazing. As someone who grew up never watching Scotland at any major tournaments, literally I was less than a year old the last time Scotland were at a major tournament before Euro 20, what was it? 2020, and then became 21, something like that. Yeah, Casper, I wouldn't be surprised.
Ooh.
I wouldn't be surprised, but
The car ahead in P3 is smoking a bit as well.
Scotland have potential. Like, they can on their day be a challenge. I think Denmark are clearly a better team, but
Or is that
Scotland
prototype?
on their best is fine. Which car's smoking? Is it the one? The Aston's the one that's next ahead of you.
Yeah, I thought it was that, but I think it could be the prototype just ahead of him.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not seeing any at the moment. Yeah, Ross's redemption arc almost complete. Absolutely. I mean, if he gets up this position, I know it's all relative, but that would be P3. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? Imagine he gets all the way back up to P3. I know we're going to lose out again when we stop and have the old tyres on. We've shifted our old tyre stint, but I'll keep these tyres on for another one, I should say. But hey, like, what a great position that would be. And then I've just got to hang on. Sorry, Lewis, I'm only just seeing your comment. Welcome back to the chat. Good to see you again. And yeah, sorry for the delay in seeing this. How do you compare this to driver swaps in ACC? So far, so good. So far, perfectly solid, up there with anything else. It will be even better once we get Race Engineer in, and assuming it works, it will be the best driver swaps there are. So the potential's there. But what's there and working right now, which is more simple, is as good as anything else already, I would say. The sign-up process and the driver lineups and all these kind of things, the liveries, is maybe a little bit less straightforward, arguably. Feels a little bit more sandboxy the way you have to do the liveries, like a lot of placing files in a certain folder and then not being quite, struggling to edit them. And it's not that simple, basically. But no, works good. iRacing, I've never had a problem with. Honestly, I've never had a driver swap problem with any of these titles. The only thing I would say is ACC, you had to join the server in a certain order. And obviously for driver swap events, it involved like Steam codes, Steam ID codes and all sorts of stuff. So once you were in and you knew what you were doing, it was great, but it was more of a pain to get set up. This is a bit easier. You register for your team in game and you can basically do everything in game. Like we could enter this race having done nothing except launched Le Mans Ultimate. We could join teams together, so obviously send an invite through Steam or something, so you maybe have to do a bit of that. You accept the invite, you can, you don't have to have a custom livery. You can sign up for the team, or sign the team up for an event, I should say, and then boom, you're in. So yeah, it works really well. Yeah, Casper, Denmark, I've always loved Denmark as a football team as well. Like, I think, like, I was a big Christian Eriksen fan.
3 laps.
Cool, I'm basically ready, so I'll just get Ready, ready.
Double ready.
But no, Scotland are like, on average, Scotland are a worse team than Denmark. I think there's no denying that. But on our day, we can definitely be as good a team as Denmark. And we've been on runs where, you know, we beat Spain a couple of times last year. We have had some really good runs of late where we've managed to basically be a step. We've managed to be a team that's a step above where we really are, if that makes sense. Like, we've got into the Denmark category, let's say, of being a team of that level for a while. And then obviously any team on their day can have a bad one. Like, we can beat Spain and all this kind of stuff. Ross is making a move for P3. Oh, bold! Hey, you were in P3 there for a split second. That's redemption. Back to P3.
Ah, messed up the exit.
You'll get him.
I wasn't actually trying to overtake there because he just braked so early. I thought, well, might as well.
Just going to turn up the game audio again because we're getting ready to go. If you get a chance on a pit straight, let me know the front left percentage.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what happens with the football. Yeah, one of the cars in this race, Lewis, is sponsored by Sync Mesh. They've got the Sync Mesh logo on there. I've been chatting away to Alex, so thanks again for reaching out and getting in touch. Come on, Ross. There we go. Back to P3. After all of that, we're back on the podium. It's not going to last because of what's about to happen, but that's legitimate right now, P3. But as you can see by the fuel loads, we're next in the pits, so. $60, did you say?
60, yep.
Nice, well done.
I got a little tag in the hairpin, I think.
Yes, you did. So I am going to be jumping in. So the tyre's probably going to be down to like 56, 57 by the time Ross pits after this, not this lap, but the one after. So I'm going to have to make that work. So it's going to be painful, but I'll just try and stay consistent. The Danes are ready to be disappointed again. Haha. We are too. I think we're all in the same boat.
People check on pit strat maybe. No tire change.
Yep.
John selected.
Yes.
And 77% energy.
Yep.
And 0.92, yeah.
Yeah. All good this time.
And no tires.
Yes.
The pro is spoken. Go Habs. Tricky. You have 100 racing daily online. No, it's not too early. Not too early. Sorry, the reason I said tricky is I had read the fact you'd done 100 races. Absolutely. Give
Okay,
the 6 hour
last
race a go.
lap.
Ideally, find some other people to do it with. But no, it's like any other race. You just got to be a little bit more patient. You got to be a bit more prepared. Know the fuel numbers, know the strategy beforehand, so that you're not left frustrated that you wish you'd prepared more. But aside from that, it's just a normal race, and the time passes remarkably quickly when you're doing it in 6 hour. It doesn't feel like a super long race compared to a normal race, especially if you've got teammates. Stints fly by. So yeah, I'm getting ready to go. This will be the first time that you've seen that I've actually done a driver swap where I've got in, because last time I did a triple stint to start the race, didn't actually get back in the car. So yeah, this is going to be the first one. Ross, when you got in the car, were you spectating me at that time before it automatically jumped in, or were you on the kind of menu?
I was spectating you.
Cool. I'll do that as well, just to see.
It will just default to your normal camera.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm on cockpit anyway.
I think it's irrelevant, to be honest, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it would be, but I was just thinking for experimenting.
Yep.
Like our experiment with wet tires.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Well, let's hope we don't get wet. Let's hope it was a user error and not a glitch, and let's hope we don't get wet.
Yeah.
I saw some clouds, so I thought, let's go for it.
Jay, I'll give you a situation update in a little bit, just about getting ready to get in the car. So we'll keep you in the loop as I drive.
Cool.
And then Jerney's going to do the last 2 stints. See how I go.
Box, box, box.
Yeah, very nicely done.
It should have been so much better.
Okay, engineer, prepare to get in the car. Counting down 9 seconds. That's first. This is the first. I was saying to this guys in the stream. This is the first time I've actually got in the car for a driver swap
All right.
because I've started both
Yeah.
other races.
You should be in the car.
Okay, I am. So, Jerney's going to want a full tank, so I'm going to do that now. Okay, that's it. Seamless.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Seamless.
Seamless. That's not a seamless.
Seamless.
Seamless. God, I'm not ready for this then.
As long as you can drive, that's all that matters.
Hmm.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Be careful on lap 1, cold tyres. And then careful on lap 2, cold tyres.
Lap 3, worn tyres. Lap 4.
Yeah.
So we've got
That's
57 in
5
front.
cliff.
Yeah, so don't worry, Jay. I'll give you an update in a little bit about how we're getting on. It's slightly complicated at the moment.
Yeah, I can try. I'll try and give you an update so you can concentrate. Just gonna have a look at the chat first.
Yeah, the tyres aren't fully cold, guys. They're colder because we're stationary for a bit, but they're not fully cold because, of course, it's the same tyres that Ross had on. So grip's
Yeah,
not too
that I
bad.
ruined. So we started, what was it, P7, P8?
7, yeah.
And John did a very clean, double stint. Got us up to P5, I think. I think we're on a different strategy to everyone. We're sort of stopping a bit earlier. Which would have been good, I think. If not for the fact that when I came in for my first pit stop, I accidentally switched to wet tyres. Because there was like a bit of a mad dash to change the pit strategy on the in lap. So I accidentally changed to wet tyres. So had to pit again the lap after. So we changed the strategy again. So I did a full stint. And yeah, nothing major's happened really. There's been a couple of bumps, but it's I think it's superficial damage on the car.
Yeah, my HUD's broken actually. That's something to bear in mind. So we didn't repair the damage, but now my HUD's no longer showing yellow damage. So that's not true.
Yeah,
we do have damage.
Same here. It's actually showing that as well.
Yeah. So
But yeah,
there's a
we
bit
do
of a glitch
definitely
there.
have yellow damage on the front.
On the front, rear, and side.
Ah. I only saw it at the front.
Ah,
which is
okay.
strange.
So unless they do some damage repairs for free, even when you don't select it, yeah, I think it's. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think it's just a glitch. with the HUD.
Maybe it simulates tape mechanics.
Yeah.
Having lots of tape on the car.
But then it still gives me the option, I'm pretty sure, to repair the damage in the pits. Hang on, does it? That's a good point.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does. So
it does, yeah.
yeah, no, we got up to third, I think it was, in the first 2 stints. So without the pit stop situation, we were running, as in without the wet tyre situation, we were running a solid third, and we were 35 seconds clear of fourth. So we would have lost some of that gap with the strategy, because we were obviously, you know, we're shortening our stints and stuff, which will cost us later. But we were still a solid third, and it was just that wet tyre thing put us back to about 10th. But then Ross managed to end his stint in third, which is wicked. But because the only issue is because, not the issue, but it's slightly false, because Ross's second stint was on new tyres instead of used, and this stint, which should have been on new tyres, is now on used. So we've essentially switched stints. So I'm doing Ross's second stint now, and he did my kind of one single stint, if that makes sense. So it's a bit complicated, but we're now on old tyres when everyone else, if everyone else is doing the same as us, is on new tyres. So we're kind of going to take a bit of pain this time around, I think.
Yeah, so I think the aim is podium. I think that's realistic.
If you're at the end, it's definitely realistic.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But I'm very aware that, like, your last stop is going to be so much longer than everyone else's, because we are going to be out of sync by a reasonable amount. So I'm aware that it's not going to be in any way easy. So let's just see how we get on. We won't know where we really are until it all shuffles out, is what I'm trying to say. But I think we're definitely in with a shot of the podium, for sure.
I mean, right now, everyone has to stop at least twice. So that's in our favour, at least.
Yeah, we got like 20 seconds effective advantage virtual energy wise over P3. So it would be like 20-25 second gap realistically.
And that's because we've made that extra, like now we've kind of made that extra stop essentially. It's kind of put us. Yeah, we either have, we've done the stop and we've got more energy, or we haven't done the stop yet and we've got less energy, that's kind of the thing. So yeah. Yes, the person in the chat who was asking if they're ready for an endurance race, honestly, the best way you can prepare for it though is to try one. Like, the whole point of this is it's open to anyone. You only need a bronze to take part, and then they're test races. There's no better time to find out than by just doing one now, you know? I think if you've done 100 races, you've definitely done enough racing to know what to do in a race. So, yeah, why not give it a go? And you might make mistakes, and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, today is a good example because it's only the second driver swap race, and like I made a mistake on the pit menu, and the pit menu is like so important. And like for example ACC, when we did driver swap races and that, like mastering how to like flick through the pit menu and set the right strategy at the right time is quite a big thing, and it can save you so much time, or it can ruin your race. But it's just like practice.
100%. So it's time these pit stops shuffle out. We should be sitting around P3 again, but then we should have cars behind us with a bit more pace is what I'm thinking. So we'll just see how we go.
So Lucky Midnight has said how many sets of new tyres are available. So there's 18 new tyres, and I think we have...
Yeah, that's tyres, not tyre sets as well, just to be clear.
Yeah, we only have, I think, 6 new tyres left.
Yeah.
So that'll, basically that Jernej will use up all those tyres in his last 2 stints.
Yeah, we can choose, so Jernej will use 4 new ones to start the stint, and then we'll have 2 new tyres left, so then Jernej can choose, either take 2 tyres in the last stop to it'll add a bit of pit stop time, but it'll give him more grip, or he can just stick with the 4 originals, so we've got options.
Yeah, I'll be back in 5 and I'll get ready.
Sweet.
No worries. So, no engineer yet, Alessandro. That's not available yet.
Yeah, hopefully the next one, but who knows? Maybe Dan can tell us more.
11.14.
Oh, I better have lunch.
Enjoy.
Thank you. I may have to cleanse the old armpits as well.
Oh, lovely. It's a solid image.
Yeah. That's endurance racing things. Well, on that note, I'll be back soon.
I think you need a full cleanse after that.
Yeah. Cleanse the mind as well.
Alright, see you in a bit.
Bye.
Right, guys, let's just see where we roll out after these pit stops. Everyone's going to be coming in the next 5 or 6 laps, and that's when we'll have an idea. I'm thinking we'll be P3, hopefully, depending on the pace of the Aston that was chasing Ross down at the end, we'll be P3, and then it's going to be a case of how, can I hang on to that position for my little mini stint here. And then we put Jernej in, and we'll see where we're at that point. So that's where my brain's at the moment. I'll do my best to be in and around P3 by the end of this stint, and then take it from there.
Time 2:10.69.
10s is okay. Low 10s would be great. Mid 10s are okay in this current stint. Trying to get track limits cut. There we go. Back off till it goes green, lose a couple of tenths, but keep us from getting a drive through later in the race. Thank you for being patient, Hypercar. Engineer was sacked because of tire gate, yeah. That's it. Good advice. Good advice from Lucky Midnight. Put on another set of wets for the next one. I mean, we could do. I mean, the wets don't count towards your allocation, so, if you run out of tyres completely and you think you're not going to finish the race and you just need to finish, oh my goodness. That was silly. Stick some wets on. Because you can at least drive around in the wets. So there's maybe a scenario in the world where that is actually useful. Rather than putting on 10% dries that are about to puncture, stick on a set of new wets. Oh my goodness, this Toyota, that's 2 dive bombs where they've completely missed the corner. That's poor. Now we're going to go outside, so that's fine. Just locking up easily, making a few mistakes there, but... Ooh. That was a drift.
That time was a 2:11.58.
Right, cars in front, getting closer to pit stops now. We've got one in, the Aston Martin. Great example there of what the Lexus can do if it snaps on you suddenly, and how, you know, quick it can go wrong if you're not able to catch it immediately. It's very, very tricky when you don't necessarily expect it. Oh, I'm gonna go outside of this BMW, maybe? Yeah. Yep.
You can increase TC cut if that makes you more confident out of low speed.
Yeah, I think I've had one, maybe two rear end losses across the stints, so it's not too bad. But yeah, it's a good shout. I'll see how it feels. But if I can, yes, I guess it's better if I could just nail the throttle with a bit more confidence. Maybe it makes more sense. So might be worth a shout. So I need to start hitting my apexes first. Help. Yeah, we'll go 477 just to see how that feels. Just being a little bit too greedy with the entry, I think.
Time 2:11.63.
Apologies if the stream is being at all like stuttery or anything. It can be stuttery. It can be stuttery. Depends. Depends who you ask, depends on what situation. Slightly turn out that one. Come on, try and set some good laps. Again, just a little bit. Mistakes are in there, there's obviously traffic as well, but let's try and settle down a little bit and hit our lines. More traffic though. Is it tricky? definitely think I can increase this. I mean, I'm not probably going to do it in this race in the stint. It wouldn't make much sense, but I think there's a lot of lap time to be gained with a bit more speed through the S's. So I found a point where I'm stable and comfortable, and I'm getting through it nicely in a rhythm. But I think my minimum speed is probably quite a bit lower than it could be through those S's. And I know it's because I'm allowing the car to do the work and not putting it under any undue stress. And when I push on a bit, you can make those mistakes. But I think if I found a rhythm where I was pushing and I was still then comfortable, I think I could just basically gain time all the way through there just by being a bit faster, because I know the car's got more in it. I can feel that it does. I'm balancing it rather than pushing it through there. And in the slow corners, I think don't know if I'm braking a bit early, but then not turning in early enough, or quite what it is. It's hard to tell, but I feel there's lap time all over the circuit in various areas to discover. So if I do another race around here, hopefully something we can build upon. Okay, more pit stops. P5. Oh, massive screen freeze. I think you probably would have saw that on the stream, but that is exactly what I saw as well. If that happened, that could have been so much worse. I'm so glad that happened on a straight. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I'm streaming, so... I find that when I'm not streaming, when I'm practicing and stuff, I don't tend to have the same issues, so... With that kind of thing, anyway. I mean, I've not had that many big stutters, but... Yeah, LMU and OBS, I think, definitely makes sense. Okay, so
That time was a 2:10.6.
down to 39%. Finally got turn 1 right, and that just shows you how much I've been losing, giving away there by not getting the apex right. Because they got it right once, and I'm suddenly way up on the previous laps. Fortunately, we hit traffic, so can't really do much. They're letting us go, thank you. So in P3 pits, we should take P4, and then we also have the car in 4th place on 24%, that we'll take when they pit, but we're only like 13% ahead of them in virtual energy, really. So they're running longer, so they've got a definite fuel advantage. So we probably need to do more about them on track in terms of the gap from here, rather than waiting for them to do a pit stop, because their last stop is going to be so much shorter. Or if they can fuel save well enough, they might even avoid a last stop, because they're only 12% ahead of us. Or behind us, I should say, you know what I mean. Okay, that's P4.
Time of day 2:10.90.
Back off to avoid the track limit. Every time we do that, it's another 3 or 4 tenths gone.
Oh, you don't need to leave me all like 4 track
Yeah.
limits remaining. You can use some of them.
You
It's
can just
fine.
go wild. Yeah, I'll let you treat it like it's NASCAR and just ignore the track limits. Oh, big freeze. Big freeze. That's a second freeze within 5 laps. And there's you go.
But like physics goes on, right? It's like just the image freezes.
There, it was the image. Yeah. In other instances of stuttering that I have in this game, that's not the case. The whole game, like you essentially stop in time. So then when you come back, you suddenly other cars jump ahead of you, or there's a time jump. Whereas that's just the screen, and it was the same last time as well. Heading into turn 1, I didn't actually lose time with the screen freeze, whereas normally I would. Which is interesting. It's a bit different.
Yes, I'm spectating in the server. I do not see the freeze.
Yeah, it's a me problem, I think. Yeah, so essentially, Jernej, so that team in front there doing all the fuel saving, they've essentially gotten onto our strategy. So they're only 11, 12% lower than us in virtual energy, which means if they keep stretching it, they will make it without an extra stop beyond us. So we're P4, but actually we're only 20-something seconds behind them. So we're on strategy with them. We've actually got, as you said earlier, this is exactly what you were saying, we've got a fuel advantage over them at least. So that's a genuine battle for P3 on with them. And then you've got the guys who are behind us who have now going to have a shorter stop as the other rival. So we've got people behind us that are going to have a shorter stop and people ahead of us that are going to have a longer stop. So it's all converging somewhat. But we're 40 seconds clear of P5, so that's a good gap. So even if they have a shorter stop, it's not going to be 40 seconds shorter, So it is looking like a battle for P3 with this Lexus number 18.
Yep, makes sense.
Gadowski. Yeah, I don't know him personally, but he is going to be our rival, it looks like, or his team at least are going to be our rival for this podium finish, and that's what you want. It's another Lexus as well. Battle to be second of the Lexus, because the triple zero's a long way out in front in P2. That's who we were hoping to battle with, of course, before the wet tyre issue. messed that lap up in the last sector. That would have been
10.4.
better. Engineers telling me the tyres are worn. Ooh, bit of a rear lock up into the first corner. Good luck, Legacy Radio. Have fun in the Valkyrie. So I'm just hanging on, trying to limit the damage, the gap to this car in front. Keep it as close to 20 seconds as I can. Oh, that was so close. %37% in the front left now, so we're getting towards the end of our tyre. We've only got about 6 laps to go of the stint. Need to brake a bit earlier to C1, I think. He's going to go for it there, unfortunately, so that's going to lose us both a lot of time. I think if in that situation, if you're in a hypercar, I think you're better off waiting as well, because you have such a compromised line with the left-hander, and then obviously the GT3 can't disappear, so they kind of leave you loads of room. I think that situation loses you both loads of time, whereas, oh, big screen freeze, in exactly the same spot. I think it's maybe better in that situation to wait until after the left-hander and then get them on the run. But I might be wrong, but it's definitely better for the GT3, but I think it's also better for the hypercar. Very popular move there around the outside of the double right.
Time 2:12.39.
Right, I will check the pit menu, but I think we're good. 100%, 0.92. Jernej. Oh, I definitely need to select new tyres. So I'm glad I checked.
Please.
Yeah, you don't want these tyres, Jernej. Wets, yeah?
Oh yes.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Oh shit, I've binned it. Ah, too much focus on the pit
Still
menu.
straight steering or is it bent?
Well, I think I might be missing a rear wing. Check the external. Oh yeah.
Yeah, rear wing is gone.
Okay.
Well then, full repair
Yep.
and driver swap.
Oh dear, sorry guys. We've thrown it away. Ooh, right, repair body.
Yeah, just very carefully, the rear will snap on you.
Yep. And with 5 laps to go in the stint, I think if I'd have done another 2-3 laps, we might have been okay for fuel to the end. But I think now it might be a stretch. Might be a lift and coast on both stints to get there.
The rear is very sketchy without the rear wing, so
Yeah, I'll be careful.
start lifting soon.
Yep. Cheers, Jernej. We're also, of course, this is we're going to lose time in the pits hugely as well with the damage repair. So unfortunately, this puts an end to our podium challenge. So now it's just about getting it around and then seeing what we can do.
It is repair all, right?
Good point. I will make sure. No, it just says repair body. I don't have the option for repair.
Lap
Okay,
2,
okay,
we'll see what
okay.
happens.
1.07.
We will see. Right. Could be about a minute damage. Oh no.
Yeah, 62 seconds.
What can we say?
Well, it's good that it's only repair body because suspension can add much extra.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of went in. I went in kind of straight, like the rear and the front. Both.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it could have been worse in that front. But I mean,
I
annoyingly.
spun it twice. I spun it twice yesterday, and you guys spun it today. Or like, we all have our problems that we can resolve for the future.
I love it. I love the diplomacy. Yeah. It's a team effort. We all spun as a team. No,
Yeah.
as you saw throughout the race, it can happen. You can have a snap. I was actually really comfortable through the S's, more so than I expected. And then I don't know if it was the angle was slightly wrong on that lap. I was just taking my foot off the gas in terms of concentration. I was joking about wet tires. It's as simple as that. But the problem is, once it goes, if I'd have jumped on the brake immediately, I may have been okay. But I just had a bit of a, oh, can I do anything about this? No. And then it was hard on the brakes. But at that point, you know, you're past the point of return. So, yeah, just...
It gives you immediately the impression that you can still save it, but right next second or next 10th, you realize it's unsavable.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what can happen. We've got a Toyota in the pits in front of us as well. So anyway, Jerney's going to get in the car. Unfortunately, it's going to be not the chase for the podium that we were hoping it would be. But we can still try and salvage like a top 5, aim for something like that. So we're going to enjoy this regardless. And it might be, the only thing is, does Jernej now have to basically save a lap of fuel on each of the last 2 stints to get to the end. We've got an hour 41 to go. So you've got to make the stints last 50.5 minutes.
Should be basically full push, or you can double check if it's 27 laps in any of the stints.
Don't know what the Ferrari's doing. Right, I've muted Discord just to let Jernej focus. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Legacy. Don't worry, don't worry. I can be mad. At the end of the day, I've made a mistake. It's very easy done. I can definitely regret it and wish I hadn't gone in to that sector the way I had on that particular
I was
lap,
looking at
but
the
so
TC settings and suddenly there was a slow Lexus or BMW.
Yeah, look
That's
up
a
again. There's a
proposition.
car in front of you. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wonder why they were going slow. I'll have a look. Car doesn't look damaged, so I don't know what they were doing. Yeah, so yeah, it was in the S's. It was in the S's. I don't know if we can see a replay. I don't think it'll work if we try and go for a replay. I can test it. No. Hey, it's worth testing because it's a test event, right? So it's good to actually try the replay and see if it's fixed. But I don't think the replays are working properly. So I don't know if we'll be able to view it. But yeah, it was just a mistake in the S's. I turned into the left. I think it was during the right-hander I got a bit of a swapper on, and instead of slamming the brake and just stopping it from losing it, I tried to correct it because it felt okay, and then it just snapped. I need to watch it back to actually remember what happened, because I don't have much recollection of the incident. It's one of them. We're on worn tyres. I think I had 35% on the front left, and I was just hanging on, trying to keep the gap down so that Jernej could go on a charge. I was really looking forward to watching Jernej, push on for a podium there. And I was trying to put him in the best possible position to have a chance of it. And yeah, it went wrong. It's fine. It happens. I'm not gonna get too mad. I think we have broken the replay, so that's not working clearly. Interestingly, now it's showing up as yellow front and rear on the HUD, so I just don't trust that HUD when you're spectating someone else. It's just something's not right with the damage HUD in this driver swap races, I think. Because I know that obviously you're not meant to be able to see the tyre temps and stuff of other cars, which does make it a bit confusing. You can't see the damage, you can't see the tyre temps. It makes it difficult for viewers to really know what's true and what's not. But now it's saying Jernej's got yellow front and rear, and I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is, but it's just bits that weren't repaired. I'm not sure. I know, I should have. Honestly, I should have. Brake and throttle at the same time. Honestly, I think if I'd have just held the brake early, but it's easy to say in hindsight. That, if I knew I was going to crash, I definitely would have held the brake early, but then I also would have not gone into the corner that fast. The problem is, when it snapped, it was too late. And yeah, the engineer thing, that was a case of, it wasn't even the fact that I was changing settings. I changed the settings, but then I made a joke about it, and it's just that concentration. Instead of being at this point in the track right here, I was making a joke about wet tyres, rather than thinking, right, the S's are coming up, make sure you get everything right. And it's just that, the Lexus doesn't give you any room to think, or to lose concentration for a minute. It's like you have to just be on it. And the problem is, when it does go, it's already too late to change that, So you have to preempt, you have to constantly be focusing and just preempting that something could happen. And then you can drive it quite well. And I was in a really good flow, so it is what it is. Oh, Dan's here, great. So yeah, do you mean the replay thing? You're not sure about it? Because yeah, I think the replay thing is not working. Or it probably would work if we tried it a few times, but I'm not going to take that risk. Or do you mean the damage HUD? Because the thing that confused me, Dan, is we didn't fix the car at any point, yet in that session I had no damage apparently, whereas at the start of the race I had yellow front, yellow rear and yellow door. So I don't know if that damage has just been fixed, or what's the situation there, There's Jernej, 208, 208.9. I think we'll see a mid 208 from Jernej though, for sure. Maybe even a low one. I think he can do 208. I think he can do 208.0 on race. I think the best I've done on race is like a 208.6. So it's possible. Yeah, that's fair, Dan. Makes a lot of sense. I appreciate the support from all of you. Thank you, Legacy. Yeah, Jernej can do a 208.1 or 280 on a full tank on a really good lap, but consistently I think he can do 208s. Whereas I can do a 208 on a good lap and consistently 209s. Although in this race, I was on the new tyres. It was the first stint of the race, but I didn't do a low 209 really. I was doing mid to high 209, so just not on the limit, but just keeping it neat and tidy. Jernej got that extra pizzazz where he can find the extra pace, but also be there more often, essentially. So this is what you're now seeing is how you should drive the Lexus, or how everyone wishes they could drive the Lexus, let's say. But yeah, full tank fuel. On quali fuel, you can do a high 206. The mouse guys are insane. They've done a low 207 or something, or 207. What's the best lap? 207.6 on race. So Jernej can do maybe a 207 on a perfect lap, but 207.6 is crazy pace in the Mustang. No, it's not about saving. So this race, we planned on doing absolutely no fuel saving. Ended up doing a tiny bit because I was like, you know, maybe half a litre away from actually finishing the lap I was going to be pitting on. So no, it's all push. It's all push. You can save fuel. So I think the Lexus in P2, I'm going to say, I think they're doing a lot of fuel saving. So it is possible, but we don't think it's going to gain you anything. You can lose lots of time, do some big fuel saving, and then maybe stop a splash at the end. But as it stands anyway, our last pit stop was never going to be a slash. We thought instead of doing that, instead of saving loads of fuel to not have to do an extra pit stop, why don't we just drive like normal, but do our pit stops to suit the tyre stints. So essentially, don't let us do any full double stints on any set of tyres. Do 1 3/4 stints on each set, so you don't have that little stop at the end, but you're also making the most of the tyres. You're using them when they're at their best on average, so you're not having to run around with 20% front left or something stupid. So 286 there from Jernej. So already pushing closer to the low 208s. This one's looking faster again. You get that little bite from the new tyres. Rockale TV. I assigned buttons, so if you go to the controls, let me just show you. Okay, I can't. I was going to reset it, but it hasn't reset. Anyway, normal chase cam's there. If you go to options, controls, keyboard, camera, you can set buttons for moving things around. So I've got swingman camera left and right, zoom in and zoom out, and then I've got a reset button which I haven't used. I'll do ones for up and down as well. I don't need buttons on the keyboard for brake bias. There we go. So that's what you do. Assign buttons to those, and then now we can go left, go right, in and out, and now we should be able to go up and down as well. There we go. So we can do a full kind of chopper cam. And then we can see all the cars around us, so we can do some proper spotter's guide stuff. Yep, I don't have it, so I'm using a trackpad mouse and keyboard combo. So I do not have numpads, but I have, yeah, I think by default it's already on the numpad and it's great for that. You can use the arrows. So I would normally be doing that. .284 on that lap from Jernej. There you go. So we're going to close in. There's no doubt about it, as we knew we would. The problem being the gaps now. I mean, he's got 40 seconds to P6. It's such a shame because I was really excited to watch him just chase down P3. Or even, yeah, P3. Who knows beyond that. I was very, very excited. But it is what it is. The official Sim Racers keyboard, yeah. 100%. Everyone's got one. We had lots in our previous studio at Silverstone. I've always had one since then as well. We had one at VR Simulators when I was working there. It's really, the mouse is really annoying on it, but it's just so worth it to be able to have it all and have a mouse there on the keyboard that you don't have to, you know, set up a tray for. Cheers, Legacy. Best of luck in your race. Thank you so much for watching. Ooh, right, okay. I'm definitely going to add that to my watch list. Is it on YouTube? I'll take a look. Logitech K400, yeah, it's more popular than any steering wheels, I'm sure. Probably made Logitech a lot more money. Let me just see Legacy Radio. Let me see if I've got you on YouTube. Are you streaming on Twitch or is it on YouTube? Let me know. Or let me know what channel it's on. Subscribe to the channel. There you are. We're now subscribed. We're subscribed. Jernej just casually, absolutely flying. Let's go on board again so you can see what he's doing. 207.9. There it is. This is what we wanted to see. Classic.
Of course.
So, fuel-wise, Jernej, I think we were... Oh, no, I was unmuted. Sorry. Fuel-wise, Jernej, I think...
Yep.
We stopped... I think I came in for my stop 4 laps early because of the crash. And you were going to do 4 laps less of fuel. So I think you're absolutely fine. But we'll monitor it towards the end, whether you have to... If anything, it might be like you have to save 1 lap on the last stint. Let's just see.
That's good.
That's such a good shout. Wouldn't it be great if you... And that's kind of what they've done in the past for Le Mans Virtual in a different way. For Le Mans Virtual, basically every team had to have pros, and then they had to have... I think was it 2 pros and 2 real drivers or something? So it's not quite Pro-Am, But essentially in that setting, 2 real drivers that aren't sim racers are essentially AMs, and it was obviously on a case-by-case basis. So you essentially had 2 pros who were pro sim racers and 2 AMs that were real-life racing drivers, and that's the best way to do it, especially in GTs. I understand in Hypercar if that's not a thing. Just send your fastest team out there. But wouldn't it be cool, yeah, if you had to have like a gold, a bronze, and a silver or something, or maybe not that specific, but if there were certain rules. The only problem is you would definitely get people kind of locking ratings or sandbagging, trying to protect their own ratings and stuff. I mean, in Mon Ultimate, the rating system's difficult. It's hard to get like a really high rating. So I can imagine, yeah, some people like staying bronze, some staying silver instead of going to gold when maybe they're fast enough. Yeah, but then also that would directly affect your own experience of the game, because of course to just play this game online normally, your driver rating's always getting affected. So it would only be if someone's willing to, basically it would take the fun out of it if people were doing that. But I could also find it, I can imagine if you have this group of friends, it'd be very annoying if, you know, you're all closely matched and then like you were ready for an endurance race and then suddenly one of your friends, you know, went up a grade or something, and then you couldn't do the race, or you had to find someone else. It'd be a bit of a shame. Yeah, but the team ratings are different, but I think what you were suggesting with the Pro-Am thing, right, would be based on driver ratings, no? So like for us, I mean, Ross is a bronze because he's only done 3 or 4 races. I'm a silver because I'm relatively quick. I'm a top split driver, but I'm not a Jernej Simoncic. And then Jernej obviously gold, or platinum, or whatever you want to call it. I don't think anyone's, I think maybe 1 driver, 2 drivers are actually platinum in the game, but obviously Jernej is the equivalent of a platinum. The average, yes. As in, I think there's like an average rating for a team, I believe. So like we're in top split probably because of the average of our 3 drivers. I'm not sure if that's been implemented fully yet because it's a test race, so I honestly don't know to what extent. Just gonna watch Jernej wrestle this car around and see how he's doing these low 208s. So he's braking nice and early there, he's got the car under control. I know it's difficult to compare because my only stint on new tyres was right at the start of the race where I wasn't really in the flow, so I can't really compare it directly to what I was doing in that last stint or my second stint, but you can still see what he's doing differently with the car. He's all the way over to the right, down to 3rd, he carries more speed, more confidence in there, cuts the corner like I do. That was probably a bit too wide, but he got away with that thing. But nope, he had to lift, so that was a corner cut. All the way up in the curb on the left there. That's what I tried to do but didn't always achieve. Let's just see. We'll do a full lap. So braking at that board, just as I was. In it around the same time, but he got perfectly over the curb. I was sometimes missing the curb, sometimes over it too much. He was just absolutely spot on. Same curb on the right there. He's coming out further and then cutting across more. So yeah, you can see he's carrying more speed, more aggressive through the S's. I think I could do that, but you saw what happened for me in the race. Like I didn't have the confidence to be playing around and testing it during the race. But that's definitely where I can gain some time. A little bit faster than me into the right, and then scrubs the speed off down to 2nd later than I do. I was kind of slowing down and going in quite tentatively, and then wishing I was carrying more speed. So he's more basically just picking a better entrance point of speed for that double right-hander. Lovely through the hairpin again, on the curb, but not too much curb, not too little. Through goes the van wall. That was smart. Little lift and coast just to make sure the Hypercar got through a bit. Made complete sense. 20 seconds to the Aston in front, but they're going to be pitting soon. I think in terms of cars that have done their final stops, I think the only one you've got number 18 and 5th, they've done their final stop. Jernej, or I say final stop, sorry. They've only got 1 stop to go. So everyone else has got 2 stops to go. I think the 18's got 1 stop to go. We maybe have 1 stop to go, but it's going to be a stretch. We're going to be right on the limit for getting to the end without another stop because of my crash, obviously. Nobody else. So it's just us and the number 18 that have 1 less stop. So that will, of course, help us out a bit. It'll probably get us, well, it should definitely get us back into the top 6. I don't think it'll get us into the top 5 because it's the 18 in 5th place at the moment. Then you've got the number 8, 1 minute and 26 seconds up the road. I don't think that's going to happen. Jernej's a couple of seconds a lap faster, but then everyone will be on new tyres as well, so. Ooh, we just have to see. It's so fast into the hairpin, just gets it turning. It's awesome watching him on board. You can learn so much, especially when you're in the same car with the same setup. You can learn so much from someone like Jernej. It's unbelievable. Good news for you guys. If you're going to be continuing to race GT3s for the foreseeable future on Le Mans Ultimate, we are working on something at the moment, which, with Jernej directly, of course, which might help everyone. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel, because we've started production on a series that lots of people have asked for, but we've always said let's wait for a number of reasons. But yeah, it's the first stages of work are underway anyway, so there may well be some GT3 track guides coming to LMU, or coming to the Traction channel for LMU at some point. We don't know exactly when, so bear with us, there's a lot on. But Jernej is going to be helping with those, so obviously I can give you track guides on ACC and that's fine, and I'm alright. But Jernej is another step up, so it's going to be good. Ooh. Love that.
Not sure if he tried to let me through or if that was just the breaking point.
I think it was maybe just
Slightly
a breaking
scary.
point. Yeah. You still made the apex.
Yeah, well, kind of.
I am noticing, like, watching your driving, you're more direct into the corner. Instead of, I kind of like keep it out wide and then wait for the apex, and then I've managed to get it. Whereas it's like you're attacking the entry but still making it and getting it turned. So it's just been more aggressive, more V-shaped. I'm being a bit too kind to it all, thinking, go in a bit and then slow it down enough to get it into the apex, and you're just like attack on the way in, still get it into the apex, attack on the way out.
Yeah, potentially. I'm kind of trying to load the front, well, to turn in as much as I can to kind of help stabilize the car.
Yeah. And then you're adding the lock at the apex, almost.
Yeah.
And then the S's, I think you're just a percentage faster. at that, guys. 5 lap average, 208.5. Got a bit of a battle going on for P6. Let's jump onto that for a second. Oh, he's going to go for it. That is for position. So this is the battle for P6. In fact, is that the battle for P5? No, it's not. Just for P6. Just for P6, yeah. There's a back marker in front of them.
There is some issue with TC because so many people have snaps out of that hairpin.
Did someone, I was looking away. Did you see someone have a snap, or did you have one? I missed that. I was looking away. Did you have a snap?
No. The lapped car had spun right,
Oh, right.
right in front of me.
I was just watching the battle between the cars in front of you for P6.
It's like if, like in high speed, you have too much TC, but it's still too low for low speed exits.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
You
that's
need
a
to
good
be
way
more
of putting it.
dynamic. Yeah.
I'm really not used to suffering low speed spins on exits in these cars. Like to me it feels very much like, oh, you accidentally turn the TC off. I'm not used to that
Yeah,
happening.
yeah.
And you don't really see it from pros either. Like when you watch the WEC or something, you see the GT3s when they spin, it tends to not be on power out of slow corners. It tends to be through the faster stuff.
Mhm.
Right, I'm just watching this battle for P6. Aston's going to dive down the inside of the beamer. I think he's going to have it done. It's going to be a change of position. He's going to run him out dry. Yeah, nicely done from the Aston. Managed to stop a kind of cross cutback as well. Beamer's got a good exit though. Let's see what the straight line performance is like, but even with the slipstream, the Beamer's not really gaining anything. Oh, he's actually lifted there, is he? Maybe having to lift for a slowdown? Not sure. Aston has less fuel, so it would be a bit quicker. Just making sure I'm muted for Jernej. Welcome to the stream, Levi. I will tell you the track temperature. Just give me a second. So it's 36 degrees, 35.9. So it's actually lowered. Earlier it was like 37.
It requires quite some strength not to just smash into the guy.
It's when they go right round the outside of you when you're loaded up, and then they don't give you any room. It's like they're needing you not to understand.
Like, it's even worse when he just dive bombs into slow corner from 300 meters.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then it's either you turn in on him and you both crash heavily, or you turn out and you both crash just mildly.
Yeah, you turn out, let them go flying past, lose loads of time, and then they have to do it. Then they do it again to you later. For me, it's not been terrible in this race, but I have had a couple of. I mean, that last one, I had one person dive bomb me twice in 3 corners, both time missing the corner and going off, which you probably saw.
I saw.
He's going for it. That's fine.
Yeah, luckily there is not much damage, so I don't think we actually have anything to repair.
Yeah. Have you got yellow on the HUD, front and rear, or nothing?
I have the speedo turned off, so I don't see it.
Fair.
But I never trust it anyway. So.
No, exactly. That's why I'm asking, because on my screen it's yellow front, yellow rear, but it has been since the pit stop, and we repaired all, or repaired body, so unless they just didn't repair those
I don't
bits, I'm not sure. So, P6 is going to be in the pits in a couple of laps. Randy, unfortunately, the engineering the race engineer feature is not open yet, or it's not available yet, so we can't tell you that at the moment. But I'm gonna guess it's gonna allow us to open up the HUD on the bottom left here and change things as if we were a driver. I think that's how it's gonna work, but that's just a guess, honestly. Yeah, sadly not. It's not been activated. They're still testing, I guess, the stability of driver swaps without that. I was really hoping that the second event they would add that in, but obviously they've been working on other things instead. Or they're working on it and they just haven't it activated. I know this build, as Dan was saying earlier, this build it's been updated multiple times, but this is not the build that's being used at the moment. Yes. So they will add it, or they've added it. We're not seeing it yet. It's not been activated yet. But yeah, at the moment the driver has to do all the work. I think it's such a great feature for sim racing. When it does come, and if it works, it'll be such a good feature. It'll really, really help out with the endurance racing stuff. I think the real race for us right now, I'm trying to just, you know, work out what we've got here. Ignore the leaders. Mouse are gone. They were already gone. Ignore P2, the 000, running good fuel mileage. We're quick. I think that's not going to happen with the damage. And definitely ignore the 18. That's the other one. They're 1 minute and 3 seconds up the road, but they're on the same strategy as us now. They've had good pace. They were already ahead of it. Like that was... The 18 and the 000 was who we were chasing for third anyway, before I crashed, and we lost over 1 minute in the pit stop. We lost time on circuit, and it changed our strategy as well. So I reckon we probably overall with that crash lost about 1 minute 30. It's all if, buts, and maybes. If we hadn't had the crash and we hadn't done the wet tire thing, which lost us about 1 minute, or 40 seconds to 1 minute, we probably would be 2 to 2.5 minutes up the road from where we are. So we'd probably be a lap, just over a lap up from where we are. So we'd be basically in that battle for second, I think. With everything that's gone on, we're no longer going to be in the battle for third. However, I think there's a small chance we could still be fighting the 22 and the 8 for P4. They're a long way ahead, but they've got an extra stop to make. One of those stops will be just a splash compared to our stop. We'll have 2 full stops. But Jernej's pace is phenomenal. Jernej is doing, I mean, his last 5-lap average, 209.0. He was doing 208s, even a 207. P3 and P4 are averaging a 10.5 and 11.3. So we're gaining, like, over a second a lap on both of them. So we're 1 minute and 30 behind, yes. They've got an extra stop to make. That brings it down to below 1 minute. So essentially, Jernej's got about 45 seconds to a minute to close in on third and fourth, or currently third and fourth. They will be fourth and fifth when the Lexus gets through. So can his pace close a 45, 50 second gap? I don't know. It's a big ask. We've only got 30 laps to go, so he needs to average more than a second a lap faster if we want to do that. So that's where we're looking at the moment. P4, or top 5, let's say, a top 5 is doable if Jernej nails it, keeps it all together. Yeah. For now, yes, Randy, for now. There is no engineer right now. That is not the feature. Obviously, the feature is that you will be able to change things, and that is what's been promised. So it's not like the engineer is spectator only. It's just right now there is no engineer. So even though I'm technically an engineer, I'm not there. Virtual Le Mans, I think Virtual Le Mans has been confirmed to be coming back, I'm pretty sure. Stephen Hood Motorsport Games have talked about that. As part of the, it was also when we first got the LMS stuff as well. But how that will look, who knows? In the past, we've had real drivers mixed with pro esports drivers and some streamers and stuff as well. How that mix will happen, I don't know. Let's have a look at the Lexus from the outside for a little bit. We've not really done this yet. Our poor Lexus with its damage. Love the brake discs blowing. Here. Oh, that was close.
But, yeah, well, he had a good wheel there, but that's not what you do. I prepared the perfectest of the switchbacks, but
I think he was backing off to let you go almost too early. Like, I don't know if he did back off or he just didn't accelerate out of the corner.
yeah, that's the most dangerous thing, like lifting on the apex. But yeah.
The other thing, guys, pace-wise, I know at the moment Jernej's pace is probably good enough to potentially squeeze us back into that top 5. Also bear in mind everyone else is probably going to put their final set of tyres on for this last stint in a bit, so we're not going to be changing 4 tyres again. We might change 2 tyres, but we've kind of used our allocation. So for this next stop, everyone else is going to be putting on a fresh set of boots, so the lap times will come down considerably. It's on average just over a second difference between the pace at the end of a double stint and the start with new tyres. Hey Austin, welcome to the stream. Well, want to try a race tomorrow, but don't know how overheating is on a 6-hour long race. Do you mean... How much cover should I set? What do you mean, sorry? Do you mean as in overheating tyres, or do you mean as a human being overheating? Or what do you mean specifically? I have for tyres we've got to manage them over the 6 hours, but for me personally I also have fans running, so it's a different for me. I've got a light there, I've got a light up there, I've got the camera on, I've got the PC running. I've got all these things that are running very hot, very hard, making the room incredibly warm. Apologies if this is not the question you're actually asking, but I'm going to answer it anyway. So I actually have a little fan on my desk, which you can't quite see. And I've also got a big fan that I stuck on that's behind the camera that's just kind of blowing some cold air towards me. Cover for oil and water. There it is. I told you, I'm just going to give you the answer regardless. I'll answer all of the questions you could have been asking. Cover for oil and water.
These reflections are crazy now.
The reflections is in the lighting.
Yeah, off the road, like it's surface of the sun, pure white, like going into that back straight braking zone.
Yeah. I was watching from the kind of over the shoulder cam and I didn't really see much of it. So leaders are all going to be doing their stops quite soon. I've realised that P4 and P5 is still technically possible. You would need to average, I reckon, average over a second a lap quicker to have a chance of P4 or P5, and those guys are 12 seconds apart. But obviously at the moment you're more than doing that. The difficulty is you're on your first set with these tyres, whereas everyone else is probably going to take new tyres.
Yep.
So yeah, it's one of those where we'll just see what happens. No expectation, but that's the pinnacle of what we can do. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
For oil and water, I didn't even think that would be what you were meaning. It's going to be different for every car. We've had a few hypercars smoking. But I would say maybe best thing to do is check the default setup, so like the Coach Dave Academy setup or the default one, and maybe just cover over those oil and water settings. That's the safest option I think you can do. Or if you're using a setup shop, obviously if you go for a race setup, they'll tend to have settings that will work. Cheers, Randy. Yes, so welcome to the stream, Tim. Unfortunately, yeah, I've just been explaining this to Randy. The engineering role is not yet active, so it is a thing in the game. It will be coming at some point. I was hoping it would be for this event. It's not, so unfortunately we can't comment on it or test it. So at the moment, yes, teammates cannot do changes to the pit stop strategy and things like that. It's all down to the driver at that given moment, which is what it's always been in sim racing, and I cannot wait to the day where that's not the case. But for now, yes, it's the case. Okay, so the car one place ahead of you right now on track is 15 seconds ahead of you. That is the net P4 car. Oh, Van Wall on the road. Yeah, you're fine.
Interesting.
That's the net P4 car. So they're 50 seconds ahead.
Okay.
You're faster, but obviously their last stop's going to be a lot shorter.
What?
Ooh. I would have said good move if it was GT3.
Yeah.
How are you guys all doing? Thank you for sticking around this long for the stream, and if you've just joined, welcome. I've still got loads of people tuned in, which is amazing to see. Your guys' support is always incredible on all of these streams and all of our videos. We do have a new video on the channel this week, which came out on Thursday. Racing game franchises we would like to see return, which basically covers franchises that are fun to play, that have more than one game that we have played in the past and just wish we could see new versions of. So you've got Need for Speed in there, you've got Burnout in there, you've got Jeff Crabbin's Grand Prix in there, lots of titles. So do go and check that out if that sort of thing interests you. I know a lot of you watching this will be into LMU and into hardcore sim racing. And we also have content for that as well if you subscribe. But yeah, not this week. Not this week. I'm gonna have a drink of water before I start choking on my own voice. Burnout 2 goated. Burnout 3 takedown. That's where it's at. For me. Yeah, Burnout games are incredible. Absolutely incredible. Is 2 Revenge or is that 4? I can't remember. We've not had a Burnout game since the Paradise Remaster, which is pretty cool. Yeah, 4. 3 is the one for me though. It's just such a fun game, regardless of cars and driving and all that. It's just a good game. Urine is now 7 seconds behind the Aston, so this is the thing. He's trying to gap basically P5 there, 7.5 seconds. That's for position, and that's legit. Oh, have they got damage? Urine, I think the Aston may have binned it in front of you. I think they've got damage.
Ah.
I'm seeing him turning to the left slightly on a straight.
How much is slightly?
Slightly. Yeah, he's going slow into the hairpin. I'll keep watching him, but I think he might be damaged. The gap also came down quite a lot in a short space of time. It could also just be the camera, because the car's behaving slightly unnaturally. So it could also be internet things. Yeah, he's not pitting, so all good.
He was maybe also on cold tires.
Yes. True. It just doesn't look like he's steering straight at all on the straight, so I think it's maybe a combo.
Well, my strategy here in MFD says 85% VE required.
Yeah, so the predicted race count is 162.4 laps, and we're on 138 at the moment. So that leaves only 24 already, 25, and you've still got 4 laps to go. So I reckon we can lower the number a bit.
That's strange.
Seems, yeah, maybe it's just because maybe our pace. Bear in mind, like, we've been lapped a few times. I had my shunt, Ross had his wet tyres, so the race for us is just shorter. Leader's on lap 140 at the moment. Raid XF1, we are in the Lexus RCF. Look at it go. What a beast. The RCF. Hey Ross. Sorry I binned it. I know you've been in the Discord, but I don't know how long you've been here or away, but sorry. We're 2.1 seconds behind the Aston. The BMW is in the pits, which is what we want. That's number 8. So that's going to be the battle now for 4th. Basically, as I suspected, it's worked out where the 8 and the 22 are going to be our battles for position, but they're going to have shorter last stops. Okay, we're jumping the number 8 BMW, which is the other battle for 4th and 5th, I was saying, but they're going to have a shorter last stop, but they're still in pit lane, so.
That's their last stop now.
Yes. Oh, that's their very last stop, is it?
Yep.
So they must have had a short one that I missed. Yeah, so perhaps I missed a stop for that number 8 car. Maybe they did their short stint first and then their longer stint last. Not quite sure. But either way, they've got the fuel now, so they're fine. So, fuel-wise, Jernej, are you thinking like 83% virtual energy or something?
Yeah, like 84 maybe.
Yeah. I think that's the right amount of laps off of what we'll need. Or it's close anyway, it's maybe one extra, hopefully. Oh, nice, Ross. Get some... Did you get any screenshots, though, of the car where it's not broken? Because I think we only did... I did half a lap without damage, so... that might make it tricky.
According to my tiny pedal overlay, it's gonna be 22 for the last stint. So then plus 1 for safety.
Oh, 22 laps. So 23 we want.
So yeah, like 88% maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 84 actually. Wait, 84. Sorry, 84 is for 22 laps. 88 is for 23 laps.
Cool. I mean, bear in mind, the cars behind you are already on 85% now. So they're already at 85%, and they've still got 2 laps to go before your stop. So I think either they've miscalculated and they might run out and just do a splash.
I see, I see. Well, the leaders have a 89 and they are surely safe.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. So copy them, basically. Considering you've still got another lap before the stop, I think, yeah, they'll be down to 85 or whatever by their next one. But yeah, 88's safe, definitely. We're back up to P3. It's P3. So we've all 3 of us have had stints in 3rd place in this race. So spiritually, 3rd place is where we keep getting back to, but it's not going to happen. We're going to be the last to make our final stops. I mean, I say it's not going to happen. If the cars behind have underfueled, there's a chance. If the cars behind have underfueled and they're on 82% already, you still got a lap before your pit stop, there is still technically a chance of P3 here. Just putting that out there. Could you imagine, chat, if we, after all of that, after everything that's happened... Oh, I'm not muted, sorry, Jernej.
It's fine. Now I'm wondering what you're gonna say.
Oh, I muted to tell you what I wanted to tell you, and then you just heard my hype. No, basically, the 2 cars behind us, if they've... I mean, they're on 81 and 82% fuel already. But then you've still got, you're coming in this lap to take 88%, or maybe 85 is fine, because the leaders are on 85. What I'm saying is, if they've underfueled, there is still a chance of P3, technically.
Yeah, I'll take 84, 85. Let's say 85 so I can stretch if needed.
Yeah. Now I'll mute.
And new mediums on the left. And I am still set in the car, so pit stop is set.
Amazing. Right, I've muted for Jernej this time. I did the opposite way around. Oops. It's still possible. It's unlikely. I don't think everyone would have miscalculated that much on fuel, but P3 might still be possible despite everything that's happened in this race. It's been, in some ways, I mean, it's been a great race, but it's also been a nightmare, and we've made errors of different kinds. Jernej's only been in for the last, this is Jernej's first stint still, so I would be delighted if we could do this. Anyway, here he comes to the pits. I still think, realistically, it's P5 is what we're aiming for, if we can get top 5. But then it comes down to the fuel. Nice. So, yeah, lead 2 are on 83%, so 84 should be absolutely fine. Of course, bearing in mind if they're on a different part of the track, that's like, I guess, why you don't want to just base it on that number. Yeah. So guys, whatever the gap is when Jernej comes out the pits, he's got to make that up on circuit. Unless they've miscalculated their fuel. That's basically it now. So we're P6. the reason I still said P5 was on is Jernej less, or he's going to be about 30 seconds behind with this last stint to do. So it's unlikely. I know it's unlikely because the pace is going to have to be electric. I know it will be electric. He's got 2 new tires, not 4 new tires. Just remember, 2 cold tires and 2 medium tires.
Yes.
"35 seconds it's got to close in the BMW. So it all depends on the average lap times. But that's, I mean, he's got 35 it's going to be so difficult. 35 seconds in 20 laps. I mean, yeah, it's a lot. It's almost 2 seconds a lap. It's probably not going to happen. But hey, you never know. You never know. The BMW, actually, we need to catch. If we want a podium, we would need to catch them on track. The 2 in front of them, with the less fuel, they're the ones that are going to be more of a question mark. But if they lift and coast, they should be alright. Obviously, it depends on mistakes and incidents as well. So this Aston, 51 seconds ahead of Jernej, 75% on fuel. Yeah, it should be okay with a little lift and coast. Whereabouts on circuit is Ludo? Coming for the last corner. So, tyre strategy. First of all, welcome. Null and Void. Null and Void, love that name. We went for a slightly different tyre strategy, but it kind of got messed up. So originally the plan was, stint 1, I was using tyres that I did a qualifying lap on, and I did a double stint on the same set of tyres, so just fully accepted the pain and managed to do that fine. So I ended the second stint having used the same set of tyres since the start of the race. But what we did was we actually we shortened the second stint in each double stint. So essentially we were doing, for me, I did a full first stint, 25 laps or whatever, and then the second stint was only 17 laps. The reason being, if we all did that throughout the race, it would actually kind of average out in terms of tyre life, how many laps we would do on each set of tyres. So we would take the shorter pit stop, the slightly lower fuel number, and then not have to run our tyres all the way down to the bottom on our second stints on each set of tyres, which was, I think, a good tactical move, because it meant we never got below like 30% on the front left. And then by the end of the race, we'd still have, you know, a set for Jernej to go on to at the end for his last double, and then he could take 2 new tyres at the pit stop for his full length double stint. So we had it all planned out. Unfortunately, 2 things happened. One, Ross ended up going on to wet tyres at the pit stop because of an issue with the menus. So because we took a set of wet tyres, he had to drive round and then put another set back on the car. He was going to be double stinting those tyres originally. He didn't mean to change them, but they put on new wets, and then he couldn't put those tyres back on because we also had older qualifying tyres that had more life left in them. So the game only let you pick the tyres that had the most life left in them from the used sets. So it meant that Ross essentially put those old quali tyres on for his second stint, and then suddenly the best tyres that were left were Ross's previous tyres, so then I got them for my stint. So it kind of messed everything up. It changed the order of the tyres. So basically we just swapped a couple of stints. I did an extra little stint towards the end with Ross's old tyres, and then then at the end here, Jernej got a full set for this run, and now he's just done a quick stop there. That's his final stop. He's not on 4 new tyres now, he's on 2 new tyres. So it's a bit complicated. But essentially, 2 of his tyres right now have done a full stint and are now doing a second stint. 2 of them are brand new. So the balance is going to be a bit funky at the start. Don't mention the tyres. I'll give you a full 10-minute monologue on our tyre situation. It's honestly, for me though, I know it sounds ridiculous to be talking in this much detail about tyre strategies and what sets and stuff, but it's kind of what's so fun about it as well, in a weird way. Like these sorts of races, it's the strategy, it's the trying to outsmart your opponents as well as outdrive them, it's all of these things, and yeah, it's a big part of it, and I quite enjoy that element. Really thinking about what to do with the tyres, how to best manage them through a race, and yeah, it's cool. It's what I love about WEC as well. Great to watch. You never quite know what anyone's strategy is with fuel and energy and how they, how they plan ahead. The big difference, of course, I think between this and the Real World Endurance Championship, strategy-wise at least, is the fuel for pit stops. So obviously we don't get. Sorry, what am I trying to say? I didn't mean to say fuel for pit stops. What I meant was fueling during safety cars. So we don't get safety cars in Le Mans Ultimate, or virtual yellows, or anything like that. Whereas in real life, you can obviously make a pit stop under certain circumstances under safety car. In a certain phase of the safety car, you can take a full stop. In other phases, all you can do is a splash of fuel just to stop you running out, so it's complicated. But in this game, we don't have that. So in real life, they've got to think about, oh, a safety car could change things at the end. Or, we can plan ahead and hope there's a safety car and maybe we'll stretch the fuel. Whereas in this game, because there's no safety cars, you kind of know exactly what's going to be happening, which means you can actually plan a bit further ahead. Obviously, things happen, like we've seen in this race. We took wet tyres, we ended up changing the tyre sets, I crashed. All of these things happen, so it always changes it. But, oh, we're just taking 5th, sorry.
V5 pitting? Was that
No, I think they've gone. They just disappeared. They were losing time.
It said they pitted, but...
Yeah,
they're
out.
gone.
Yeah, that's car 18, DNF. Wow, okay. That was one of the Lexus that was up the road.
The fuel-saving Lexus.
Possibly, yeah. I can't remember if it was that or the 000.
I
yeah.
think it was them, yeah.
Oh well. Top 5. No idea what's happened. Xbox One Kenobi. I wish IMSA didn't allow changing tyres and refueling at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, because then at least I like the element of like saving time by not taking tyres or taking new ones, taking a hit at the pit stop, having cold tyres, but then once they're warmed up, you're then sorted. It's fascinating, and I think the thing I love about WEC is it's not that simple. For example, it's not like, oh, we take new tyres, the pit stop's longer, but we're faster. It's like, no. You take new tyres, the pit stop's longer, then you're on cold tyres, so you might lose another 10 seconds warming the tyres up. Then you're faster. So actually, there's so many different elements to think about. Do you change them under safety car where everyone's tyres are cold anyway? Do you take 2 tyres, 4 tyres? How do you do that? It's not just a simple case of, oh, tyres equals time lost but more grip. It's way more complicated, and there's only a set number of tyres as well. So it's fascinating, and I do think that LMU would benefit in these sorts of races with some yellow flag incidents, but the problem is, I think if you actually implemented yellows properly for when people crashed, it would be a nightmare, because there'd be yellows all the time, or it would only take someone to be blocking the road for there to be a yellow, so you could have cars deliberately, there's no health and safety issues.
Wrong way, mate.
There's no health and safety issues, so you don't need a safety car to, you know what I mean? All you need is to neutralize the track, but you get yellow flags to do that, so yeah. I always liked the fact that IMSA had close racing throughout. Even like Daytona 24, they would always keep the pack close with the way the safety car reforming worked. However, the problem with that, even though in one hand it does mean that you get good racing to the end of each race, the downside was always that it felt a little bit artificial, or it felt like the first, if it's a 12-hour race or say an 8-hour race, it felt like the first 6 hours were irrelevant, because as long as you were on the lead lap, you were always going to be back in that lead train. So it meant that like you'd have the 12-hour of Daytona coming down to, or the Sebring, sorry, 12-hour Sebring is what I meant to say, coming down to like 7 cars on the lead lap, and then suddenly they're all bunched together. I liked it on an individual race-by-race basis, but as a general rule of thumb, I just found eventually it took away that excitement, because it was always the same. Obviously, WEC have changed the way they do things recently, and now you get a little bit more of that in WEC, where cars do bunch up a bit more, and you do see more battles towards the end. but it does feel a little bit. It feels a little bit better. Like the rule set in WEC is, for me, makes the racing more engaging, even if it's less maybe dramatic or exciting over a short space of time. And not every WEC race is fun to watch. I try and watch all of them in full, and not all of them are entertaining, trust me. But there's always you never quite know what's going on until the last stint. That's kind of the best way I can view it. You don't know who's hitting when, you don't know who's taking what tyres, what fuel. It's hard to follow, and I like that about it. What time of day did the race start? I think it's one time, Edward. I think so. So it was 1 o'clock. So that would check out. We've got 33 minutes to go, and it's 6:30, which means 5.5 hours. Yeah. So it's one time speed. The race started at 1 o'clock in server, and it's going to be 7 o'clock when it finishes.
P3 super slow.
I'll have a look on board. 2:15 on that last lap. Yeah. They have by far and away the least fuel, because it was that and the Lexus that retired that were much lower. So I wonder if it's like massive lift and coast. I'll stay on board with them and see. The steering still does not look straight at all. Hey Callum. Oh, tricky. I mean, you can try what we tried, but we obviously failed to execute it because of everything else that happened. But what we did was to stretch the tyres out. We did like a full stint and then a 18 lap 3/4 stint, and then took new tyres. So we're essentially never running the tyres all the way down. It means we didn't have a small splash at the end, when everyone else was, the last pit stop for everyone else was short, whereas ours was full length, or was going to be full length. But it just meant that there was no set of tyres that we used too much. So that was our strategy. What everyone else in this server seemed to do, at least, was start by doing full strategies, full double stints, I'm guessing. And then just the last stint you were going to have a much shorter, not a double, basically, a one and then a little bit at the end. So it totally depends. Okay, P3 just did a 2:11.4, so they're not super slow, but they're not rapid either.
Ah, I see.
Yes, that's the other thing, Callum. The track is a lot cooler now towards the end than it was at the start. So you're actually better doing a double at the end, I think. Yeah, for us it was like 37 degrees earlier on. Now it's 34.5. So yeah, I think by doing that, the regular strategy that everyone's doing, it means that your last stint's really short, and that's great, which means your last pit stop's short, so you kind of jump up. But you're not using your tyres as evenly, because it means you're essentially your last stint, your tyres are going to be, you're still going to have a lot of juice on them because you've just had new tyres for the penultimate stop, and then the race is going to be over, and you're still going to have like 60% or 50% on them. Whereas what we were doing meant that instead of letting them drop all the way to 20% and having huge performance drop off, we were stopping 17 laps in instead of 25 laps when they had about 30% left. We just felt like we got more use out of a more balanced use out of all the tyres, and it also put us off kilter with everyone else. So we were stopping earlier, and it meant that when we stopped for new tyres after the second stop earlier than everyone, we then had 7 laps of undercut on new tyres when everyone else was struggling with their final 7 laps on older tyres, and our pit stop shorter because we had less than a full tank of fuel for that second stint. So it all kind of eventually comes back to help the others, but we think for our race it was going to be that. So I'll maybe send you a wee message on Discord, actually, Callum. I think the Aston's definitely saving fuel, yeah. The P3 Aston. We're obviously watching Jernej again just now. But it's a bit of a rogue strategy, Cal, because I think we've not seen anyone else do it. Good point. P3 and P4 are gonna absolutely clash, and Jernej's got incredible pace. He's now 27 seconds back with 28.5 minutes to go, so he needs to keep on gaining a second a minute essentially. But a podium could still happen, and it could be a ridiculous podium. Absolutely ridiculous. And it feels like P3 has been our destiny all day, hasn't it? I got up to P3 legitimately in the first stint. Ross got up to P3, or was kept P3 legitimately, but then got back up there legitimately after the wet tyre debacle. So managed to recover, basically, from the wet tyre situation to end the stint in P3. Oh! Interesting.
Very.
Yeah. Keep doing what you're doing, because this is looking great at the moment, Jernej. These are the gaps we've got to watch. .213 for the Aston. The problem is the BMW is doing 211, but look at that average. So Jernej is 209.3 on average last 5 laps. The Beamer is 211.0, so that's 292. There you go. So Jernej's 1.8 seconds a lap quicker on average. It's 2 minutes a lap though, over 2 minutes a lap, which means you need to be 2 seconds a lap quicker on average to gain a second a minute. And we're 23 seconds behind with 26 minutes to go. So Jernej's got to be 2 seconds a lap faster than these two. And he is, or almost is. Like, it's ridiculous. But the problem is, even if he's 1.8 seconds quicker, that might not be enough. He might need to be 2 seconds quicker. So it's touch and go. Hopefully this Aston and this Beamer will fight, but I don't know if the Aston's going to have enough pace. But it would be such a good full circle moment if we could get P3 back at the end of this race. That would be incredible. I kind of want to stick to this BMW and Aston situation. What do you mean a Google user? Do you mean the programmers should make the car slower if it drives? Well, it does though, because you get penalties if you drive over the curbs too much and off track, and you gain anything from it. It does slow you down, or it tells you if you don't slow down, I'm going to give you a penalty. So you have a certain number of track limit warnings each race. I can't see them right now, but Jernej should be fine. So I guess it does that already. Yeah, it's 10.3 for the Beamer. It's too fast. .11.7 for the Aston. It's going to be a 9 for Jernej. It is possible, you know. It is possible, but it's so only absolutely on fire Jernej, everything going perfectly, and these two losing more time. Then it's possible, because Jernej still would have to make the move. So like there should be no one else in the world would have a chance right now, but we do. Put it that way. Maybe Mouse Esports would. But no, Rafa Racing Esports, we've got a chance. Ooh, red flag, why? I'm gonna... forgive me. Oh, the Aston's gone off. So the P2 Aston, or sorry, P3 Aston just went off. Didn't lose much, but they're now battling for P3 and 4.
Drive through for P3.
Oh, he tried to lift, but he didn't lift enough. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, the Aston though was the problem. The BMW is actually quite fast, so it's going to be really tricky. But there's a chance. Just annoyingly, that didn't hold up the Beamer because the Aston went off, and then the BMW got a free pass.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. Well, like 11 laps to go, or 12 maybe.
Yeah. You're essentially, you're needing to keep on catching by a second a minute, which sounds ridiculous. But on average, so that means you need to be about 2 seconds a lap faster, and on average you're about 1.5 seconds a lap faster. So if he makes mistakes or has issues, you catch enough, but it needs to be absolutely perfect. From like, we need everything to go perfectly for us and badly for them, and then we could still finish P3.
Copy, copy.
The Aston's in the pits. So we are now P4. Incredible. Getting close. Oh, Antonelli crashed. That's what I was going to check. I got distracted by the race that we've got at the moment. Let's have a look. Oh, you know what? Kimi Antonelli did not need that, did he? Could have really done without a crash, especially at Monza after what happened a year ago as well. Beached in the gravel. This is it then. Jernej 18.1 behind, 22 minutes to go. 1.7 seconds quicker on that lap. The Beamer will feel the pressure though. Yeah, exactly. The BMW will feel the pressure. On board with the Beamer now. I'm trying to be careful with what I say to Jernej and what I leave him to it, because I don't want to make him feel like every single little thing's going to cost us, because obviously he's driving incredibly well anyway. I don't need to say anything to him, but I also want to make him aware that we've still got something to fight for. But he'll know. He'll see the gaps coming down. It's going to be another exciting finish, John. Maybe for being the hunter rather than the hunted is great. And I mean, for P3 instead of P1 is not so great, but it's still like if we can get a podium, given everything we've been through today, that would be awesome. I think we'd be P2 without the two big issues. We'd be P2. Without one of the big issues, we'd be P3. I think it's as simple as that. We're actually we're over a lap behind second place, and a lap is just over 2 minutes. I reckoned we'd lost about 2.5 minutes total with the two big incidents we've had. So the big incidents being pitting for wet tyres, having to do a whole lap on wets and coming back in for dries, and that messing up our tyre strategy, and then my crash into the wall, losing the rear wing, coming in for over a minute of damage repairs. Like, basically that's where we'd be. Without those two, I think battle for P2 with the 000, but we still have a chance of third. Yeah, there you go. 2:11.6, 2:09.0. It's literally coming down to that. It needs to be. And bearing in mind, we might get one extra lap at the end because obviously the timer runs out and then the leader's got to finish and all these kind of things. So we've got the same fuel and everything. It's gonna be around about 2.0 seconds, I think, on the nose per lap on average. We need to catch this BMW. The thing is, the BMW's got a 10 in it though. I know it's average. Its average of the last 5 laps is an 11.0, so that shows that it's got 10s. Jernej is obviously 2:09.1 average, but if he gets a bit of traffic, they both lose the same amount of time in traffic, so that's what's tricky. He lost 2.6 on that lap, but it's not really relevant because of the traffic. It needs to be the 5-lap average, and it's 1.9. Exciting stuff. Back on board with the BMW. This is looking like a better lap for them. It's going to be a much better lap for the Beamer, I think. Bit of traffic won't help. Another 2:11.0. Okay, what's Jernej going to do? Oh, what a lap. Look at this. Another low 2:09. 2:90. Oh, it's 2 seconds. It's almost exactly 2 seconds. I love it. I absolutely love it. It could not be closer in terms of where I see this converging. Thank you so much to all of you who've stuck around for this stream. Thoroughly, thoroughly enjoyed it. And best of luck to everyone watching that's taking part this weekend. Yeah, it's like, yeah, race like a clock. Exactly.
Ah, that's the P2 lap ahead.
Yes. So hopefully they don't cause us any issues. They're,
Yeah.
I think you're fast enough. Their last 5-lap average is a 10.6. Yours is a 9.0. So you should have about 1.5 seconds on them.
Okay.
And they're not fighting anyone for position, so they really should let you go because they're 2 minutes clear of P3. Hopefully they realise with the old headlights or something. Alright, this could work. Yeah, nice. Go for it. I'm not going to disturb Jernej. He's going to go for the move. Thank you so much for the donation. There you go. I know that's just a lapped car, or a car that's a lap ahead of us, but got the move done. Excellent work, Jernej. Thank you so much for the donation. Ducks Quack, I'm going to go with. Much appreciated. And your support throughout the stream. I've noticed so many comments coming through, so yeah, awesome stuff. Let's go for this P3. Let's try and keep up our 100% podium record. And it would be the most unlikely of P3s. Considering where we were, I literally said, after that crash, I said with complete confidence, well, that's obviously P3 out the window. That's the race completely ruined. Then it was a case of, oh, maybe we can get top 5 in a perfect situation. And suddenly, we're 12 seconds off of P3. And still, 1.9 seconds difference in the lap times there. So it's still doable. Still doable. Thierry's here. Hey, Thierry. We're not going to get a win this time, unfortunately. Welcome along. Hope you're having a nice Friday. We do have the Stig behind the wheel, and he's doing an amazing job to recover what I threw away earlier. But P3 is still possible. We were down, Thierry, in about 8th or something after, or 10th maybe, after our various misfortunes in this race. I've crashed once. We ended up on wet tyres at one point. But Jernej's bringing it back. Oh, 10.3 by the BMW on that lap. Then a 12.0. Okay. Jernej, 9.2. So more than 2 seconds faster. 2.8 seconds faster. Still averaging 1.8 faster. Oh no, sorry. 2.2 faster. Okay. So last 5 laps we have been more than 2 seconds faster. 14 minutes to go. 10-second gap. They're going to feel the stress. If it were me, I would certainly be quaking in my boots. Absolutely. The reality is, Thierry, unfortunately with this race, we could never have won this. We're in top split, GT3s, but the car in the lead is the Mouse Esports car, 36. Now, Mouse Esports is basically take Jernej Simoncic, multiply him by 3, and put them in the Ford Mustang. They've been incredible. Their fastest laps have been like at 2:07.6, I think, so 3/10 quicker than even Jernej's managed in the Lexus. So they're absolutely rapid. They've got 3 top level pro esports drivers in there. Moritz Lerner as well. Actually, is it 2 drivers or 3? I think it may only be 2. Dennis and Moritz are phenomenal. So with myself and Ross in the team doing a solid job. Neither of us have got Jernej pace. We could never have won this race, but we definitely could have been P2 without the incidents. However, P2, P3, not a huge amount in it. It's a test race anyway. It's all for fun. This is still giving us a great finish because now we can just properly chase down this podium place. Yep. I'm so glad that we're the car behind, not the car in front. Last time it was the opposite and we were getting chased down. 2.90, 2.10.1. 1.1 between them on that lap. Good lap from Eichberger. He's looking solid. That BMW number 8 driving really well. Still very good pace. Of course I had a crash, Thierry. It's me. You know me by now. Yeah, I had a crash. Honestly, I'd had a really good, consistent run with no spins, no incidents. It was my 3rd stint. About 5 laps to go on my 3rd stint where I had the crash. Let me just see if I can find you a lap number. But you can scroll back through it. But I'm happy to have a look. And it was a proper crash. So it was lap 115, Thierry, if you want to go back and have a look at some point. I've not actually seen it back yet. I'm just watching it back myself. Do you know what? I'm gonna do something that's gonna be a bit strange. And we're now watching me from before, which is, yeah, deeply strange. Anyway. This is the incident. just unsettled. So, as I turn right, there it is. It's the transfer of weight with the car. I had a good first sector. I was maybe just pushing on a little bit much. On the brakes, turn it right. Still on too much throttle there. Just tried to save it, and then on the brakes, and that was it. Gone. Just a bit too much unsettling of the car through a very tricky part of the track where the car is very unsettled anyway, so there you go. Yeah, it's such a tricky part of track. And I was really comfortable there the whole race, really confident. I wasn't going as fast as I could have gone through it, but I was just happy with it. Jernej's only 5 seconds behind there, guys. I was comfortable, I was happy. I was running a couple of tenths slower than I could have been through there, but surviving, and in practice we had a few spins through there. And then it just, that one lap, I just pushed too hard, I think, or it was a lack of concentration really that caused it. I think that beamer's been closed in by the Mercedes here. You're still averaging exactly 2 seconds quicker. Yeah. I wish I had some sort of copyright-free playlist of Jaws-style music that I could just play right now, or, I don't know, some AC/DC or something. Unfortunately, I will get done for it, so I cannot do that. Maybe I'll make a social clip of Jernej the Shark going from being miles behind to P3. I think that would be a pretty good clip. We'll maybe do that. And then I can add my rock music, or my Jaws music, or whatever. Not over yet though, guys. Still, if he catches traffic at the wrong moment, if he has a slight mistake, it's 4 seconds still. Only 6 and a bit minutes to go, so he still needs to get the move done as well. Not easy. But I think with a 2 second a lap average deficit, hopefully he'll have the ability to... 2 seconds is enough to get a move done. Oh, the beamer misses a braking point. He's got traffic coming up. The traffic's going to get him though on the outside through the big long double right. So he's not going to lose anything from it. Are they going to go inside? Oh, they're going to go inside. Ooh, slight lift. Three seconds. You'll see him in a second, coming through the last corner.
Testing.
Hello.
Hi, I just want to say good luck. I'm just going to shoot off, but I'm going to listen in the car.
Oh, nice. Good luck in your match. It's Scotland versus Denmark, right? You're playing, right?
Yeah, over 50s.
Yeah.
Good luck. Enjoy.
Cheers, guys. Good
See you,
luck.
Ross.
Bye.
There it is. On board with Jernej. Not the Mercedes in front, the red BMW in front of that. That is P3. 2.6 seconds up the road. 4.5 minutes to go. We'll get the pole going. Is he going to do it? It's time. Get your votes in. Will Jernej get P3 here? 2.7 seconds. Why does it always come down to that? Like, 2 driver swap events. I know it's different, but 2 events down, and both times, you know, in opposite directions. Actually, it's come down to a chase in the last few laps, and a matter of seconds, half a second, 1 second, whatever it is what it's going to come down to. It's crazy. Leader, by the way, is not too far ahead of us on the road, so it would be better if they were behind us, because then we would actually get that extra last lap in at the end. But it's not really like that, so they're going to have 2 laps to go, I think. I think Jernej is going to be 2 laps to go now.
2, copy.
I think so.
Well, the hypercar leader is quite far behind.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's Hypercar leader that matters. Sorry. I was just looking at GT leader, I completely forgot.
Yeah, I have 3 laps of fuel, so I think that's perfect.
So I think the Hypercar leader's in the perfect spot for us. He's going to catch us, get close to lapping us again, but not quite make it, which means we'll get a whole other lap from that. So it's looking good.
You think the leader of hypercars will catch us during these 2 laps?
No, I think it'll be close, but I think not. I was just saying that. I think we've got enough of a gap from them. Good luck.
Thank you.
%95% of you think he's going to do it. I don't blame you. Averaging more than a second a lap faster, and he's less than a second behind. But you just got to get the move done. That's the problem. And this could be the next lap's the last lap. I think it's going to be 2 more, though. It's going to be 2 more. Yeah, we're good. It's going to be 2 more. I'm going to end the poll now. You guys have a lot of confidence in Jernej. And so do I. Come on. Gotta pick his moment. Whew. Less than 25 seconds to go, but a lap and a half. That's going to be key. If they can stay ahead of leaders. Come on. I'm going to check what the leader is real quick and then come back to this, because we need to, don't want to miss it. Leader's not in the hairpin yet.
I see 15 seconds. Yeah, I think we have another lap for sure.
Switch back. Can't do anything with that though. Just going to try and force him into a mistake. Obviously the BMW has every right to fight for their life here. Absolutely do whatever they can to defend from Jernej here, as long as it's still clean. But they can park the bus, they can, you know. He's going to go for it. Nope. Scare him. Yes. Oh, genius. Well done. One to go.
Defend.
Good exit
What's
as well.
the chance of his dive bomb?
Yeah. No, you're fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Jernej Simoncic. Come on. Not fully over, 6/10, but I don't think the Beamer's going to have enough to do a dive here. And honestly, after that whole wet tire thing, P3 is the best we could have done anyway. We couldn't have got P2 anyway. So this is actually remarkably, if we can hang on here and pick up P3, it will mean that my crash didn't lose us anything, which is crazy, considering the circumstances of the crash. A minute of damage, in terms of final result, it will not have actually cost us, which is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
It was ours all race along. P3.
We were
Let's go.
absolutely destined to finish third in that race. No, regardless, every single, all three of us ended our stints in P3.
Yeah.
Like, regardless of how hard we tried to destroy it for ourselves. Amazing effort, Jernej, by the way. Absolutely awesome. Like, I think I said at one point, I think after my crash, I said, well, P3's completely gone, but you never know. Like, let's just see how many we can pick off on the way up to top 5. I honestly didn't think that was possible. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it was marginal, but just about worked in the end. I mean, luckily, even though it was more stressful than we anticipated, I at least got the chance to get my confidence back after binning it 2 times yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you had no crashes. Well done. One of us had no crashes.
Thank you.
You also didn't put on wet tires, so...
Oh, yes.
You're-
Yes.
Yeah, really holding the fort. The thing that I find funny in all of this is that realistically, I think P2 was well, they were just under a lap ahead. So if we hadn't put wets on and I hadn't crashed, yes, we probably would have got P2, right? But it basically meant that my crash didn't matter. Like you know, if I hadn't crashed, 3 was all we were going to get anyway. With the crash, we still got
true,
third,
true.
but you obviously made it more exciting because we didn't think we were going to get there, and you could come through more cars. So basically, what we're saying is it's a good thing I crashed, and it helped.
Everything we do for the content.
Do it for the content. Do it for the confidence as well. So now you've passed more cars. You've done the impossible. If I hadn't crashed, it would have just been a cruise to third. You know. So
Yeah, perhaps.
well done, me. Yeah.
Congrats.
No, that was great fun the whole race, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed having you along as usual, Jernej, and we'll need to bring you in again. I think we should maybe we should do a race at some point with a different order as well, so that you actually have a chance to drive in the early stages. But obviously these are just test events. We're doing them for fun. I'd be streaming anyway on the Traction channel, so we thought, why not take part in these big multi-driver test events on a Friday when we're all able to do it. And yeah, it's been so much fun. And Ross did a great job too. I mean, if you ignore the pit stop thing, which isn't a driver mistake, it's just it's a new to LMU juggling too many balls thing, and we probably should have clarified the pit stop before the last lap. So it was we can learn from that for sure. But he did a great job. He didn't stack it. I did a really solid, not spectacular, but a solid job until the crash. So really, I was unspectacular and unsolid. But if you take away that one incident, it was fine. It was fine. So we can go again. broken the GT3 curse as well. We've driven GT3s. I didn't hate driving them, to be honest. I did a race at COTA, and yeah, it's been great.
Which is probably the worst of the tracks for GT3s, kind of. Very difficult to manage them through the anti-cuts and through the SS here in Sector 1.
The flow is difficult, for sure.
Yeah.
Ducks Quack says, enjoy the champagne. I did a poll, Jernej, with a little bit to go, basically to say, you know, who thinks you're going to do it, and 95% of people said you were going to do it, so that's how much pressure and expectation rides on you when we do these races.
Lovely.
So there you go.
Thank you for the faith into me, dear chat.
And you are, of course, racing again tomorrow, and you're streaming, right, on Jernej Sim?
Oh yes, we are doing the 17 CST race with Jesper in this same colored car.
Just you and Jesper?
Yes.
Yeah, so imagine this race, but swap the people who put on wets and crashed for Jesper Pedersen, and basically you've got that. So it's going to be great to watch. I think there's probably going to be more cars racing in a later split, I would imagine, as well on a Saturday.
Sure.
So I'm going to really enjoy keeping an eye on that one. I will be busy at that moment at something else in the Highlands, but I will definitely be tuning in to see how you're getting on at different points. And I'm sure everyone in the chat wishes you the best of luck for that. And of course, do subscribe to Jernej's YouTube channel, Jernej Sim, if you want to watch that stream tomorrow afternoon. I'm sure he will very much appreciate the support, and you guys always give me and give us amazing support on this Traction channel. So yeah, go and enjoy that.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you for the ride and for the racing.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Ross as well, who's had to shoot off to the football. But if you're in the car, Ross, don't worry, we got third. It's great. So we've kept up our 100% podium record. I'm not sure we'll keep that one up forever. But hey, for now it's okay. Let's see if we can actually bring up the race stats. So if I try and leave, it might take a little bit of time for the results to come through. Like this in future, and our regular videos as well as our streaming usually happening once a week, and we should also upload on Thursday evenings, but sometimes there's 2 videos or the extra podcast here and there as well to get stuck into. So if you like your